Well, good day, everyone, from beautiful Abu Dhabi. We're very happy that you are joining us. I know some of you are still coming in. I see participants joining the webinar. It's really great to see the continued enthusiasm for events of this kind, because, of course, we've discovered that actually online symposia can be very rich. And so I'm giving it a little bit more time for people who want to join from around the world to come. I know you're coming, some of you from here on our campus. You see our library building appropriately behind me. And many of you are coming from around the world, which is really very exciting. Let's get going. My name is Mariette Westerman, and I am really delighted to welcome you to this symposium, Mediating Scripture, Judeo-Persian Tobit as Global Crossroads. Around the world, many of us have had the experience that during this awful, frightening pandemic so filled with loss, we also discovered new strengths and resiliency in ourselves and others and in our institutions. We found bright spots and silver linings, and I believe that to be especially true of universities, who did all that they could to keep their students learning and growing, and to keep research engines cranked up, even when distancing rules and travel restrictions made that very hard. Now, that resiliency and creativity in research and scholarship, we have seen in the humanities and the arts just as much as in the STEM research that brought us viable vaccines in less than 12 months, and in the social science and policy research that helped us understand what was happening in isolation, in schooling, in all these challenges that none of us had ever anticipated having to deal with. And I think vital to these bright spots for academic research were also new modes of working, or heightened modes of working, in the international higher ed community, with collaboration and openness among researchers across borders and between institutions, different universities, and across different types of institutions, like museums and scientific institutes and commercial labs and theaters and so forth. Now, I think that this symposium that starts today and will run through tomorrow is a shining example of all of these elements of research resiliency in the world knowledge community. The symposium has been organized by Manas Yousafzadeh, a professor of liberal and Italian studies at New York University in New York, who is currently in residence and has been for quite some time now at NYU Abu Dhabi, with Laurent Hérichet, chef de service for Oriental manuscripts at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France in Paris. Manas's discovery, that you'll hear all about, so I'm not going to say a lot, during the pandemic, of the only known Judeo-Persian manuscript of the Book of Tobit at the Bibliothèque Nationale, brought her in close collaboration with Laurent. And Laurent supported her every interest in the topic, extended it, and brought his own prodigious knowledge to it, as I've seen in person, because I together have looked at the manuscripts with them that we're talking about. Now, as part of the regular collaborations between the Bibliothèque Nationale and the Louvre Abu Dhabi, they are part of this lending arrangement and really good partners. As part of those regular collaborations with the Louvre Abu Dhabi, which is NYU Abu Dhabi's neighbor and good friend on Saadiyat Island, the Bibliothèque then generously agreed to lend this and a related manuscript for display at the Louvre Abu Dhabi for several months. And indeed, that is where they are now. And I want to thank the Louvre Abu Dhabi for making that space and holding that space for them in their wonderful special gallery of manuscripts that's associated with a magnificent gallery on the rise of world religions. And then the next thing I knew, while this was going on, Manas and Laurent had organized this major international symposium about the figure of Tobit, about translation, about the visual arts, and about exilic life. And they engaged the NYU Abu Dhabi Humanities Fellowship Program to help organize it. This, if you're not so familiar yet with MWO Abu Dhabi or Abu Dhabi in general, this is very much what scholarship and collaboration among institutional partners in Abu Dhabi is like. We are, at the university, a global Crossroads community with 1,900 students, 300 professors, and hundreds of staff from 120 countries, and about as many language communities. We have no majority population. 20% of our students, or maybe not quite even, are Emirati, but the rest of them are from all these other countries on 6 continents. We are, and this is true of Abu Dhabi, where people from 200 countries live, we are in a way always living in translation here, and it's exhilarating, even if it's not always easy. Now, as Vice Chancellor of MWO Abu Dhabi, my interest in this symposium transcends my institutional delight in seeing MWO Abu Dhabi partner so profoundly with these 2 major international knowledge institutions, the Bibliothèque Nationale and the Louvre Abu Dhabi. Of course, that would be exciting in its own right. But my interest transcends even my stake in a symposium as a professional humanist. I'm also a professor of arts and humanities here. As you will learn tomorrow, I was delighted to be invited by Manaz to make a small contribution, as I am a historian of the art of the Netherlands. And it so happens that one of the artists who has most engaged me throughout my career is Rembrandt. And it so happens that Rembrandt is the painter and the draftsman who engaged in the most profound and sustained fashion of any artist I'm aware of with the Book of Tobit, a topic that engaged me more than a dozen years ago, and I'll talk about tomorrow. For now, I want to thank Manaz and Laurent for their inspiring collaboration and work to get this symposium organized so quickly during the pandemic. And I want to thank our amazing roster of speakers from many cultures. Thank you for joining us. We welcome you all to the MWO Abu Dhabi Crossroads and look forward to having you on campus before long. I also want to thank especially our colleagues at the Louvre Abu Dhabi, Manuel Rabaté, the director, and Soraya Noujaim, the head of collections and curatorial programs, and all of the staff who supported the showcasing of the manuscripts. Now, please go see them. Last and very much not least, I want to thank most warmly Laurence Angel, the president of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. We are very blessed that she is here with us today and will make a few remarks as well. Thank you and enjoy the symposium.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words. I can see that we share a same willing to maintain our missions to be together, even if by Zoom. I'm so sorry to be in Paris, but it's really very important. And you spoke about research, you spoke about translation, the importance of art to understand our world today. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to say a few words after you in the absolutely same direction. Really, it's very important for me to have the possibility to address you from Paris these few words on the occasion of the opening of this symposium. You explained how important it is. You said all the thanks I could address, as you did, to Manaz and Laurent and to all institutions involved in this symposium. And the fact to have the opportunity to gather so many specialists in the disciplines of the human sciences, as you said, from United States, Europe, Australia, Israel, Iran, is really very important for me, as it is for all of you, I could say. And the opportunity to work with from the Louvre Abu Dhabi, but with the New York University in Abu Dhabi and the Bibliothèque Nationale de France is a very important opportunity. The recovery of a manuscript of the Judeo-Persian translation of the apocryphal Book of Tobit, I can say, but it will be said again all along the journey, the symposium, that it is referenced in our collections as Hébreu 130, Hebrew 130. The recovery of the manuscript in 2020 of this translation is the starting point of the symposium. This research agenda is obviously an opportunity for me to briefly evoke the role of all libraries and of our national libraries, whose foundation dates back to the 14th century, beginning with King Charles V manuscripts collections. The role of our library, and in particular its collections, is really important to the emergence and the circulation of knowledge, but also the emergence of academic disciplines. And I think it's really important to focus on this particular link between research and libraries. I can evoke the creation of the Collège de France, another old institution in France, whose holders of chairs, that of Hebrew, that of Sanskrit, of Arabic, for example, were occupied in the 19th century by the curators themselves of the Department of Manuscripts. It's not a way to say that it was better before, but a way to say that we are really strongly linked with the research. And these disciplines were created in the library itself, and it's a way to understand these deep links between us. Beyond welcoming researchers today in the reading rooms, beyond organizing symposium such as this one, the library largely and still contributes today to the research efforts to understand our culture and our times. And I really think that it is our historical mission. This symposium is undoubtedly of particular significance and importance because of the presence of the Judeo-Persian manuscript of the Book of Tobit in Abu Dhabi. You said it before. That means that the book is in the Arabian Peninsula, so not far from the province of Lar in Iran, where it was copied at the beginning of its history, at the beginning of the 17th century. And that's why I'm so pleased to say that this manuscript, as well as the Persian supplement 2, are currently on display for a period of 4 months, you said it, in the gallery devoted to the universal religions along the permanent collections of Louvre Abu Dhabi. And the only thing I can say is that you have, if you are in Abu Dhabi, the opportunity to see, to go and see it in the Louvre Abu Dhabi. Maybe it's an opportunity to say also, or to evoke by myself the partnership and the importance of it from my point of view between the National Library of France with other main cultural institutions, among them the Musée du Louvre itself, inside and with the Louvre Abu Dhabi. It's a very important project and a way for all of us to contribute to the idea of the creation of a universal museum in Abu Dhabi, and the fact to have the opportunity to have relationships among cultural institutions, but also with the university, the New York University in Abu Dhabi, shows, I can say, the importance of this project. This contribution is reflected in the loan of Tobit manuscript, that with other loans of important works from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France to the Louvre Abu Dhabi Museum's permanent collections. And I can say that we are really very proud to be part of this project. And maybe one more word about the reflection between what you can do and see in Abu Dhabi and the link with what we can do and see in France at the very same moment. Because while in Abu Dhabi, all of you, linguists, historians, art historians, philologists, theologians, have gathered to discuss the journey of Hébreu 130 manuscripts and the figure of Tobit and its place in particular in the three great traditions, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim. In Paris, at the same time, in Paris and in France, two other major events echo these symposiums, I can say. On the one hand, maybe you know that there is an important exhibition in the Institut du Monde Arabe, Jews in the East, for which the National Library of France has lent over important Hebrew and Arabic manuscripts. And this exhibition evokes the rich artistic, intellectual, and religious history of the communities, Jews, Maghreb, and Mashrek, from antiquity to the present day. And I think it's a way to say that we are together, even if I am in Paris. And on the other hand, we have also, at the initiative of our Prime Minister, the 18 exhibitions, Islamic arts, a past and a present, exhibitions with which simultaneously highlight in 18 French cities the richness of the collections of Islamic art preserved in French institutions. And I think it's another echo of the importance of the diversity and the importance of speaking and researching about our common history. In a way, we are together. That's why I wanted to say to you, I hope that these days will be rich and fruitful. I have to say that I'm really sure of that. There will be the occasion for many exchanges. I have seen it in the program. One more time, thanks to Manaz and Laurent to have the possibility and the courage and the strength to organize this very dense and very rich program. I really think that in these times of health crisis, I could stop as you start, my dear colleague. It reaffirms our need to share, our need to think together, our need to work together, our need for dialogue and exchange. So thank you very much. I hope that you will have two very important days together, and thank you one more time to allow it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chancellor, for your kind and inspiring words. Thank you, Madam President of the BnF, for your encouragements and for your support. Dear professors, dear attendants, dear Manaz, I would like to express how happy I am to be with you today. I say it in all humility and confidence that your participation in this program conveys how important this symposium is. I would like to say a few words to start with from this beautiful library, very beautiful library on the beautiful campus in the beautiful city of Abu Dhabi, about the collection of Hebrew manuscripts from which the Judeo-Persian Tobit, which is the focus of our attention and which opens us to the rest of the world today, come from. The collection of Hebrew manuscripts for which I'm responsible is one of the richest in the world, both for the quality of its copies, its precious illuminations, and the importance of the texts which are preserved there. It originated in 1306, when the manuscripts belonging to the Jews of the Kingdom of France were seized as the Jews were expelled from the kingdom by the King Philippe le Bel. Part of the manuscripts were then given back to the Jewish community by King Charles the Fifth. Sorry, but some of them remained hidden and forgotten until 1862 in the imperial archives. We owe to François Ier, French king, the first acquisitions of Hebrew manuscripts, rather modest start, only 2 manuscripts, but to his son, Henry II, a meaningful increase in the number. And of course, the reign of the King Louis XIV and Colbert engaged in a large acquisition of manuscripts in the Ottoman Empire in Hebrew, Arabic, Ottoman Turkish, and Persian. And today, along with the Hebrew Bibles from the collection which Kennicott used to establish the text of his edition of the Bible, we find among the oldest versions of the major works of Jewish thought. Rare commentaries on treatises by philosophers, physicians, mathematicians of the antiquity, illustrating the importance of the links between and which united Jewish, Christian, and Muslim scholars in the Middle Ages to the early modern period, their role in the circulation of knowledge globally. For nearly 5 centuries, my predecessors tirelessly traveled individually or within scientific expeditions around the world, from which they brought most of the Oriental manuscripts from our collection. Sometimes they were even risking their lives. The royal mandate that was given to them was to create a universal and encyclopedic library. Among these travelers, whose manuscripts are now at the BnF, we find Giambattista Vecchietti, to whom we owe, among other things, the presence of 13 manuscripts in Judeo-Persian in the collections of the National Library of France that he brought back from Persia and India. As we know from the work of distinguished speakers present here today, and that we will have the pleasure to listen to tomorrow and today and tomorrow, Vecchietti had to overcome perils, obstacles, and risk death more than once during his trip to collect this manuscript. But thanks to his work, we preserve today the inestimable witness of the religious and intellectual life of Persian-speaking Jewish communities of southern Iran who have disappeared today, but whose memory is present among the Shirazi and Lori vernacular. I now come to the birth of the project. I had the opportunity to meet Professor Youssef Sadi during her visit a few years ago to the reading room of the manuscript department of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, where she showed me one of Vecchietti's Judeo-Persian manuscripts. I am delighted that we have had the opportunity to collaborate on a project on one of Vecchietti's manuscripts. The work of transcription and transliteration and editing the Judeo-Persian Tobit was the essential step without which we will not know the richness and singularity of this text. We have begun the work of transcribing and transliterating the Judeo-Persian Tobit into Persian and comparing the different versions of the Hebrew and their European reproduction. We still have many questions regarding the origins and the circumstances of the translation. We're still far from elucidating all the questions raised by the manuscript. For instance, its materiality, the codicology and paleography analysis, the comparison with the other Judeo-Persian manuscripts will undoubtedly help us answer some of the questions raised by this manuscript. In the way that translators traditionally work in the Middle Ages, one knowing the source language, the other the target language, we each one in our respective locked down cities for long hours spent on the Zoom platform worked on deciphering the language, the text. I dare say that we will soon be able to give, inshallah, the edited and translated text of the unique Judeo-Persian version of Tobit to the community of scholars, as well as a Farsi text for use by Farsi speakers. This unique event wouldn't have been possible without the support of the Humanities Fellowship of NYU Abu Dhabi, we thank you very much for all the work, for all the necessary emails that you sent us. I would like to express my gratitude to Manuel Rabaté, director of the Louvre Abu Dhabi, to Surayan Jain, scientific director, and to my colleague Guillaume André, curator, for making the coming of the manuscript to Abu Dhabi and its presence in the permanent collections of the Louvre Abu Dhabi possible. I would like also to express my most sincere thanks to Laurence Angel, president of the BnF, for her trust and support. I wish us a wonderful symposium. I hope that one day I will have the pleasure to welcome you in the reading room of the manuscript department of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. But in the meantime, we can still find those manuscripts digitized on Gallica, the BnF virtual library. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurent.
Manas.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Westermann, for your welcome remarks and for accepting our invitation to present a paper and for engaging us intellectually in this seminally interdisciplinary symposium. Thank you, Madame la Présidente Angèle, for your interest and your support, and for the Bibliothèque Nationale de France's collaboration on the travel and display of Vecchietti manuscripts in the permanent collection of Louvre Abu Dhabi. Thank you also to Humanities Fellowship at NYU Abu Dhabi for hosting this symposium. Welcome and sincere thanks to our speakers who have accepted our invitation to join us virtually from across the globe, from Australia to California, to present the research on the early modern context for the iterations of the Book of Tobit. Your contributions from art history, Judeo-Persian and Judeo-Arabic studies, early modern history, biblical studies, comparative religion, and Italian studies provide an example of interdisciplinary research agenda in global early modernity. The idea for this symposium originates in coming together of two research inquiries. The first concerns early modern relations of Florence to the Persico-Islamic world. The second arises from a recent interest in the Book of Tobit and its geographical setting in Media, Ekbatan, or Hamadan, modern-day Hamadan. Writing about Giambattista Vecchietti's second journey to Hormuz and Persia between 1600 and 1608, and about Vecchietti's method of collecting and translating classical and Judeo-Persian books, I looked for a Book of Tobit among Vecchietti's collection. Locating Vecchietti's Tobit in Angelo Piemontese and Francis Richard's bibliographies of Vecchietti collections, after a detailed search of Judeo-Persian catalogs and bibliographies, I contacted Professor Shaul Sheket, who is sorely missed today. I also contacted other scholars in order to inquire whether they knew of any Persian or Judeo-Persian text or tradition of Tobit. I came to understand that Vecchietti had commissioned the only non-existing copy of the Persian Book of Tobit in Loire. He also established by research published in the fall issue of Itati Studies, is that at least for some time, maybe 2 decades after Vecchietti's trip to Persia, the figure of Tobit appears in early modern chronicles of Persian Jews as the first in a series of Persian Jewish ancestors, which begin with Adam and end with Esther. It then disappears from the Persian tradition. We are pleased to note again that Vecchietti's manuscripts are now exhibited at Louvre Abu Dhabi. A study of Giambattista Vecchietti's Judeo-Persian Tobit, which differs significantly not only from the Vulgate, but also from other editions, requires research into Judeo-Persian studies, history of Persian Jews, biblical studies and comparative religion, art history and early modern Florentine humanist culture, and of course, historiography itself. In the next 2 days, we hear from scholars in these fields whose work contribute to a growing interdisciplinary field of global early modernity. I thank again Humanities Fellowship for sponsoring this event. I thank my colleagues in Florence who sent me photos of archival documents when I could not travel there. I thank Afra, my son's caregiver, who made it possible for me to work during this project during lockdown.
I thank Laurent for responding to an email asking him to check an 18th century insert by Sylvester de Sacy in Hebrew 130, not digitized, and for transcribing and transliterating urgently the ending of the book, which was crucial to my investigations. We have since been working together on transliterating and rendering this book legible, first of all in Farsi, that is for the people for whom the edition was originally intended. We thus continue the work of John Battista, who has explained why he began the project of transliterating the Old Testament books from Judeo-Persian into Persian alphabet. We have already recorded readings of several passages that we'll discuss this tomorrow after previewing a 3-minute clip tomorrow. Also, a translation into English will provide an examination of the transmission of the text and a comparison with the needs of manuscripts and with the two Hebrew Constantinople versions will make way for an understanding of the reason for and the meaning of local variations, and will address matters such as the treatment of exile and the logic of the translation of toponyms. With great pleasure and anticipation, we look forward to the papers and the discussions in the 7 panels of this symposium that follow. Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote panel of distinguished scholars today. Again, Professor Shaul Sheket is sorely missed. Professor Pier Giorgio Borbone, Professore Ordinario in Orientalistica from University of Pisa, will speak on polyglot Bibles and the Persianate world. I will introduce everyone and then we will begin. Professor Angelo Michele Piemontese, Professor Emeritus of Persian at Istituto Italiano di Studi Orientali in Rome, will address Giambattista Vecchietti's Persian scholarship. Francis Richard, Emeritus Chief Curator at Bibliothèque Nationale de France, will speak to Judeo-Persian manuscripts of Giambattista Vecchietti at Bibliothèque Nationale de France. And lastly, Lawrence Schiffman, Judge Abraham Lieberman Professor of Hebrew and Judaic Studies at New York University. His paper addresses transmissions and transformations of the Second Temple literature. Attendees, please feel free to submit your questions and comments for the panelists in the Q&A window, even during the talks. And these will be addressed after all the keynotes have been addressed and during the discussion session, when we'll have ample time for that. Thank you very much. Without further ado, Professor Borbone, please.
Good day to everybody. Let me thank warmly Mahnaz Youssef Sadeh and Laurent Richer for inviting me to this symposium. Well, I'm very happy that it's possible to meet colleagues that I have not get any occasion to meet during this pandemic. So many greetings to everybody I'm seeing on the screen now and to all the listeners. Well, my task will be quite simple, let's say. I'm not a Persian scholar. I'm just a biblist and a Syriac scholar. And well, my job will be to introduce some reflection about the polyglot and Polyglot Bible. Let me share the screen. Yes, I think you may see it. Yes, the Polyglot Bible and the Persianate world. So I will just present some reflection, leaving to more expert colleagues in the field of Persian studies any in deep research about the topic of this wonderful symposium. So I think that we may I think that we may take the move from origin because it's Exapla, the 6-column edition of the Old Testament in the 3rd century, could be considered the first kind of polyglot Bible, because he succeeded in making possible to read the Bible in the Hebrew text, both in Hebrew and script and Greek transliteration, and for translation into Greek, which were current in his time. I think that the basic idea, which is quite important to take account of it for our symposium, is that the Bible must be read in all the evidence of it. It is a multilingual and multifaced perspective on the Bible. That is, this is not the search for an original text, but the search for any actual text in every language which is represented at the time in which the work is done. The big problem with the Origen Hexapla was, of course, that a copy of such a manuscript was almost impossible, or let's say literally impossible. Indeed, we have no copies of the Hexapla because most probably it was never copied. So only the original text by Origen was existed. Now, with the invention of the movable type printing, the possibility of preparing such a multi-column and multilingual book becomes more attainable. And we have a good example of this in the so-called Genoa Psalter, the Psalter by Giustiniani, which published in 1516 the Psalms in Hebrew, Latin, Greek, Aramaic, and Arabic. It was not the whole Bible, but only the book of Psalms. Next step is the Computation polyglot. It was the first polyglot Bible printed in Spain in Alcalá de Henares, called the Computum in Latin, in 1514, 1517. The printer was Arnald Guillén de Broja, and the promoter of the enterprise was the Cardinal Francisco Jiménez de Cisneros. I think it is quite important to mention the printer, because as you can imagine, printing such a book was a very difficult job, and the printers were as important as the promoter and the philologist who prepared the text. The Computation polyglot consists of 6 volumes, 4 of them devoted to the Old Testament, 1 to the New Testament, and 1 to dictionaries and appendices. That's quite important to be pointed out. I mean, all such a polyglot Bible do comprise also tools, instruments for the study of the Bible. The languages are, for the Old Testament, Hebrew, Greek, Latin, Aramaic, but only for the Pentateuch. The Aramaic translation of the Pentateuch, which is published in the Computation, is the Targum of Onkelos, and then Greek and Latin for the New Testament. What is relevant also is to point out that Greek and Aramaic are accompanied by a Latin translation in the publication of the Computation Bible. So you see here the complicated layout of this Computation polyglot Bible. In the external code, first of all, you get in this case, the Deuteronomy, the Hebrew text, which is the Masoretic text, then the Vulgate by Jeronimus, and then the Septuagint. As for this column, this is a kind of tool to better understand the Hebrew text through the mention of the roots. More often the verbal root of the Hebrew text of the Bible. Here you see that the Septuagint, the Greek translation, is accompanied by a translation into Latin, prepared by the editors. So it is like a monument of typography. You can imagine how difficult it was to prepare such a layout. The second polyglot was the polyglot college of Antwerpen, or Biblia Regia, because it was sponsored by the King of Spain, Philip II. It was directed by Benedictus Arias Montano, and the printer was Christophe Plantin. The volumes are now 8, more than in the previous one. The languages are still Hebrew, Greek, Latin, Aramaic, but get here also the Targum for the rest of the Hebrew Bible, not only of the Pentateuch as it was in the Computation. For the New Testament, we have a new language, which is Syriac. Syriac with Latin translation and a transliteration in Hebrew script. What I would like to point out is that the maker of such a polyglot Bibles, they did every effort to make easier the approach to Oriental languages. They produced grammars, dictionaries to be published in the 3 volumes, in this case of the Antwerpen polyglot, of appendices and tools. They produced a layout which facilitated understanding the Oriental language through the transliteration, in case of Syriac, in the Hebrew script. Well, you know that writing Syriac in Hebrew script is quite easy and normal and usual. Even the humanist Andreas Masius, when he used it to write to Moses of Mardin, most probably he was writing in Hebrew script. The layout is changed. I mean, the layout now is a double page layout, which allows more space. So we get the Hebrew text, the Vulgate, the Greek Septuagint with its translation into Latin, and here the Targum with his translation into Latin, prepared by the editors of the polyglot. Well, it is worth to point out too that all such Bibles, they do comprise in the appendices tables, maps. Here you have the map of the distribution of the nation of people all over the world, even in the South America and North America, as you see. You can see the caption, who are the people living in America at the time of the Bible, for instance. And they do show also, let's say, for instance, map of the temple in Jerusalem and so on. So they are a kind of encyclopedia of the Bible, not only the text, but also the tools and every help to make the Bible more understandable. Well, the Paris polyglot, we are now in the 17th century. The Paris polyglot is a kind of a reprint of the Antwerp polyglot with extra volumes, which provide new languages and new evidence for the biblical text. The volumes are now 9, usually 4, as usual, 4 for the Old Testament in Hebrew, Latin, Greek, Aramaic. 1 for the New Testament in Greek, Latin, Syriac, and now Arabic. A volume for the Pentateuch according to the Samaritan tradition, and also the Samaritan types were prepared for the Samaritan script, and the Syriac and Arabic translation of the Pentateuch. 3 volumes are occupied by the Syriac and Arabic translation of the whole Old Testament. The layout is still on a double page. Well, you see that in the frontispiece, everything is clear from the in the description of the book. Biblia Hebraica, Samaritana, Chaldaica Greca, Syriaca Latina, Arabica. And I would like to point out this phrase, ex manuscriptis toto fereorbe quesitis exemplaribus. That is the editor, Guy Michel Leger, and his cooperator, they say explicitly that the sources are manuscripts which were found all over the world. This is, of course, a very important issue. The issue of layout, issue of typography, and the issue of the sources for the Bible, for the polyglot Bible in so many languages. This is the layout of the two-column layout, which started with the Antwerpen polyglot, and it was followed also by the Paris polyglot. The last one, the monument of the polyglots, it's maybe the London polyglot. The volumes are now 6, less than before, but maybe the reason is that they are very large volumes. It was printed by Thomas Roycroft and edited by Brian Walton. The languages are 9: Hebrew, Aramaic, Samaritan, Syriac-Arabic, and now Persian and Ethiopic. So this is the first connection of polyglot Bibles and the Persianate word. I mean, the London polyglot with the Persian text of the Bible. But we may pay attention to the fact that indeed the Persian translation of the Bible is published in the London polyglot, does not comprise all the books of the Old Testament and the New, but only the Pentateuch, the Psalms, and the Gospels. The 3 are published in Persian with a Latin translation again and critical notes. And the beginning of the London polyglot in the introduction, Walton declares from which manuscript, which sources the Persian text were found. For the Pentateuch, it is a book printed in Constantinople in 1551 in Hebrew script, so a Judeo-Persian printing in Constantinople. For the Psalms, there are 2 manuscripts, one of them being a translation from the Latin Vulgate made by a Jesuit. For the Gospels, the most important source is a manuscript copied in Kaffa in Crimea in 1341, which do correspond to the manuscript Oxford Bodleian Library, Pocock 241. In between the Antwerpen polyglot at the end of the 16th century and the Paris and the London polyglot in the 17th century, we have a most important polyglot which never saw the light. I mean, a project of the Medici Oriental Press. The Medici Oriental Printing Press was founded in 1584 in Rome under Pope Gregory XIII. It was sponsored by the Cardinal Ferdinand de' Medici and directed by the mathematician and Orientalist Giovanni Battista Raimondi. The printing press aimed at editing scholarly books in Oriental languages to be sold both in Europe and in the Levant. Besides, at printing religious and liturgical books in Oriental languages at the service of the Holy See and the cardinals. Well, the announcement of a project of a polyglot Bible is first found in a kind of newspaper called Avviso, published in Rome in January 1590, at the epoch of Sixtus V as the Pope. It says that the Grand Duke Ferdinand asked permission from the Pope to print the Bible in 5 languages, among which Persian is mentioned. There are Syriac, Chaldean, let's say Aramaic, Arabic, Persian, and Ethiopic. The aim is diffusing the Bible in the Orient among the speakers of those languages who apparently desire it for their education in the Christian faith. So for the per catechizzazione loro. And the Pope was happy with that. So it seems that the aim is to diffuse and to improve the Christian faith of the speaker, of the native speaker of such Oriental languages in the Levant. And Persian is included in this group of languages. Other documents written by Giovanni Battista Raimondi, it's a pity that we have no time to speak about him. And honestly, I'm not the most apt person to speak about him because Angelo Michele Piemontese, who is among us, should do that much better than me. Yeah, anyway, Raimondi give evidence about this project. According to him, probably in a document written in March 1593, it would be possible to print the Bible in 6 languages, incominciando da domani, starting just tomorrow. The languages are Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldean, Aramaic, Syriac, and Arabic. And because the Grand Duke had already provided all the necessary materials, that is, original text and the types, the first step would be printing the Bible in Syriac and Arabic, both with a Latin translation. This would be a glorious achievement because the Bible was never printed in those languages, while edition in Hebrew, Greek, Latin, and Aramaic already existed. Of course, this was in 1593, before the Paris polyglot published the Syriac translation of the Bible. And this should be a glorious achievement. Next step would be a most glorious achievement, the printing of the Bible in Coptic, lingua Egittiaca, a language which will soon die if nobody succors, so according to Raimondi, in Coptic and in Persian, a most ancient and famous language, the most beautiful among the languages we at present know. Raimondi was a polyglot, knowledgeable not only in, of course, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and Persian and Arabic, also Coptic, and so on. We at present know. Such an enterprise, beside stupefying all the Christian world, would result in a most suitable instrument in converting the infidels. This is another reason to produce multilingual, or let's say better, polyglot Bible, not only improvement in philological knowledge of the text of the Bible, not only improving the Christian faith, but even an instrument to convert the infidels, showing them the Bible in their own languages. As for the languages, both for Coptic and Persian, Raimondi owns grammars and dictionaries to be used for the grammatical and lexical appendices to the Bible edition. Other languages could be added, for instance, Armenian, Ethiopian, and Slavonic. The number of languages increasing to 11. 9 languages in the London polyglot, where the maximum amount of languages ever published by a polyglot. This would be easy, since the planned polyglot Bible would consist in the separate volumes for each language. It seems that the project by the Stamperia Medicea, directed by Raimondi, was not to print a polyglot Bible with a single book with several volumes containing each of them many texts in several languages of the Bible, but just separate volume for each languages. And this could allow to add languages to the set of the languages provided in the project. Well, for various reasons that we have not time to discuss, the project was not completed. The only book which was published are the Arabic Gospels, published in 2 versions, in 1590 and 1591. The difference is that the second issue contains the Latin translation of the Arabic text. So you see that this book is illustrated by wood prints by Tempesta, as far as I remember. And it was a success indeed, because this book indeed reached Africa and the Levant. So that you see, in some Ethiopian manuscripts of the 16th century, the illustration from the Gospels of the Stamperia Medicea are reproduced, of course, according to the taste and the colorful perspective of art in Ethiopia that time. Well, so the project was never achieved, but it was instrumental in the perspective of our symposium. Let's say, without the project of Raimondi, of the Polyglot Bible, it would not have been possible to have this kind of symposium that today we are attending and enjoying. Why? Because the quest for manuscript sources, not only biblical books, but also grammars and dictionaries in Oriental languages to be employed as sources for the edition, which involve the activity of travelers and diplomats like Giovanni Battista, Girolamo Vecchietti, resulted in an invaluable collection of books which are still preserved, principally in the Biblioteca Medicea Laurenziana in Florence, Bibliothèque Nationale de France in Paris, and in Vatican City, Biblioteca Apostolica Vaticana. The second important result was that the need for types for Oriental languages resulted in the development of some most beautiful Syriac and Arabic, Persian, Turkish fonts designed by Robert Grandjean and other punch engravers, which worked for Raimondi and for the Stamperia Medicea. This is an example of some prints from a Persian font which is preserved in Florence, Medicea Laurenziana Library. Well, I'm quoting here Raimondi. He says, I possess a beautiful grammar of the Persian languages, translated, interpreted in Turkish, to which I added my Latin interpretation. Similarly, I own a dictionary, a Persian dictionary, I would say, with the translation into Turkish, and I will add the Latin translation. And I own the 4 Gospels and the books of Moses, let's say the Pentateuch, in detta lingua, which is Persian, which are now in Egypt. And I got information by Giovanni Battista Vecchietti, and we will get them with the opportunity of the travel of Girolamo Vecchietti. So this is a nice evidence of the enthusiasm in working about languages and Persian languages in Raimondi opinion. So the method for preparing the polyglot, which never existed except for the Arabic Gospels. Here I'm taking an example from the Syriac manuscript. This is the manuscript Oriental 58 of the Medicea Laurenziana Library in Florence. It is a very old parchment manuscript which contains almost all the Peshitta, the Syriac translation of the Old Testament. You see here the manuscript Oriental 13 of the Medicea Laurenziana Library. This is the work Raimondi did on this one. This was the source. He copied the source in a larger script. He inserted vowels, and he inserted the interlinear translation into Latin. So we have several exemplar of such working printing copies to be prepared to be used to prepare the printing of the Bible, which unfortunately never existed. And yes, well, the manuscript collected by Giovanni Battista Vecchietti. The list I have compiled comes out from the work by Piemontese and Richard. you see that the books for which we have evidence in Judeo-Persian manuscript brought by Vecchietti they comprise almost all the book of the Old Testament. The Pentateuch, the Nevi'im Rishonim, the Nevi'im Harim, and the Hagiographa, and even Judith and Tobit, which is at the center of our symposium, that is apocrypha. The manuscripts are of different kind, like that one, for instance, or this one. This one is a bilingual manuscript. You see that the Hebrew text with the Masoretic notation and vowels is reproduced among the Persian translation. So the project of the polyglot by Raimondi, which failed, was indeed instrumental to get so many information and material which still deserves to be studied. Well, and I have a question, maybe that Professor Piemontese will reply to it in his intervention. There is a letter written by Giovanni Battista Vecchietti to the Pope, which the Pope was Paul V, speaking about the possibility of preparing a Persian Bible. So perhaps the letter is dated July 1606. So perhaps the project of the polyglot of the Stamperia Medicea in the mind of Giovanni Battista Vecchietti when he was in Persia, the letter is dated from Isfahan, was shifted from the perspective of a polyglot Bible to the perspective of a Persian Bible. And I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Borbone. Thank you very much. We are going to have the questions and discussions after all panelists have spoken, but please, the attendees, feel free to post your questions now in the Q&A, even at this point, and I will collect them later. I present Professor Angelo Michele Piemontese, please.
I give my regards to everybody, and I thank Mahnaz Yousefzadeh for her kind invitation to the symposium. She, Francis Richard, Mario Casari, Michele Bernardini, Rudy Mattei, Brian Bridge, and Davide Tentacoste are among the scholars who recently devoted studies about the topic. I will try to outline in a few words. Giovanni Battista Vecchietti, born at Cosenza in Calabria, December 22, 1552, a son on Francesco Vecchietti, a Florentine merchant, and Laura, a noble lady from Tarsia, near Cosenza. First, Giovanni Battista and the philosophic way. He, when young man, was a fervent disciple of Bernardino Telesio, philosopher from Cosenza, and leading scholar in natural science. Then Giovanni Battista became a member of the Accademia Cosentina, Academy of Cosenza. To the academic career. When he, a Florentine citizen, found a role at the city of Florence in 1581, delivered a lesson, a lecture on Dante at the Accademia Fiorentina, the Florentine Academy. Meanwhile, the University of Florence. And the year later, he delivered a lecture on Dante, Virgil, and Petrarch. So later, exactly in 1590, he became a fellow of the Alterati Academy in Florence, where he met important, outstanding scholars, men of letters, poets, and travelers. Above all, Gabriello Cabrera was a close friend of Giovanni Battista. Cabrera, an outstanding poet and man of letters, remembered Giovanni Battista several times in his works and letters, and above all, Giovanni Battista as a connoisseur of poetry. He himself was a poet, writing sonnets in particular. At l'Accademia degli Alterati, Giovanni Battista chose as his academic name vano, vain, and exactly vain, empty as a reed. He also was a member of the Aldobrandini Academy in Rome, the Academy of Cinzio Aldobrandini, Cardinal Cinzio Aldobrandini, a nephew of Pope Clement VIII, and Cinzio was a protector of Giovanni Battista his brother Gerolamo, Giovanni Battista Vecchietti, and other scholars. Now, in 1584, as Professor Giorgio Borbone has just recalled, the foundation of the Medici Oriental Press in Rome under the patronage of Pope Gregory III. The Pope named Giovanni Battista papal envoy to Egypt in order to negotiate with the Coptic Patriarch of Egypt, and papal envoy to Persia. This is the third step, diplomacy. In 1585, Pope Sixtus V confirmed Giovanni Battista as papal envoy to Persia, where he went, and in Tabriz met Muhammad Khadabandeh, the Safavid Shah of Persia, and from Tabriz, Giovanni Battista went to Qazvin, Kashan, Isfahan, Shiraz, Hormuz, probably Lartu. Writing a letter to Bernardo Vecchietti, the most eminent member of the Vecchietti family, he wrote, I have collected a good amount of rare and beautiful manuscripts. And from Goa, he went to Lisboa and Madrid, where he delivered to Philip II, King of Spain, an important geopolitical report on his own mission and the kingdom of Hormuz. And in June 1589, he reached to Rome and delivered to the Pope Sixtus the royal Persian letter and his own translation into Italian. Later, he translated other diplomatic documents, Persian documents. In 1593-4, he was a diplomatic mission to Spain in reference with the state of the Medici Oriental Press, and his brother, Girolamo, who, like him collected manuscript, brought from Alexandria, Egypt, to Rome on 14 April 1594, the Chronica Magna Persica, that is the Ferdowsi's Shahnameh, after recognized as the most ancient, the oldest copy of this Persian masterpiece existing in the world. For Giovanni Battista, as a scholar who recognizes not only collected, but recognizes Persian manuscripts. For example, on February 1598, he identified the Gospel of Matthew, Matthew Gospel in Persian version, the Vatican Persian manuscript 22, the oldest copy, the oldest Persian text of a Persian gospel existing in the world until now. And after 1599 to 1606, the famous travel to Persia and India. This was a commercial enterprise, a scholarly journey, at the same time, but he was displeased with his own economic condition and the lack of real support by patrons in Italy. And he went to these countries as an immigrant, a voluntary exile, he says himself. Now, he went to Lar, Hormuz, afterwards Tata, Delhi, Agra, where he arrived in 1604. There was the campaign of collecting the Judeo-Persian texts he collected it, bought even at high costs the manuscripts and began to editing them into Persian, Arabic Persian script, or one can say, in other words, translating in Persian the Judeo-Persian texts. Meanwhile, he collected Persian literary texts. On the whole, it is a wide collection of manuscripts, a large amount, almost pertaining to all literary Persian genres. As to Persian literature itself, he recognized it. He researched in particular and studied recognized the earliest Persian poets, Rudaki, Ferdowsi, Azraki, Manuchehri, and therefore also the other eminent, famous Persian poets until Jami, for example, and that is poets living until the 14th, 15th century. Now, as to the early Persian literature and poetry, for instance, in Hormuz, in 1602, he bought and recognized the Asadi Tusis Logate Force manuscript, Persian, Vatican Persian 22, the oldest extant copy of this Persian vocabulary. And in as to the Judeo-Persian texts, in large, he bought in 1606 the Judeo-Persian Torah, Vatican Persian 61, which has been edited in Latin transcription characters by Professor Herbert Paper. But during his travel in India, he went and visit the Jesuit mission in India. And in Agra, 1604, he met Geronimo Xavier, the leader of the Jesuit mission, and other Jesuit fathers. He had much friendship with the Jesuits. So Xavier wrote in a letter, Giovanni Battista gave the permission to the transcribing the Psalter in Persian he had edited. So they transcribed it, the Psalter, and even they transcribed the manuscript of proverbs containing the proverbs, the canticles, the Ecclesiastes, Judith, and Ruth. And as a change of this permission, Xavier and the other Jesuit fathers gave to Giovanni Battista a copy of the 4 Gospels in Persian, which until that time, Giovanni Battista remarked, we have not in Rome a similar copy. And briefly, going and visiting the Jesuit mission in India, and particularly in Agra, was a chief destination of Giovanni Battista's mission. Some way he was a missionary. Now, the return journey from India to Persia, and above all, Iraq, Syria, was a very dangerous one, as it was kidnapped, attacked by brigands, bandits, and even sold as a slave in the Mediterranean. Afterwards, free, was liberated and arrived to Rome in October 1608, at Florence the year later. He aimed, as he wrote in a famous letter to Pope Paul V, Camillo Borghese, a letter from his fan, just quoted by Professor Borbone, and to Cardinal Federico Borromeo in Milan. His project was editing the Persian Bible to be printed in Rome or somewhere else. And together with his own translation into Latin. This was a life work, but unfortunately it was unfulfilled and never carried out because of hard events, particularly no Pope, Cardinal, King, Prince, Grand Duke of Florence supported, even approved this project and aim. Giovanni Battista was displeased with his economic conditions. Therefore, in he went in to Spain for asking from Philip III, the King of Spain, a kind of pension for him. That was not granted, at least in a sufficient manner. So he decided to move to Naples, which was under Spanish dominion. In 1616. And he lived in Naples in poverty, where he died on December 8, 1690. Farewell.
Professor Piemontese, thank you very much for your talk. And we look forward to discussing with you. Professor Francis Richard. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm very glad to take part in this very interesting symposium, and I thank warmly the organizers for their invitation. It's not evident that during the first trip of Jean-Baptiste Avechetti to Iran. It means in 1586, when he was in Tabriz or in Qazvin, he was able to find Hebrew manuscripts or Judeo-Persian manuscripts, because we don't found in the manuscript themselves any evidence of that. So the first true moment, according to the manuscript themselves, because we don't have any journal of the acquisitions by the Ethiopic. The first occasion, it was when during the second trip to Iran and to India, John Battista was in South Iran, in Louvre, in the north. It seems that he met the very important people from the Jewish community there. But it's very interesting because the year he was in Louvre, it's 1600 or 1601. It was the last year of the power of the semi-independent king of Lardestan, Ibrahim II Miladi. And the land was in rebellion against the Iranian central power of Shah Abbas, the governor of Fars in Shiraz. And maybe in such conditions, the meeting between Beketi and the chiefs of the Jewish community was more easy. We don't know, but it's a very interesting question. During his long stay in La in 1600, he met one rabbi, Abraham Zebulon, which was apparently a scholar, and maybe it was some Hebrew school in La. And during that time, he found some manuscripts, maybe, but he was able to ask for a copy of manuscripts. And amongst them, we have the Hebrew 91 of Bibliothèque Nationale de France, which was a copy of the Samuel, the King's Paralipomen, on a Venetian paper. That means that maybe that was the paper coming from Italy with the Chieti. And another manuscript, actual Hebrew 19, Josue, the Jews, Ruth, Esdras, Nehemi, in Judeo-Persian, on Oriental paper. And this copy were done for the Chieti, and maybe from manuscripts in the library of the Jewish community of London. In another manuscript, it's the Hebrew 130. This is very interesting today, which is the copy of Tobit, Judith, the story of Bel and the dragon, and the story of Antiochus. The manuscript also apparently a copy made in Love at the request of Piketty from a manuscript existing there. It's probably at the same time that another manuscript, Hebrew 101, the Lamentation, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Abdias, Jonas, Miche, Nahum, Habakkuk, Sophoni, Agé, Zachariah, and Malachi, and Venetian paper, again, was copied. So for these four manuscripts, it's evident that according to the program it seems to have, Beketi wanted to have every biblical text available from the commission. But for some manuscripts, we don't know if they were in a lot of in another place at that time. because it's more ancient copies. And I will briefly quote the manuscripts. Hebrew 97, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel in Judeo-Persian. Hebrew 100, Jeremiah in Judeo-Persian. Hebrew 116, the Proverbs, the Cantic, Ruth, the Ecclesiastes, Esther in Hebrew and in Judeo-Persian, which surely was before his return to Europe, during the travel to India. Hebrew 118, lacunary copy of Job and the Lamentations. Hebrew 120, again Job in Hebrew and Hebrew, Judeo-Persian, again lacunary. Another copy of Job, 1:1. The story of Daniel and the story of Daniel in Judeo-Persian and Hebrew 1:28 and 1:27, the Book of Esther and the Song of Purim, which is an older copy because it was copied before 1523. For some other manuscripts, we don't know exactly. The Hebrew 117, the Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Cantic, it's an old manuscript copied before 1505. And Hebrew 129, the story of Daniel in Judeo-Persian, which is also an old manuscript, 1460. It's very considerable amount of books, and it's possible that two manuscripts from the Palatina Biblioteca in Parma, also from this collection of manuscripts from Louvre of Paris, that's Hebrew 1093 and Persian 1. A bit later, the 12th of May, 1601, copyist Shamseddin Proteddin Khalati-Khonji, an Iranian copyist, achieved in Jarun, that means in Hormuz Island, the copy of the Psalms, the Zabur, in Persian characters, which is now in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, Implémentation 1. This manuscript was dictated to him by Giovan Battista Salvetetti from 3 manuscripts. Scholarly done, 2 from Louvre, and 1 very old, which was from Shiraz, dating around the 13th, 1460. Maybe the oldest of the manuscripts. Vecchietti was helped again by Abraham Zabulon. And in the National Library in Napoli, the copy very similar to Supplémentation 1 of the Psalms, with the corrections this time of Abraham Zabulon is kept. The date is the same, and it was described by Professor Piemontese in this catalog. When he was in India, in Agra, in 1604, when he was staying at the Jesuit house in Agra, Vecchietti showed to Father Hieronymus Barbier piece of Judeo-Persian manuscripts of Proverbs, of Kohelet, of the Cantic, and some others. And a few times after, these manuscripts were transcribed into Persian characters again, but we have the name of the people who helped to this translation. The name is Daulat Montaz Ibn Sheikh Abdul Wahab Lahori. And it was the transcription was done by the Laori from actual Hébreu 116 of the BnF, the manuscript, and it was the transcription was finished in Agra in August 1604. This transcription done in Agra is apparently the manuscript kept in the Bibliothèque nationale de France under the self-mark supplémentaire 103, the Arabic script, without colophon, because the last folios are lost, and its interesting marginal glosses and marks of collection by probably Vecchietti and maybe other scholars. Again, 1 year later, the same text of Proverbs, Toilette, Cantique, Esther, and Ruth was copied again in another manuscript, the Supplémentaire 102, which rich illumination in Persian style and somptuous binding, exactly the same as in the National Library. On the frontispiece, there were painted the arms of the Pope Clemens VIII, and later these arms were overpainted in blue color. It seems that this Supplémentaire 102 was a revision done with the help of Mullah Daria Tatai, the Indian from the Sind, and that the copy was finished the 21st of November 1605 in Tata, in India. Vecchietti was in Tata since the month of June of the same year, waiting for the possibility of sailing to back to Europe. And the illumination seems to have been more likely added like the Napi manuscripts in Isfahan or in Shira during the the summer 1660. Because Clemens VIII, protector of the Typographia Medicea, passed away in 1605, the arms on the Pope and the illumination were overpainted in blue, and it was no more possible to give it to the pontiff when the Vecchietti returned to Italy after his terrible travel in 1609. So that's a bit later, in May 1606, on his way back from Hormuz to Isfahan, he stopped again in La. And it's again in La that he found the Persian Pentateuch in Hebrew characters dating from the 16th century, now in Rome, Vaticano Persiano 62. After this stay in La, he stopped again in Isfahan, at the time it was the capital of Persia, and the Augustine fathers who had a house there. They gave him many advices and were helping him in his work of the Holy Scripture. And sometime later, he stopped in Hamadan, town with an important Jewish community, and the episcopist who was traveling apparently with him, Shamseddin Khanji, copied for him the 14th of August and the 13th of September 1606, the books of Isaiah, of Jeremiah, in Arabic characters. Is now the Supplémentaire 102 in National Library, and he copied also two versions of the Lamentations and the Book of Tobit. but we don't know exactly which manuscript in Hebrew characters we found of the Book of Lamentations and of the Book of Tobit. Maybe it was manuscripts they found in Canada. Books of Isaiah and Jeremiah, it seems that it was from the actual manuscript Hébreu 97 of national level. And it's interesting that again, this manuscript copied in Ramadan is partly of Oriental paper and partly of European paper. The manuscripts, I'm sorry because this list is hard to follow, but it's very interesting that the manuscripts from the Ethiopic collection in Peru, Judeo-Persian, are only codex editions. They are looking like the Persian manuscript of that time, and they are every manuscript is written on paper. It's extremely interesting for us that these manuscripts were kept until now, thanks to Ethiopic works, because in 1660, a lot of Hebrew manuscripts in Iran were destroyed by order of the King Abbas II. Probably it was the case in law. Now, many questions remain unsolved. We don't know for every manuscript where we found. For some, we have seen that in law, but maybe also other places. And if by chance we can find in the archive some more indications, that will be very useful for the research about the Jewish communities and the transmission of Judeo-Persian text in conclusion, I will say that it's extremely interesting to see that it's thanks to one French scholar, Barthélemy d'Herbelot, who was in Florence in the middle of the 17th century, 1660 or better, and he was able to buy a huge collection of Oriental manuscripts, and amongst them this collection of manuscripts from Ethiopic, and a part of the Judeo-Persian and Hebrew manuscript from the Ethiopic collections went to the library of Colbert, who was very interested in religious texts, and it was given to him by D'Herbelot, and some others were given to another scholar, Eusèbe Renaudot, who was interested in Oriental churches, and he was also an Orientalist. And all these the collections at the time of the French Revolutions went to Bibliothèque Nationale, and now we can use it and study it, and I'm happy to be here with you to
Professor Richard, we are having some technical issues.
Thank you very much.
Professor Richard, thank you so much for your talk. We are having some technical issues at the end, so thank you very much, Professor Richard. And Professor Schiffman, you're on.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I hope that I am now able to share the screen. And let's see if that goes right. There we go. And you should now see my screen, except that I don't see it, which is not good. Okay, let's try it again. Sorry for having to do this again. Now I've lost our screen. This is after we did it, and of course it worked when we did it, right? I now don't have the entire screen. Sorry for this mess, but that's the way it goes. And I don't have any more of the options on my screen. I'm seeing a reduced view. Let's see. I'm sorry for this. I frankly don't know why that happened. Show some. No, this is not giving me the full view with the share screen option. Ah, here it is. I just found it. Thank you. No problem. I think this is about to work because I go to slideshow. Yep. Sorry for that difficulty which occurred here, and we're all set. Okay, so again, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to participate in this wonderful program, and let me just start right out. My job today, as I understand it, is to give a wider context to the dissemination of Second Temple literature so that we can understand in some way how the Book of Tobit and works like it were circulated. The rich and variegated literature produced by Second Temple period Jews, including the Apocrypha, Pseudepigrapha, Dead Sea Scrolls, and the writings of Philo and Josephus, was to a great extent abandoned by the rabbinic Jewish tradition. Much of it reached us through Christian channels of transmission, and some traditions were even preserved in Islamic religious tradition. Many of these texts passed through a variety of languages and locations, and were often transformed as a result. We now know that much of the literary heritage of ancient Judaism was entirely lost until the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Medieval Jewish literature preserved versions and reflections of some of these texts as well. Beginning with the Renaissance, many of these writings were rediscovered, and in modern times, manuscripts of some of these documents reached European scholars and contributed to the developing study of ancient Jewish history and religion. This presentation will trace some of the varying channels of transmission of Second Temple literature, showing how these texts enriched a variety of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim communities over the ages, and how some texts were transformed as a result. The rabbis and Second Temple literature. One of the biggest mysteries in the study of ancient Judaism is the surprising break between the substantial corpus of Second Temple literature and the rabbinic corpus. Rabbinic literature consists of numerous writings, Mishnah, Tosefta, Talmuds, and Midrashim, including traditions reaching back at the Second Temple times, but redacted from the 3rd century through the 7th. Rabbinic literature lists the books of the Hebrew Bible, so that we know that its canon is that of modern Hebrew Bibles, but elsewhere it mentions 2 examples of external books, that is, apocrypha. These texts include the Book of Ecclesiasticus, also known as Ben Sirach or Sirach, and a work that is totally unknown, the Book of Ben La'anah. So if we speak of the transmission of Second Temple period books, the only book that we can say specifically was transmitted from the Second Temple times to the rabbinic tradition is that of Ben Sirach, which the rabbis quote a number of times. Another way to approach this question is to ask about traditions of the Second Temple period that might have reached the rabbis. While it is true that it's not books, but just independent traditions, while it is true that there are some parallels between specific rabbinic traditions and some reports of Josephus, there is absolutely no evidence that the rabbis ever saw Josephus's works. Had they read his adaptation of 1 Maccabees, or the book itself, for example, they might have known the name of Judah, the hero of the holiday of Hanukkah, known by school children all over the world. So it is clear that many traditions that must have been well known among the Second Temple period Jews for some reason are not included in rabbinic literature. Actually, we have no idea whether these books were available to the rabbis, whether they chose not to read them, or rather chose not to refer to their contents. However, there is no question that some agadic expository details of Second Temple adaptations and explanations of the Bible did reach the rabbis. These, however, were filtered through the concepts and literary form of rabbinic midrash, and so are substantially transformed. We should note here that there is absolutely no evidence that the rabbis were aware of the substantial work of Philo Judaeus, despite the fact that many of his explanations and legal rulings parallel those that were common in early rabbinic traditions. One final point regarding the Talmudic rabbis. The Babylonian Talmud, and to a lesser extent the Jerusalem Talmud, show evidence that sometime in the 3rd century and onward, there was an increase in interest in issues that appear to hark back to Second Temple texts, Messianism, some mystical doctrines, and angelology. In the case of Messianism, the discussion in the Babylonian Talmud of the Messiah, son of Joseph, gives one the feeling that although totally undocumented in Second Temple literature, this concept must somehow hark back to that period. It seems, therefore, that there may be some traditions of Second Temple Judaism ensconced in rabbinic literature that we simply do not know from any existing earlier text. We should add to this context, that numerous parallels to Second Temple literature have been observed in Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer, a rabbinic work in pseudepigraphic style. Generally, it is fair to say that with the exception of the one book of Ben Sira, Second Temple literature, whether composed in Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek, almost disappears off the face of the earth for the Jewish people. We will see below that some texts eventually find their way back to the Jewish people. There is no question that the spread of Christianity brought with it some Second Temple literature. It is not known whether the canon of the Greek Bible, the Septuagint, was constructed by Hellenistic Egyptian Jews or by Christians. Whoever constructed this canon included in it 12 Jewish books from the Second Temple period that are generally termed the apocrypha, or in some Roman Catholic Bibles, deuterocanonical. I will not repeat the list of these books, except to note that the aforementioned Ben Sira is one of them. And I cannot resist the joking comment that modern Catholics have in their Bibles the story of the holiday of Hanukkah that Jews do not have. Now, these books reached the wider Christian world in the form of the Latin Vulgate, and then in the numerous modern post-Reformation translations made from it. Now, the Jews do not have the Apocrypha, and whatever reason, these books, because they were dating to the Hellenistic period, they were not admitted to the Jewish canon. Some elements of 1 and 2 Maccabees re-entered Jewish consciousness in the form of the Scroll of Antiochus, a work composed in imitation of the Scroll of Esther that from the 9th century or so was available in Hebrew and Aramaic versions. Yet clearly the author of this work did not have full access to the 2 books of Maccabees, which I have to note are separate books. It's not like 1 and 2 Kings. They're completely different books. Besides preserving these apocryphal books, it was apparently in the monasteries where the Greek texts of the philosophical exegete Philo Judaeus and the historian Josephus Flavius were transmitted through the ages. Philo was especially beloved to Christians because of the closeness of his concept of the Logos to Christian understandings of this term and its relevance to Jesus. The text of this work shows absolutely no evidence of any tendentious interference, that is, Christian alteration. Regarding Josephus's works, they were for the most part faithfully passed on, except insofar as the assertion that Jesus was the Messiah, a passage known as the Testimonium Flavianum, that was apparently added by some Christian scribe. Actually, what happened there was that a passage was altered. Josephus's mentions of Jesus, John the Baptist, and James, brother of Jesus, are simply reports of historical fact. Both Philo and Josephus were well known to medieval Christian scholars. Philo never made it back into Jewish literature until the Renaissance, specifically as a result of the work of Azaria de Rossi, 1511 to 78. The re-entry of Josephus is a more complex issue. Some author in the 10th century Italy, writing in Hebrew, translated and adapted a Latin translation of parts of Josephus and produced a work called Iosipon. This author apparently had most of antiquities in the Jewish war. He adapted this material as well as making use of some other medieval chronicles. This secondary work entered Jewish tradition, and the author was often referred to as Yosef ben Gurion. The real Josephus was the son of Mattathias. This work was quoted by the important medieval rabbinic scholar Rashi, 1040 to 1105, and by the collection of Talmudic commentaries by his grandsons and students termed Tosafot. However, it seems to have had even wider reaches. One of its reports regarding Alexander the Great appeared in the 12th century Russian chronicle of Nestor, and the book is referred to by Isam Chazam, who died in 1063. An Aramaic translation of Iosipon was made by, an Arabic translation of Iosipon was made by a Yemenite Jew that then led to its translation into Ethiopic in about 1300. The book also influenced Karaites and Samaritans. By the way, we are awaiting the publication of an English translation of Iosipon with detailed commentary. The real Josephus had to wait for De Rossi to reclaim it for Jewish readers. In the aftermath of the Christianization of the Roman Empire, it appears that the Byzantine Empire, somehow or another, attracted a variety of Greek texts of Second Temple literature. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation for why it is that many texts are known specifically from Greek manuscripts originating in Asia Minor, some of which are as late as the 15th century. Apparently, Eastern Christian monks continued to copy some of these texts throughout the medieval period. A number of Second Temple texts found their way to the medieval Jewish community. While some of these works were known even before the discovery of the Cairo Geniza, perhaps the most notable is the work published in 1911 entitled Fragments of a Tzadokite Work. This text was found in the Geniza collection in two partial manuscripts, one dated to the 8th, 9th century and the other to 10th or 11th. Now generally known as the Damascus document, some 10 fragmentary manuscripts of this text were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Two possible avenues of transmission have been suggested. Some have taken the view that this and perhaps some other Dead Sea Scrolls texts may have survived underground and among Sadducite priestly elements and reached the incipient Karaite sectarians soon after the Islamic conquest. The other view points to some manuscript discoveries said to be of biblical texts in the area of Jericho that were reported in ancient and early medieval sources. These scholars suggest that some of the texts may have been unearthed there. Some kind of underground transmission is most logical. Further, this would explain the apparent influence of Second Temple, Sadducean, and Dead Sea Scroll traditions on the Karaite movement. Another notable example is Ben Sira. We now possess ancient manuscripts of this document in small fragments from Qumran, but in a very large piece from Masada. These manuscripts have shown that the numerous Geniza fragments of Ben Sira descend from the Second Temple versions of this work. We should mention that it is also known in Syriac, as are many of the Second Temple texts. Here, however, transmission within the Jewish community may have been routine, since this is a work that was quoted a few times by the Talmudic rabbis. Perhaps this is an appropriate time to note that Moses Nachmanides, 1104 to 1270, surprisingly had knowledge of a Syriac text of the Wisdom of Solomon. Several additional works could be mentioned here. For example, the prayers of Mordecai and Esther appear in the Aramaic translations called Targumim of the Book of Esther. We will suffice here with a brief mention of Tobit, since on the one hand, it sits at the center of our conference, but on the other hand, other colleagues will be speaking about its Hebrew versions, and we look forward to hearing those presentations. We should simply note that it was available to some Jews in the Middle Ages. An interesting feature of the period of transition between Byzantine and Muslim rule was the rise of a genre of apocalyptic writings in Hebrew that resemble in some ways earlier Second Temple apocalyptic. We have time here only to note the parallels between these works and the scroll of the War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness, a Dead Sea sectarian work. One of the most difficult forms of transmission, yet one of the most important, is that of the Semitic Ethiopic language known as Gez. Here we are immediately thrust into the difficult history of Judaism and Christianity in Ethiopia. Somehow or another, whether through intermediaries such as Greek or Coptic, a subject we have to omit today, numerous Second Temple traditions somehow reached Ethiopia. Here we deal with two phenomena, such as we outlined in discussing rabbinic literature. We have the full presentation of some texts, essentially by the Ethiopic Church, such as the books of 1 Enoch and Jubilees, but we also have transmission of traditions outside their literary context, as in the case of parallels between the Damascus document from the Geniza and Qumran and the Sabbath code of the Ethiopian Jews called Te'ezaza Sanbat. For reasons of time, we will suffice with only these examples. We should just mention here that our colleague, whom we'll hear soon, Lauren Struckenbrook, is doing extensive work on Ethiopic manuscripts of Enoch. Most notable here is the fact that Jubilees is now known in some Hebrew fragments from the Dead Sea Scrolls. These fragments indicate that a translation into Ethiopic, that the translation into Ethiopic is indeed a good representation of this ancient book. The same may be said of the Qumran Aramaic fragments of Enoch and the Ethiopic. For both works, only small sections are preserved in Greek. In fact, in both of these cases, it is totally clear that where overlapping, these texts are the same as those preserved at Qumran. Each one of these texts, however, has more to the story. In the case of Jubilees, some medieval midrashic texts preserve some of the exact wording found in the Qumran fragments. Yet at the same time, sometimes in the very same text, other parts of the ancient book appear in a different translation. I do not have any explanation for this phenomenon. Now, in the case of Enoch, the section called the Parables is absent in Qumran. Yet Qumran yielded the closely related Book of Giants, a work that turns out not to be part of the Ethiopic manuscript tradition, but to reappear in Manichaean texts. Talk about traditions traversing history, Gilgamesh appears in this work. While we are discussing 1 Enoch, we should mention that the work entitled 2 Enoch, or Slavonic Enoch, is in my view not a Jewish work. It does, however, demonstrate some dependence on 1 Enoch. 3 Enoch is a Hebrew work of early Jewish mysticism, probably to be dated to the 8th century, and certainly shows the persistence of some of those traditions found already in 1 Enoch, where there appears a vision of the divine throne, a central theme in early Jewish mysticism. The persistence of some Second Temple traditions among Ethiopic Jews, even until today, raises the possibility that the early Jewish community may have been the conduit for the transmission even of the complete works to the Ethiopian church. This may in fact be the case with the Ethiopic translation of the Hebrew Bible, as it shows some evidence of having been translated by Jews. That individual Jewish traditions entered Islam is unquestionable, whether identified under the category of Israeliyat or not. Clearly, pre-Islamic Jews and Judaism were a factor feeding into the rise of Islam, along with Christianity and pre-Islamic Arabian religion. Unfortunately, we still have no work isolating the large number of small traditions stemming from Second Temple texts that have entered Islam. Despite the unquestioned impact of such material, we would reject at the outset the suggestion of some that after the destruction of Qumran in 68 CE, some members of the sectarian group relocated to the Arabian Peninsula. There simply is no support for such speculation. Or to put it another way, the people from the Dead Sea Scrolls did not found NYU Abu Dhabi. We can, however, point to some, by the way, one problem on Zoom is you can't see whether the people are laughing or hear whether they're laughing at your bad jokes. We can, however, point to some specific works that seem to have influenced Islam. It has been argued that Jubilees had influence on early Shiite narratives, and it is regarded as unquestionable that this work influenced At-Tabari, 839 to 923, in his history of the pre-Islamic period. The Mount Sinai Monastery preserved an Arabic version of the Apocalypse of Baruch, and it has been suggested that this translation may actually have been composed by a Muslim. Another work may actually preserve a quotation from 4 Ezra. Indeed, it has been shown that some Muslim authors had access to this work as a whole. The Apocalypse of Abraham may be reflected in the Kitsatsa Anbiya, stories of the prophets of At-Talibi. Certainly, this is an area that requires much further study. However, there is no question that there was some impact on medieval Islam from Second Temple sources. The final corpus that we will consider today is that of Syriac. Before mentioning anything specific, 2 points need to be made. First, it is important to notice that virtually anything available in Greek could be and was translated into Syriac. Hence, the entirety of the Apocrypha, as well as a number of other Second Temple Jewish texts composed or transmitted in Greek, at some point were translated into Syriac. Second, even though Syriac throughout history functioned as the religious liturgical language of very large numbers of Christians in Syria and Iraq, one still does, by the way, one of the most important functions of this language was as a bridge between Greek and Arabic. Numerous works found their way to the Islamic world through translations made from Syriac into Arabic. While we all know the danger of arguments from silence, it still may be the case that some works known to us in Christian Arabic translations, another subject that's beyond today's presentation just for reasons of time, were in fact available in Syriac. One of the problems in identifying Second Temple Jewish texts in Christian usage is that they are often difficult to distinguish from Christian compositions. The absence of specific Christian beliefs is insufficient to assign a text as Jewish. For this reason, we refer here only to texts that are known to be Jewish. This, of course, is the case with the Apocrypha mentioned above. Further, because of the extensive interchanges between Jews and Christians in the areas of Syria and Mesopotamia, parallel motifs sometimes occur. Such parallels cannot demonstrate the travels of Jewish ideas unless they can be specifically identified in pre-Christian Jewish texts. Nonetheless, a substantial number of Second Temple Jewish texts beyond the Apocrypha that were derived from Greek Bibles were known in Syriac versions. Here is a list of those that are definitely Jewish. Achikar, some apocryphal Psalms of David, some of which appeared in Hebrew in the Qumran scrolls, Psalm scroll. Tubaruch, for Ezra, Josephus, although all that survives is the sixth book of the Jewish War, and that is in Syriac, and the Psalms of Solomon. A few of the texts that cannot be definitely assigned as Jewish are generally accepted. For example, Odes of Solomon and Prayer of Manasseh. Although it is not preserved in Syriac, 1 Enoch is quoted as his Jubilees. In addition to the apocryphal Psalms, some of which are preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls, a similar situation exists with the text known as Janus and Jambres, which was not quoted but is directly referred to in the Dead Sea Scrolls and is preserved in its entirety in Syriac. Jubilees, Letter of Aristeas, Testament of Levi, for example, are quoted in Syriac, although they are not preserved. Clearly, numerous Second Temple Jewish texts found their way into Syriac, and this may have been the bridge into Arabic. So we are now arriving at the conclusion. One can easily see from what we've discussed above that Jewish texts from the Second Temple period, basically abandoned by the Jewish people, circulated and traveled in a variety of Jewish and even Muslim environments. To those we have already discussed, one could add Coptic, Armenian, Georgian, Christian Arabic, and even some European cultures. While much less extensive, their influence can also be felt in a variety of Gnostic and Manichaean contexts. The travels that we have been discussing here began in antiquity and late antiquity, and those texts that circulated in this manner were curated and copied throughout the Middle Ages to be rediscovered and examined by scholars. With this extensive background, it is difficult to be surprised at the eventual appearance of some Second Temple material among Persian Jews in Iran, let alone a text of Tobit. In addition, 1 Maccabees was also known to Persian Jews. Nonetheless, we will have to ask when these texts made their appearance that far to the east, and whether it is the result of the very same kind of cultural absorption that I have been describing, or by later early modern processes. After all, by the 16th century, Jewish works from further west were making their way to Iran. We await the lectures that follow to determine whether these traditions may have reached Iran already in late antiquity, or whether their arrival is a later phenomenon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Schiffman. Am I on?
Yeah.
Yep. And thank you very much. And thank you for 4 illuminating presentations that provide really the foundational archives of the future research for us. And I'm very happy to say that these talks are recorded and they create the archives for the future. And they also provide they're a great introduction for what is to come in the next 2 days. So I would like to open, we have really about 5 minutes for discussion. And we have one question from the attendees that I can go to, but I would like to ask the panelists if you want to address each other. If there is, well, I will begin with the first question from one of the attendees is, thank you for this most fascinating account of the collection, translation, printing, and circulation. Just 2 questions. Was the primary purpose of the scholarship to better understand the spiritual teachings for the purpose of conversion, the project of the polyglot, or was it primarily a question of a scholarship? Basically, can the purposes of the polyglot, which are very interesting and varied. And the second question is the outcome of the Old Testament a question of some decision? Was it intentional, or is it more random, actually, the canon? So I think the last question for Professor, would any of the panelists like to address the first question of the purposes of the polyglot?
No, I could just say something quickly, which was the original purpose of the polyglots was one of scholarship, to assemble the best texts for understanding the Bible. This is why the polyglot approach emerged in late antiquity, and why you can see it went into disuse, right? Because it's interesting that the hexapla, much of the hexapla that we have has come from palimpsests. People weren't interested. They used the writing material for something else. But the reality is that this provided scholarly work. And then when the polyglots started to be printed when the period of printing started, right? So especially already in the 1500s, the main printing of Bibles really was happening then, right? We don't need to go back to Gutenberg now, because we're talking about these complex typesetting jobs. And this started to happen as scholarship was happening on 2 separate fronts. That is to say, the rabbinic Bibles were being produced, right, in the early 1500s, and simultaneously in service to Christians, they were producing the polyglots to advance scholarship. So I think that's just a simple answer to that question. Can I, by the way, just quickly answer the other question about the biblical canon? This we don't have time to discuss here, but there are different opinions about this. I certainly believe that it was an intentional choice. The Bible mentions 22 or so books that fell into disuse because they weren't part of this canon. And the reality is that there were choices made based on assumptions of dating and whether or not these books were inspired. And the Jewish canon is organized in a way that the inspiration is descending. The Torah is the greatest, then the prophets are a slightly lower level than Moses, then a lower level in books like Psalms and etc. So the people who put them together, but what is also true is that there was no meeting or some kind of formal decision process, except for the very last books. This is a very big summary, a very quick summary of something which there are many opinions, and the person who asked this question would be well advised to read other people's views on this, which I have to be honest, will not be the same as mine completely.
Thank you. Thank you. Other panelists would like to respond?
Yes, I think that the reply by Professor Schiffman are very clear and definite. Well, about the use of the polyglot Bible to convert the infidels, was I think that Raimondi inserted this aim just to make most fascinating the production of such a Bible for the Catholic Church. But indeed, the primary goal was a scholarly goal. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Also because in the document written by Raimondi, at the last phase of the project of the polyglot, which never existed, there was a problem that the Pope was a little bit disappointed about the fact that maybe too many languages could confuse the mind of the faithful. And so a Jesuit was inserted among the congregation, the committee, which was promoting the polyglot. So Raimondi had to fight on several fronts. The scholarly one was the first and the most important, but also the economical and the ecclesiastical policy required some nuances in the presentation of the project.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, because we have only 2 minutes, we have other questions, but in the interest of time, I have to conclude our keynote panel, and the next panel will begin in 2 minutes, and we'll pick up where we have left it today, actually about the transmission and various editions of the Book of Tobit, and specifically the 2 Constantinople versions with Professor Lauren Stockenbrook. So we will take a break for 2 minutes and we will reconvene very soon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, dear participants and attendees of this second webinar. I'm very pleased and honored to introduce, after this amazing and very inspiring presentation in webinar number 1. And let's go into the text. Let's go into the global question of the Hebrew text of Tobit and the Judeo-Persian translation of the Bible, with our 4 speakers that I'm very happy to introduce to you. First of all, Lauren Stockenbrook, who is chair of New Testament and Second Temple of Judaism at Ludwig Maximilians Universität München, and who is going to present a paper on the Hebrew Constantinople Tobit. Okay, and then I would like to introduce you Margherita Farina from the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, RNS, and who is a researcher at the Laboratory of History and Linguistics Theories. Professor Josef Jengeler from the Caroline Gaspar University, professor and chair of Biblical Theology and History of Religion at the Theological Faculty Caroline Gaspar of the Hungarian Reformed Church in Budapest. And last but not least, Shervin Farinejad, who is a research fellow and lecturer at the Institute of Iranian Studies at the Austrian Academy of Sciences in Vienna. Thank you very much for joining this second webinar.
We'll begin with.
And we will begin with Lauren Stockenbrook, Hebrew Constantinople Tobit 1519.
Hello, what a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, thank you. It's lovely to be here. I really enjoyed and appreciated the contributions in the first session upon which the rest of the conference will build. And I'm so grateful for the invitation to present here today. It's given me an opportunity to look again at some work that I had previously done some time ago. In 2004, Stuart Weeks, Simon Gather-Cole, and I prepared a synopsis of ancient, medieval, and early modern texts of the Book of Tobit. We noted that the publication opened the door to many further studies. Of particular interest were several medieval, early modern versions for the book, which furnished their respective retellings with adaptations that in turn can be analyzed in their own right. Amongst these versions is one associated with the name of the German Jewish convert to Christianity, Paul Phagius, who lived from 1504 to 1549. In 1542, Phagius published Hebrew texts to both the books of Ben Sira and Tobit to provide students learning Hebrew with texts to practice on. The so-called Phagius Hebrew version of Tobit was not the only one in purpose, in kind, and circulation. That same year, 1542, Sebastian Münster, a Christian reformer, had also published a Hebrew text to Tobit as a school exercise. Both versions of Phagius and Münster were taken up over 100 years later in Walton's famous Polyglot, published 1653 to 57. In addition to their shared afterlives, the texts of Phagius and Münster had a common prehistory in two levels. First, whereas the Hebrew Tobit used by Phagius goes back to one published in Constantinople in 1519, that of Münster was based on another one published in Constantinople in 1516. In both cases, Phagius and especially Münster introduced changes into the traditions they received to suit their pedagogical purposes. Second, perhaps even more significant, is that both Münster and Phagius versions preserve Hebrew text traditions found in fragments amongst in Cairo-Geniza. Comparison between Münster's text, Constantinople 1516, and the Taylor-Schechter A45.26 fragmentary vellum leaves in the Geniza Research Unit of Cambridge indicates that this version underwent considerable revision between each stay. A similar picture emerges for the Phagius text, though not to the same extent. Two fragments from the Cairo-Geniza at the Taylor-Schechter Geniza Research Unit, as yet unedited, underlie that recension. These are, again, A45.25 from the 13th century, and again, 45.29 around 1200, a leaf in which part of Tobit is extant and which was copied by a Jewish scribe named Joseph ben Yaakov Habavli. If we consider the Phagius text alone, the above overview reflects a tradition that has made the rounds. One text in Walton's Polyglot, published in England, was based on Phagius's text, published in Allgäu, in southeastern Baden-Württemberg, today's Germany, which was based on a text published in Constantinople, which can be traced to a text tradition unknown to Phagius, recovered from Cairo-Geniza, to which a scribe identified as Habavli is identified as the copyist. It is not clear whether the Babylonian identification of the scribe is a conventional part of his name, whether he was someone who came from the Babylonian community and carried out scribal work in Egypt, or whether the fragment in question was actually copied in the East. More study is needed here. If the latter alternative is at all possible, then we would have to do with no less than 5 places, spanning all the way from Babylon to England, in which the text circulated from the medieval to the early modern period. Fictive geography. Now, my comments relate mostly to this Phagius recension. The peregrinaceous character of the Phagius tradition, however intriguing, does not begin to tell the whole story. If we limit ourselves to the older Greek and Latin recensions, a linear reading of the geography makes the fictional character of the book clear. And here's just one example. Tobias's travel to the east, the son of Tobit's travel to the east, would have involved an arrival in Ecbatana before reaching the Tigris River, which, however, is further to the east. However, he reaches the Tigris first instead, with Ecbatana presented as being to the east. Joseph Zengeler's lecture will have much more to say on this. Next, Elymas as Alemannia. In Constantinople 1516, Phagius, the place names suggest that in line with the story's fictive character, the protagonists are being pulled in even further directions. There are several examples of this. Now, the first one is the place name in Tobit 2:10. Instead of Elymais, or adaptations thereof, the Constantinople 1516 texts reads Alemannia, a possible transliteration of Alemannia or Germany. Combined with this difference, the text states that when Tobit could find no healing for his blindness, my brother Aharon, the Achikar in the older tradition, was taking care of me until I came to Alemannia. This in turn becomes the presumable location of the well-known spat that takes place between Tobit and his wife about the goat she receives from her work, chapter 2, verses 11 to 14. Moreover, it may be the place where Tobit's death wish prayer is uttered in chapter 3. Any significance of this move to Alemannia is, however, not sustained in the narrative. The place name disappears altogether when this recension's text tells of Tobit's son return to his parents in chapter 11. The location of the reunion is, as in all recensions, Nineveh. Nevertheless, the fictive character of the book may have allowed later scribes some leeway to introduce new details, even if they do not fit neatly into the narrative as a whole. Next, Laodicea. The second place name in Constantinople, 1719, occurs in Tobit chapter 6, verse 2. After leaving Tobit and Hannah to embark on their journey, Tobiah and his traveling companion arrived that evening in the city of Laodicea. None of the other versions refer to any city, but rather restrict their references to the name of the river, which is Tigris. And of course, we have a couple of versions of this, one in the North French Miscellany, another Otsar HaKodesh, Kadikal, which is close to Dakelet, which we find in 4Q 197 amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, also Genesis Apocryphon. It's located there. Like Alemannia, the mention of this location stands alone in the narrative and plays no further role in the book. It is also possible, it is unclear whether it denotes Laodicea in Western Turkey or another place of the same name. It is also possible, and I think even more likely, that it refers to what today is known as Latakia, the port city on the Mediterranean coast of Western Syria. As in antiquity, it could be spelled Laodicea. In terms of location, this would make better sense, though the precise names require further analysis. C4, Ragas as Rigu. A third place name occurs in chapter 6, verse 10, called the city of Rigu. It is possible that Rigu could be traced back to Rages, as we know, while the other versions refer either to the region of Media only at 610 or to Ecbatana, variants of which often occur in combination with Media. As none of the versions, including Constantinople 1519, suggests anything about a wordplay with the name of Raguel, who is mentioned in the near vicinity of the text, the place name is to be analyzed as an independent phenomenon. While the city mentioned in the short Greek recension probably refers to the ancient Persian city in northern Iran, today called Rai, it is not clear whether Ragu refers to the same place, so that the form is a corruption, or even to another city, which is a more similar vocalization. Despite this uncertainty, it remains interesting that Rigu, or Ecbatana and equivalents, never occurs again in the recension. There's only a secondary mention of the land of Media here as a place where the Holy One, blessed be he, has done great things. Unlike other versions that variously mention Rages in 613, chapter 9, verse 2 and 5, as the location of Gabael, from whom Tobit's deposit is collected by Azariah, the Phagius version does not attach any name to that location in the narrative. Rigu, then, refers to the area that covers the events of Tobiah's marriage and Azariah's collection of the deposit, and thus functions as an equivalent to the land of Media. Nineveh, Jerusalem, and Media. Given that each of the three unique city names within Phagius Constantinople 1516 occur only once, and the fact that they are difficult to pin down, as has been evident, results in a narrative that casts Nineveh, Media, and Jerusalem into the limelight, as their respective functions are sustained. Nineveh is, as in all versions, the seat of Tobit's exile throughout the entire storyline, except for the mention of Laodicea in chapter 6, verse 2. Although it is here that Tobit's blindness is healed, chapter 11, It is also marked as a place of suffering and persecution, chapters 1 and 2. In the end, Tobit advises his son not to remain there. Media, also a place of exile, though the term is never immediately applied to Media, interestingly enough, comes out more positively in the narrative. It is a place of peace and refreshment, to which Tobiah is best placed until divine activity takes over to bring Jerusalem and temple to its proper glory. With respect to Jerusalem, the emphasis on this holy, and in chapter 1, verse 4 only, the Phagius denotes Jerusalem as holy city, is more pronounced than it is in all other versions. As mentioned near the end of the Phagius Constantinople 1519 narrative, Tobit tells Tobiah not to remain in Nineveh, but to go to Media, where there will be peace and refreshment. The and refreshment is only found in Phagius Constantinople for a time. And where he is to keep the Torah for our God and observe his commandments, 14 verse 9. Media becomes a place away from Jerusalem, a place for efficacious waiting while its tumultuous destruction occurs. Beyond Tobiah's lifespan, the time to be spent in Media, which is cast as future to the text, will be followed by a return from exile, by the rebuilding of a second-class temple that does not ultimately inspire the authors, and ultimately by the ingathering of the children of Israel from the four corners of the earth to Jerusalem, where the ideal temple shall be built to last forever, and where the nations of the earth will serve the Lord and be subject to the horn of his people. In the narrative, the future ideal temple is coordinated with the establishment of the first, which too was ideal, though it would be destroyed at the beginning of the exile. It is precisely in this connection that the Phagius Constantinople 1519 version is of particular interest. The additional emphasis on Jerusalem and its temple is initially illustrated by the following synopsis to the text at 1:4, with the text critically derived ancient version on the left for convenience, and to the right, the Phagius tradition on the right, in which text unique to the latter is given in italics. I can't read through the text, the time does not permit, but look down to the italics. Jerusalem, the holy city, it's absent on the left, and it's only found at this point in the Phagius text, and below, and he sanctified the temple, Lord, for the name of the Lord Sabaoth, in order to make his name dwell there forever and ever. Even in comparison with the later medieval versions, it is only the Phagius one that emphasizes the temple as the eternal dwelling of the divine name. This accentuation is extended in the narrative, as is clear from the following examples. So, chapter 1, verse 7, again, have a look at the italics. The first tithes I would give to the son of Levi who stand before the Lord to serve him and to bless his splendorous name in Jerusalem, to bless his splendorous name only in Phagius. Whereas mention, whether explicit or implicit, of the temple and or Jerusalem, except for chapter 4, verse 14, largely disappears from the narrative until chapter 13, verse 8, the Phagius Constantinople version strengthens the storyline with this orientation. Tobit's death wish prayer in chapter 3, verses 1-6 addresses, O Lord my God, to look from your holy dwelling unto your servant, and again to look down from your holy dwelling in chapter 3, verse 5, not to remember and punish him and his people's wrongdoings. The prayer uttered by Sarah makes no allusion to Jerusalem or to the temple or to God's dwelling, though similar to Tobit's petition is addressed to the Lord our God in verses 11 and 12. Both prayers are then said to rise up before the Father who is in heaven, chapter 3, verse 17. In 517, as Tobit commissions his son, he states that, may the Lord God of the heavens, who dwells in the high heaven, make you both prosper, and may he send forth his angel before you and cause your ways to prosper. The unequivocal emphasis in chapters 1 and 3, which associates the temple with the dwelling of the divine name and heaven as God's dwelling place, leaves to infer that God's activity on behalf of the protagonists of the story proceeds from the Jerusalem temple, which is associated with heaven in its ideal sense. In chapter 13, Tobit's prayer launches into an encomium of God's great deeds on behalf of God's people, in which the splendors of Jerusalem, which God shall build, and to which Israel shall be gathered, are extolled. At 3 points in the chapter, Phagius Constantinople 1519 is the only version that has the prayer praise the name of God in a similar formula, which you can see in the texts under here, under name. Thus, at the very end of the book, in chapter 14, verse 10, the text has Tobit says to his son, whom he tells to go out and live out his life in Media, may the name of the Lord be blessed throughout through your help. For all the interest in the composition in Jerusalem and the cultic framework as the rightful place of divine activity, the text concludes by giving Tobiah cultic agency not found in the other versions. If one inquires what the name is that shall be praised in Jerusalem, the Constantinople 1519 Phagius text tradition offers, I think, an answer. It is the ineffable name that can only be mentioned through circumlocution. It is worth noting that, as in the other versions, the temple in this version recedes until chapters 13 and 14 into the background after the conclusion of Sarah's prayer. It is a shift in nomenclature for the divine name that suggests the temple cult remains fully operative on behalf of God's people who are away from the land in the intervening narrative. Until the end of Sarah's petition in chapter 3, verse 16, the titles for the God of Israel are Lord, Lord Sabaoth, Lord my God, Lord our God. After this, a further designation is introduced in the Phagius Constantinople version that characterizes the version for the remainder of the text. HaKodesh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, which occurs 21 times in both narrative and uttered prayers. When compared with the other versions, Constantinople and Phagius adds the title 5 times into the text where there is otherwise no mention of God, while in a further 16 instances, it is preferred to other designations found in the other versions. This title is deployed twice at a crucial part of the story in which the angel reveals his identity to Tobit and Tobiah. In chapter 12, verses 12 and 15, the text has the angel describe his function respectively. He brought your tears before the Holy One, blessed be He, and he, as Raphael, is one of the angels who stand and minister before the Holy One, blessed be He. In other words, the divine name is applied in connection with Raphael's priestly function that implies an operative temple cult, though it is in heaven. Again, the narrative assumes that divine activity is channeled through the cultic framework, and for Constantinople 1519 Phagius, this is quintessentially expressed through the deployment of Holy One, blessed be He. So commentators have noted the significance of pious acts in the book, such as burial of the dead, tithing, giving to the poor, honoring one's parents, and strong family life, including endogamous marriage. The acts of tithing and almsgiving are linked to Tobit's temple piety, though later in the narrative, taking on a meaning of their own in line with life commended for those living in exile. Perhaps more than in the other versions, Phagius Constantinople 1519 underlines that such and further acts are in accordance with the Torah and Halakha carry special weight. In 2:5, the text specifies that Tobit washed his hands before eating his meal in grief. In 4:10, Tobit instructs that almsgiving not only saves from death, as in the other versions, but also saves from the judgment of Gehenna. In exhorting his son to remember his instruction, Tobit tells him to keep my commandments and do not let your heart depart from them, but tie them on your necks. Bind them on the tablets of your heart. Again, the italics are only in Phagius. In 7:10, it is specified, as well known, that Sarah is to become Tobiah's wife according to this version, according to the Torah, and according to Halakha. So the additional prominence of Jerusalem, and perhaps more importantly of the temple cult in Phagius Constantinople 1519, further accentuates what already occurs in the other versions, though even more in contrast with the Persian Tobit. Though in exile, the protagonists of the narrative are not functionally separated from full participation in the cult, of which the ultimate reality relies in heaven. Whereas the divine name dwells, is active amongst the faithful, and is to be blessed forever. The text expects that the heavenly and earthly reality will someday be unified by an ultimate act of divine building. That this text is not expected outside of an act of God suggests that until such time, in the present world order, faithful Jewish life does not require active participation in the temple cult, though it, that is geographically, though it provides no complete substitute. The world remains essentially framed by temple piety. In the meantime, it is in Medea, no less, that there will be peace and refreshment for a time, with nothing essentially lost without the physical, in the narrative, the first temple nearby. Finally, and not least, I would like to suggest that the particular features in the recension to Tobit that comes to us through Cairo Geniza, Constantinople 1519, and the publication of Paul Phagius are consistent with a reworking and transmission of the book that may have taken place in a Jewish community in the Eastern diaspora. Thank you.
So interesting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really very, very interesting, Professor Lawrence Strovenbroek, for this presentation. And I'm now welcoming Margherita Farina, who is going to evoke the linguistic thinking and ideas on language at the Typographia Medicea.
Okay. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate to this very interesting meeting and very nice occasion to see many colleagues that I haven't seen in a long time. And I would also like to take a chance to thank Professor Piemontese, whom I think we all should be thanking for all he's been giving to this research field through time. And I would like to say that his book Persica Vaticana has become almost a sort of stargate through which we can actually access the world of Raimondi and wander around his Rome, his Renaissance Rome. And I think we should just be thankful for this. And then I will now share my screen. Right. Hoping it's working. Okay. And so I've been requested to address this topic, which is quite broad and not very easy to discuss, linguistic thinking and ideas on language at the Typographia Medicea. So I've been trying to focus not just on Giovanni Battista Raimondi, but to see what we can grasp about ideas that might have been circulating more generally in his workshop. And I would also like to say that today I will be speaking mostly on the basis of texts that have been published by Mario Casari, to whom I am most grateful for this material. Okay, see if it goes right. So first, just a quick overview of the works that have been printed or that were planned by Typographia Medicea. So we know the Alphabetum Arabicum, Grammatica Arabica Dicta Cafia, so the Cafia, the Arabic grammar Jarrumia, the Libertas Rif, the treatise, the Centum Regentis, that was not published by Raimondi but was announced. In Syriac we have the Alphabetum Chaldaicum, and which is a small text of which we have just 2 copies in Florence, but has been printed probably for the use of the Maronite College. Amira's Grammatica Syriaca. And then we have a number of grammatical and lexicographical texts for Persian and Turkish that have been planned, although they have not been published. And then I would like also to introduce what I call the Clan Raimondi. People who read the wonderful book Le Clan Spinoza may understand what I'm referring to. Besides Giovanni Battista Raimondi, who worked on Arabic grammar, Persian grammar, Chaldaic alphabet, and who left us several manuscript copies of grammars and grammatical and lexicographical notes on plenty of Oriental languages. We have also his fellow Tommaso of Terracina, of the Dominican, who produced manuscript grammars of Turkish, of Syriac, and some excerpts of Persian treatises and poetic compositions. Of course, Giovanni Battista Vecchietti, there's no need to talk about his contribution today, but also a number of Oriental people, Oriental priests who were in Rome at the same time and who collaborated somehow with Raimondi or with the people around Raimondi at different stages and with different aims. But all of them contribute to shape our vision of how these people worked with languages and what these people thought about languages. Just to say that although the personality of Raimondi is of course crucial and central for our understanding of the works of the Typographia Medicia, he was not alone, and we should also consider this enterprise as the outcome of different contributions, which may also contain different perspectives on language. So as far as Raimondi is concerned, he gives us some information about his perspective on the work on languages that he's been carrying on in a text that has been published by Mario Casari, where he describes the reason for which Arabic is the best and most appropriate language for spreading of Christianity in the East, of the Christian message in the East, and the necessity of establishing teaching of Arabic in Rome. And in this text, Raimondi says that it is impossible to teach any doctrine or discipline without a common language to the one who teaches and the one who learns. And he adds that it would be really indiscreet and excessive to pretend to expect that people that we want to evangelize would first of all learn our language and then listen to our message. And this perspective is actually corresponds to the conceptualization of the Pentecost. So there is a message that has been delivered in tongues through the intervention of course, of the Spirit, who allows the apostles to speak in tongues. So the message will reach all the people in their own language. And this multiplication of the message implies a perspective on language and on the relationship between language and the message to be delivered that is not trivial nor granted, because, for example, according to Islam, it is things are very different, because it's not possible to convey the message of the Quran without Quran's language, which is Arabic. But this perspective, which is also confirmed by something that Professor Borbone just showed to us, where when Raimondi describes the importance of the enterprise of the Polyglot Bible and the great success that it might obtain, he says that it will result in a great stupore a tutto il mondo cristiano. So great astonishment, surprise to the Christian world. And this is no random quote. Actually, this is a rhetoric reference, in my opinion, to the episode of the Pentecost in Acts 2:7. After that, the apostles start speaking in tongues, people in Jerusalem were astounded and amazed at this event. So Raimondi is really putting through a rhetorical emphasis and for convincing purposes, but he's really putting his work into this perspective. And because of this, Raimondi starts to learn all these languages, to teach himself somehow and to collaborate with, for example, Nimatullah, the Patriarch of Antioch, who came to Rome at the end of the 70s of the 1500, to learn all of these languages and to acquire all of these competences through a very peculiar perspective, which is the one of lexica. So in the approach that Raimondi has to language, he tries to implement a great amount of lexical information. He extracts lexical material from the works he's been reading, and he compiles all these lexica with Latin translation or trilingual lexica. So lexica where Persian and Turkish explain one another, and then he adds Latin translation. Often he uses already existing Persian, Turkish lexica or Persian Arabic, but he also produces this material. And this emphasis on the word, in my opinion, shows us the peculiar perspective that Raimondi has on how the message can be transferred from one language to one another, and how you can shift from one language to the other, and how the message that is delivered by a text can be multiplied, which is not the only way to look at things. Is a very peculiar perspective. If we look, for example, at the underlying descriptive and organizing models that the grammars produced by Typographia Medicia have, we find that they correspond to different perspectives on language learning, language teaching, and language spreading. Raimondi printed or prepared Arabic grammars, but when we look at them, we see that with the exception of the Alphabetum Arabicum, which is really a very, very basic didactic pedagogical tool to be able to access, to enter the language through its alphabet, all the rest is native Arabic grammars that have been conceived in the linguistic framework and with the linguistic categories typical of the Arabic or Persian Arabic tradition. He is not producing plenty of Latin didactic tools for learning Arabic. He's basing on native tradition. At the same time, we have another possible perspective, and I'm sorry for abusing these visual arts to describe what I think is going on. But this other version of Pentecost is a version where there is a circular movement of the apostles towards the spirit that is the source of inspiration. And every single one of them has a linguistic skill that can be unified, can be reported, can be associated with a unitary conceptual model. If we look at the other grammars that have been produced, grammars of Oriental languages that have been produced in the milieu of the Typographia Medicia, we see, for example, that the Turkish grammar by Tommaso of Terracina is a grammar, looking at the table of contents. This grammar has not been printed, but is preserved in a manuscript at the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale of Florence, and was ready for printing. It shows also, it displays also the imprimatur. So we see that it's constructed according to the model of a typical Latin grammar of the time. So it's based on the Latin model of Priscianus, which goes back to the model also of the Greek Technic Grammaticae, basically, with the adaptations that are needed when we address an Oriental language or a language that has some features that are different from Latin, such as the lack of case endings, for example, and stuff. So Tommaso da Terracina compiles a grammar of Turkish that is entirely structured according to the Latin model of grammar. And if we look at another grammar that has been printed by Typographia Medicia, the Grammatica Syriaca by the Maronite Giorgia Mira, published in 1596 in Rome by Giovanni Battista Raimondi, we see that it has the very, very same structure. It starts with a chapter on the letters, and then the number of parts of speech, the accidents of the noun, the pronoun is at the bottom of the chapter of the noun. Even the way some subchapters are titled, the diminuzione nominum, we find it the same way also in Tommaso da Terracina's Turkish grammar, and also the subdivision in 3 parts. So the noun, the verb, and the other parts of speech, which seems to be more apt to describe a Semitic or Semitic for Syriac, an Oriental language, but actually underlying it contains all the sub-chapters that are typical of Latin grammar. So an extra session where the other parts of speech are all collected. So this model is actually quite a widespread model for the time. And it's a model that implies that languages can all be eventually reported to one and the same descriptive structure, that the same categories, the same grammatical categories can be more or less found in all languages, and that there is a common underlying principle that can be evoked and can be used as a tool for description. And this perspective, which eventually goes back to applying also, for example, Aristotle's De Interpretatione, interpretationist categories to language description, is a point of view that is completely different, in my opinion, to the perspective that we can somehow see in Raimondi's approach to language description, which is very much based on lexicon. Okay, sorry, because I don't see time on my screen. I will just skip this and go very quickly to this other section. So what I wanted to say, what I wanted to describe was which kind of perspectives on language origin and then language description we could sorry, if you chat me while I'm speaking, it doesn't work. What kind of perspectives on language we could grasp from Raimondi's and his colleagues' texts. Very few suggestions can be grasped. But one thing that I found interesting was that there is an opposition between language dispersion, which is a phenomenon that weakens language, and that, according to Raimondi, but also to Amira, has involved Hebrew and Syriac. So language dispersion is a phenomenon for which people speaking a language are dispersed and are far away from one another, and language perishes slowly from, is opposed to language diffusion. And language diffusion, so the fact that a language is spoken through a very, very broad territory away from its homeland, is a phenomenon that empowers, that strengthens language, and according to Raimondi, is the phenomenon that makes Arabic the most apt language to convey, for example, the evangelic message. And one feature of language diffusion that makes language strong is the fact that through diffusion, a lot of foreigners will produce literary texts and scientific texts in this language. And the contribution of foreigners is considered among the features that make the language apt to convey universal messages. And I think that this feature is quite interesting to grasp a perspective on language by Raimondi. Because in this perspective, this language diffusion is associated necessarily with literary use of the language, and on the contrary, spoken language, vital language, is considered as a restricted phenomenon that is condemned to remain regional. And now I have become a bit stressed for time, so I think that maybe I will just conclude and say that I will describe the rest of my theory about the linguistic thinking of Typographia Medicia in a written version. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Margarita, for this very interesting presentation, and which in a way echoes Professor Borbone's first intervention about Raimondi and the polyglot, and which is, your presentation is very, very interesting and enlightening. I would like to now introduce Professor Joseph Schengeler, who is going to speak about toponyms and topography in the book of Tobias, not from a fictive point of view, not fictive geography, but as a symbolic geography, if I may say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And I have to say thank you for the organizers to invite me to this very inspiring conference. My topic will be connected a little bit to that of Lawrence Suckenbrook's ideas. And I formulated a little bit different the title, as was asked by the organizers. So I share my screen, and then you can see the new title, which is Theology as Space in the Book of Tobit. In the last decades of the 20th century, a new wave of geographical interest appeared among biblical scholars, which is connected to the postmodern space theories of philosophy, the so-called spatial turn. Theoretical scholars as Henri Lefebvre, Edward Soja, and Michel Foucault introduced new descriptions of space, led to redefinition of space in biblical scholarship as well. As Mark Key George puts it, I quote, "Space is not simply the backdrop of neutral context within which the events of the past took place and the people of the past lived, moved, died, wrote, and over which they fought and celebrated. Rather, space is something societies create and procedure in the physical world, and therefore space needs investigation and analysis. The social nature of space is that social issues, conflicts, categories, and biases find expression in spatial practices, explanation, and significations." End of quote. To complete this sentence, we can add that theological ideas are also in mutual relationship to space. The heuristic was to divide space into three parts: perceived, conceived, physical realities that can be named, defined in terms of its features. Conceived space is found in the imagination of human beings and in their products, for example, on maps, in mathematics, or in the mind of urban planners and engineers. Lived space combines the physical features with the imagined character of the space. Edward Soja extended the lived space in Lefebvre theory into a third space of physical and imagined characteristics connected to space at the same time. The way as it is in reality and as it is conceived or remembered, being invested with meaning and symbolic value and identity. Here, everything is combined, produced, and reproduced. Scholars adapted these ideas to a wide range of spaces in biblical texts like geographical, theological, sacral, and apocalyptic spaces. We are going to study the Book of Tobit in this regard, which we'll call theological topography in the Book of Tobit. In an earlier work, I pointed out some theological intentions behind the topography of the Book of Tobit. That approach can be specified by the help of the postmodern ideas of space, like those mentioned before. In reanalyzing the topography of the book, we have to pose the question, what kind of spaces are presented in the Book of Tobit? Or we can pose the reverse of the same question, what kind of space? For example, the topographic consequences or geographical mistakes are recognized by commentators long ago. The three main problems arose on instance and position between Ekbatana and Ragash in 9.2, the position of the river Tigris comparing to Nineveh in 6.2, and the obscurity of the settlement of Kasserine in 11.1. In view of the spatial turn, these inconsequences do not exist anymore, for they can easily be categorized under the label of conceived space or the search space, and the problem is solved. Therefore, this redefinition of space offers a better understanding of the storytelling and the messages of the book. So first, we can speak the perceived real spaces. The phenomenon of the perceived spaces is not too easy to define in the book of an imagined author. The Book of Tobit presents its author, or at least one of its storytellers, the implied author, as a real protagonist of the northern Israelite exile community in Assyria in the 8th century BCE, though the original authors wrote the book sometimes between the 4th, 2nd century BCE, most probably in Yehud. This to speak about the perceived spaces in the Book of Tobit, we take the viewpoint of the novel itself, that is to say, that of the implied author. From this point of view, three geographical locations and one territory belong to the category of perceived spaces: Nineveh, Ekbatana, Ragas, and Media, respectively. And journeys connected to Nineveh as a special case. Because of time, I chose Nineveh to speak more about. Nineveh appears 18 times in the Book of Tobit, more than in the Hebrew Bible, where it appears 16, and more than any other geographical name in the book, what signals its significance. Its reality is perceived space helped the author to form a quite accurate topography of the city. Nineveh is situated in the land of the Assyrians, nearby at least one road which leads to Media. The city is surrounded by walls with at least one gate. It has a marketplace and was the residence of the Assyrian kings. There was a city called Kasserine in opposition to Nineveh. River Tigris was within a one-day walk. For an Israelite or Judahite reader of the book, Nineveh as the capital of Assyria symbolizes the tool of God's revenge. Though the biblical description calls other places as the destination of the deportation of the Israelites, as it is written in 2 Kings 17, in the Book of Tobit, Nineveh is a residence of the deported, Tobit, who symbolizes the whole northern exile. As the capital of Assyria, Nineveh is connected to the Assyrian kings, Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, and Esarhaddon. Due to the changes of the rulers, the city's role is ambivalent. Since first, during the reign of Shalmaneser, in the captivity, it provides to Tobit a free life, possibilities for trade and getting wealth. On the other, during the reign of Sennacherib, it is the place where Tobit endured persecution and later, under the reign of Esarhaddon, blindness. Finally, still during the reign of Esarhaddon, it became the place of his personal healing. This controversial situation of Tobit in Nineveh exemplifies the life of the captives in the exile. They could move, travel, trade, or work in the administration of the empire. In the same time, they were oppressed, restricted, and exploited. Accordingly, Nineveh seems to be double-phased. It was positive and negative theological. It is in his last evaluation in the epilogue of chapter 14, however, Tobit calls upon Tobiah to leave Nineveh and evokes the prophecy of Nahum. I quote only the last sentence from 14:9. On that very day spend not a night within its borders, for I note that there is much wickedness in it, and much dishonesty is perpetuated here, and no one is ashamed of it. So the theological conclusion is negative. Nineveh, the evil city, is doomed by God. Therefore, it will be defeated and destroyed. Furthermore, the fate of the city served as an example for the death of Israel, Samaria, and Jerusalem in 4:5, which is according to the Deuteronomic theological concept of punishment. Tobit's words are concorded with the prophetic judgment and refer to the future. Thus, in this way, Nineveh is converted into a future location, that is to say, an imagined space. By the very end of the book, these oracles turn into reality, since in 14:14 says that Tobiah was informed about the destruction of and deportation of Nineveh and was happy on it. The repetition of Tobiah's praise of God for the fate of Nineveh and the Assyrians in the last clause of the book accentuates the justice which God gave to the so many Israelite deportees by the Assyrians from their homeland. Thus, at the end of the book, Nineveh turns to be a real space again. Actually, Nineveh belongs to the third space, since sometimes it is an imagined space and sometimes a perceived space. Now we turn to the conceived, the imagined spaces. And I also had to choose from the different spaces one, and I chose Jerusalem. So Jerusalem, the capital of Judah, is one of the geographical names mentioned most often in the Book of Tobit. Except one of the mentioned in 5:14, which is actually a cross-reference to 1:6 and 7, all the other occurrences of Jerusalem are in the frame of the book, in chapter 1 and in chapters 13 and 14. In chapter 1, Jerusalem arises as the legitimate cultic place of God for all the tribes of Israel, in a juxtaposition to Dan in Israel in 1:5. The geographical name, the name of the city, is equated with the temple, which is the dwelling place of God. Similarly, equaled Dan and all the mountains of Galilee with the temples of Israel, the northern kingdom. Consequently, these geographical references have religious and theological significances using Deuteronomistic language. The situation that Tobit used to go to Jerusalem and that the relatives of him used to sacrifice in northern temples is already a past tense. In this way, though Jerusalem seems to be working still in the time of the novel, these geographical locations are imagined spaces. They exist only in the memories, in the imagination of Tobit, in his religious feelings. In contrast to these backwards-looking sentiments of chapter 1, chapters 13 and 14 have a different perspective of Jerusalem. These descriptions are looking forward into a distant future. The second part of the thanksgiving prayer of Tobit in chapter 13, the city is called Polis Hagia, or Karita Katsha, as the Aramaic text of Qumran states, recalling the religious significance of the geographical location. This religious address of the city is also known from Isaiah 52:48 and Nehemiah 11. After referring to the future destruction of Jerusalem, chapter 13 visionates the future rebuilding of the city and the coming of many nations from the remote past of the earth. This apocalyptical formulation, or in our case, it could be called an apocalyptic topography, has intertextual parallels in Isaiah chapters 40 to 66, especially in 54 is about the rebuilding of Jerusalem in a wondrous form. In chapter 60, all the nations are coming to Jerusalem with their gifts. In chapters 52, 60, and 66, the people of God returns to his beloved city for eternity. So these topics are repeated in Tobit 14. These descriptions locate Jerusalem into the earthly as well as into the heavenly realm. Being in the future, this future Jerusalem is also an imagined space. Consequently, in the Book of Tobit, Jerusalem is only an imagined space. If we take only the tail-like core of the text, Jerusalem even doesn't appear. It belongs to the frame of the book. Jerusalem forms the past and the future space of the exiles. And now we turn to the third space. Some of the geographical locations mentioned in the first and second spaces in the Book of Tobit could be counted somehow under the rubric of third space as well. In the Book of Tobit as a whole, Nineveh, Ecbatana, and Ragas, as home cities of the Israelite deportees together with Assyria and Media, are the spaces of captivity. Without the frame of the narrative, the rest of the book doesn't imply, or at least doesn't concentrate on the captivity situation of the protagonists, and the cities and countries could be real spaces. Therefore, we can assume that the frame of the book creates, from a first space situation, a third space. The captives of the Assyrian Empire incorporate into different parts of the society. They were soldiers of the army, workers of the building projects, agricultural workers in rural villages, merchants and handicraftsmen in cities. The Book of Tobit mentions these two last positions, especially merchants like Tobit himself. Therefore, journeys have prominent roles in the narrative and create spaces. Among the 10 journeys connected to Nineveh, could be seen in a dia before, some were taking place in unearthly spaces. Thus, they are imagined or mystical journeys in the third space. There are more these type of journeys in the book, could be called spiritual journeys. And now I turn to these spiritual journeys. There can be found more spiritual journeys in the Tobit in chapter 1. Tobit tells that he, as a devoted Yahweh believer, did pilgrims to the Jerusalem temple for different occasions. Though Tobit lived in the tribal territory of Naphtali in the kingdom of Israel, which had its own religious center and temples, he followed the prescriptions of the, he thought, everlasting decree in Jerusalem. According to Exodus 23:34 and Deuteronomy 16, an Israelite male should go to Jerusalem 3 times a year. But the regulation of theses and firstful or firstlings generates more occasions to visit the temple with offerings. The series of adverbs of time used in the book in chapter 1, frequently, every year, for 6 years, and in the 3rd year, are connected to the prescriptions referred to and cannot be real journeys altogether. Rather, they indicate that the pious habit of Tobit to observe all the religious rules. In his situation in the diaspora, where, I quote, the place where the Lord your God will choose to set his name is too far away. So he could do these journeys only in his thought, because he, as he said about himself, walked in the ways of truth and righteousness. So this is an imagined journey. A different type of spiritual journey is prayer. The person who is praying elevates his or her soul to the transcendent, to God, and so a vertical connection is established. In the Book of Tobit, 2 prayers are presented, and despite the fact that they were prayed by different persons at different locations, the prayers are connected. Tobit said his prayer in Nineveh, and Sarah did it in Ecbatana, but on the same day. Their words have arrived to God. I quote, "At that very moment, the prayers of both of them were heard in the glorious presence of God," end of quote. The end of the spiritual journey is the glorious presence of God, which is not a simple imagined space, rather is it a third space, where earthly realm and transcendent realms meet each other and commingle. At this place and at this moment, 2 lines of the narrative are combined, and the material goal of taking the deposited money from Ragas transformed into a spiritual and physical healing process. At this space, earthly perceived spaces, Nineveh and Ecbatana, join into the heavenly space and heavenly sphere. Thus, theologically, Ecbatana is a parallel place to Nineveh, since in both places, prayers are listened and fulfilled by God. In both places, healings are taking place. In both places, Jewish exiles lived and died in peace. The next spiritual journey is again an irregular one, the Testament of Tobit in chapter 4. We could call it even an intellectual time travel. since Tobit explains to his son Tobiah the way of life of a righteous according to the commandments of God. This imagined journey is expressed by the terms of a travel. I quote, "Your ways may be made straight, and that all your paths and plans may prosper." End of quote. This travel is made in the existential phase of life in the soul space. The last spiritual journey concerns the book as a whole. In the core of the book, the direction from Nineveh to Ecbatana and back as a real journey in the perceived space brings the healings for Sarah and Tobit by the fish caught at the perceived space, the river Tiger. Nevertheless, the frame of the book brings Jerusalem into the space and recalls the captivity exile situation of the protagonists. Jerusalem symbolized for Tobit the spiritual home from where, together with other Israelites, he is taken into captivity in chapter 1. But Jerusalem is the future place where the exiles will return, as in chapter 13. For the author of the northern exile and the Israelite captives as such are disappeared since the Assyrian Empire collapsed, and we do not know about the captives anymore. But to save from the exile those who accepted the centrality of Jerusalem, like Tobit's family, in the story the protagonist stayed alive should be transported into the next empire, to Media. Therefore, Tobit, in his farewell speech, suggests Tobiah to leave Nineveh and move to Ecbatana in Media. His reason is the prophecy of Nahum about the devastation of Nineveh, but he adds his own vision that, I quote, "it will be safer in Media than in Assyria and Babylon." But the Greek text, the second one, together with the Vulgate reads, "Ante media estai soteria, et in media erit salus," which can be translated as "there will be salvation in Media." For the exile, salvation is return home. This reference of Tobit implies the deliverance prepared by God, the return of the exiles to Jerusalem. So the journey of Tobit from Nineveh to Ecbatana is the preparation to the salvation of God, to the second Exodus, to the return to Jerusalem. By this reference of Tobit, Media became a third place, a space of deliverance, the space of salvation. And I arrive to my conclusion. The Book of Tobit contains several geographical and topographical details. They seem to provide a spacious scene for the narrative. In the same time, however, they take the protagonists as well as the readers to different levels of space. The core of the book, we see here on this map, presents an Assyrian and Median geographical context, which is perceived space for the protagonists of the book. In this space, God seemed to be present. God puts Tobit to test on the one hand, though he gives healings for those who are ill and turns to him. God ensures protective angel to those who are lost or do not know the right way in their life. Similarly, journeys in the perceived space connect the protagonist to the transcendent, to the imagined, or rather to the third space. The frame of book, which is presented in this map, in chapter 1 and chapter 13-14, contain the main theological ideas, the Deuteronomistic ideas, and the most imagined spaces in the Book of Tobit. Geographically, Jerusalem is in the center of these passages, but it is only an imagined space from the past and in the future. Media and Ecbatana, as a concrete location within, is the space of the theological turning point, the place of salvation from where the exiles are led home to Jerusalem, which means salvation, the restoration of Israel as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Jangala, for this very, very interesting presentation, which echoes some of the ideas we have around the way the certain topographical names were translated into Judeo-Persian, and this what you have proposed to us is going to probably help us understand better this proposition. The last speaker is I'm glad to introduce is Shervin Farid-Nejad, who is going to take us to the corpus of the Judeo-Persian Bible tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, yes. Good afternoon, everybody from Berlin. Let me also thank both organizers for this wonderful conference and the opportunity to present here. I share my yes. Okay. Before I'm starting my actual talk, I wanted to remember a great scholar of the field who was supposed to present a talk about the subject I'm now supposed to present to you. Sadly, he has left us some weeks ago, Professor Shaul Shaket. I was privileged to know him for a long time and enjoy his vast knowledge and friendship. He was a great mentor and friend and his scholarship in Judeo-Persian studies, Iranian Judaica, and also Zoroastrian studies is sorely missing. The pre-modern Iranian-speaking Jews have established communities from Khuzestan in southwestern Iran to the Central Asia and much further afar to Kaifeng, the medieval capital of the Northern Song dynasty in eastern China, all attested by their textual productivities. Judging from the amount of the survived Judeo-Persian text in the Iranian world from the early Islamic period onwards, exegetical texts, including translations of the Tanakh and rabbinic works, claim the most prominent place among the considerable sum of Judeo-Persian survived corpora of liturgical texts, poetry of both Jewish and non-Jewish origins, medical texts, chronicles, lexicographies, translations of medieval Hebrew poems, and a large corpus of non-Jewish classical Persian literature transcribed in Hebrew script. Today, I just want to give you a very preliminary overview to the tradition of translation Tanakh in the Judeo-Persian. The major bodies of Judeo-Persian corpora from the medieval up to the pre-modern periods can chronologically be divided into three phases. The first period is between 11th and 15th century, during which Khuzestan in Fars and especially Bukhara flourished as centers of Jewish theological studies, especially on the Tanakh. The end of this period coincided with the blossoming of Judeo-Persian poetry in Shiraz and central Iran, which lasted from the 14th to 18th century. Subsequently, Bukhara again became the flourishing core of Judeo-Persian literature around the 17th century until the 19th century, following the migration of the many Jews from the Safavid and Shaybanids borders. We do not much know about the education of Iranian Jews and their knowledge of the Jewish literature in pre-modern period, as the subject has not yet been explored in depth. But we know that still up to the 19th century, studying and reading the Tanakh in Judeo-Persian translation with some variations in the versions among the various cities was part of the common education. The Hachamim and the rabbis studied also the Shulchan Aruch Codex and dealt with Ayin Yaakov, known to them as Ma'amar, and studied also Midrashim. The Talmud seems in between to be forgotten among them a few centuries ago, as if it has never reached them. Not much also is known about the Judeo-Middle and Judeo-Old Iranian literature, as already no textual sources survived. But considering the established tradition of translation and commentary on Tanakh survived in early Judeo-Persian, one can assume that it has its roots in a much earlier rabbinic source text in Old and Middle Iranian exegetical tradition. Just to mention a highly interesting sample, one can recall the numerous citations in the polemical Middle Persian Zoroastrian books of Shkangomanik Vizar or Denkard. Many of them seems to be quoted from Pahlavi translation of Hebrew Tanakh and further rabbinic literature, all now lost, but seemingly still available in late Sasanian or early Islamic period, known to the Zoroastrian high priests. This, however, must be discussed more in depth in another occasion. The body of Judeo-Persian translations and tafsirs of the Hebrew Tanakh following Netzer may be divided into the next categories. First, literal translation of Hebrew or Aramaic originals into Persian, similar to the early word-by-word translation process of Quran into Persian. Literal translations were made primarily for the of the Tanakh, but also for the apocryphal, as well as of Midrashim and the rest of the exegetical text, also prayers and benedictions. Second, literal translations accompanied by brief explanation and synonym of difficult words in Hebrew and Aramaic original. This type of translations become prevalent over the last few centuries. Third, translations that are paraphrases accompanying by commentaries and rashot. This type of translation is common for both prose and poetry, most prominently in the works of Judeo-Persian poets, such as Moshe ben Ishaq, Siman Tov Melamed, and Shahin, and also Imrani. Fourth, translations called tafsir, even though their linguistic occasionally even thematic resemblance to the original is so minimal that they can hardly be considered as proper tafsirs. And the fifth category, the so-called non-translations, but tafsir in the sense of commentaries on words, ideas, and biblical verses, or even in sacred writings and in the rabbinical literature, also belonging to the category and rashot. In most cases, the author's original compositions, which were intended to be delivered before an audience. Being the earliest literary monument of the New Persian literature, the early Judeo-Persian corpora contains translation, exegesis, and commentaries of the Hebrew Tanakh, dating back between the 10th and 15th century. This is the period that the Jewish biblical studies have been flourished among the Persian-speaking Jews, mostly centered in Khuzestan and Fars in southwestern and central Iran, but also in the northern regions. The most prominent survived literary production of this period to be mentioned is the famous Tafsir of Ezekiel, Judeo-Persian Tafsir Yehezkel, the longest known early Judeo-Persian text, which contains translation and commentaries on Ezekiel 1:21 to 39:29, dated back to circa 10th or 11th century. Based on the paleographical, linguistic, historical, and geographical references, Tamar Elamgindin attributes this text to northern Iran. It shows a fascinating combined style, indicates that the translation was written, whereas the attached commentary was taken from an originally oral source. Each Hebrew verse is followed by an early Judeo-Persian translation, usually provided with a peshat on linguistic points or about its contents. The commentaries are regularly reinforced by quoting from other parts of Tanakh. Having a closer look to the linguistic aspects of Peshat shed some more light to the tradition of translation of the Tanakh into Judeo-Persian. Among other details, the commentaries include discussions on the links between verbs and their subjects, between adjectives and their governing nouns. They also discuss possible meanings of lemata to choose the most fitting one for the context, as well as the utilization of certain expressions, explanations for omissions, or repetitions in the text. Furthermore, morphological or phonological analysis of words, allegorical interpretation, and rephrasing of verses, usually in more natural Persian, are included. All these being a common and conventional approach to biblical exegesis in Rabbinic Judaism postulates an existing, well-established tradition of Tanakh translation in an active and networked scholarly space. Also, the non-linguistic discussions include important interpretations which can be read between the lines, expanding on the background and sometimes some small references to the actual life. Even if the extent and style of the grammatical discussions imply a possible Karaite origin for the text, but the absence of the polemical character known from other Karaite treatises could also hint to a still unexplored non-Karaite Iranian tradition. Among other earliest extant Judeo-Persian Tanakh translations are literal verse-by-verse translation of portions of the Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Ruth, the Songs of the Songs, Lamentations, Daniel, Nehemiah, Yesaiah, Esther, and the Book of Ezekiel, another one. The translations are various in structure and genre, with alternating Hebrew and Judeo-Persian text, commentary on difficult words, and sometimes references to the historical matters. Many, but not all of them, are of Karaite origin. Even if all of the translations of the Tanakh in early Judeo-Persian prior to Mongol period are fragmentary, they attest to a long-lost tradition of medieval Iranian translation, firmly rooted in an exegetical tradition that has yet to be explored. The Mongol invasion of Iran in 30th century put a quick end to early Judeo-Persian. The corpus of Judeo-Persian literature composed in the aftermath of the Mongol invasions of Iran in the 30th century is conventionally called classical Judeo-Persian, which is in line with the mainstream classical Persian literature, albeit in Hebrew script. Similar to the leading role of the classical Persian poetry in the medieval and pre-modern Iranian literary tradition, the stature and significance of poetical genres, both epic and lyric, is omnipresent within classical Judeo-Persian literature, specifically in the versified Judeo-Persian translations of the Tanakh and Midrashim. The revival, if not the revival of Judeo-Persian as written language of the Iranian Jews, but also the revival of the tradition of the translation of Tanakh in the classical period of Judeo-Persian between 14th and 17th century is mostly connected with the name of the great Judeo-Persian poet known by his pen name Shahin. Maulana Shahin Shirazi flourished during the 14th century, contemporary to the Ilkhanid ruler Abu Sa'id, and is considered as the earliest and most accomplished Judeo-Persian poet, whereas his real name and personal life remains unknown. The major surviving work of Shahin, complete versified translation of the Torah in form of a Masnavi, inspired in rhetoric and style by the great epics of classical Persian literature. In his work, Sharh Torah, Sefer Bereshit, which contains Bereshit Nameh, the books of Genesis, and contains about 10,000 verses, was compiled in 1359. And Musa Nameh, the book of Moses, which set into classical Persian, were some of the most inspiring non-legal portions of the Torah, which contain about 10,000 verses and was compiled in 1327. In his other poetic works, Tafsir Megillat Esther or Ardashir Nameh, and Book of Ardashir, and also Ezra Nameh, selected episodes from the biblical books of Esther, Ezra, and Nehemiah are translated and versified in about 6,000 verses, completed in 1333. His epical versified translation, known by Iranian Jews as Sharh Shahin al-Torah, Shahin's commentary on the Torah, played for a long time an important role among the medieval Iranian Jewish community and have been an important source for knowledge of sacred tradition. Shahin's best imitator, Imrani, versified the book of Yeshua, Ruth, 1 Samuel, and part of the 2 Samuel in his major opus Fatnameh, the Book of Conquest, whereas in his other works he has versified various works based on famous midrashic narratives, which already was mentioned by Professor Schiffman. Shahin's works began being the most popular translation of the Torah in pre-modern Iran. We know today several important prose translations from the 14th and 15th centuries. Among others, the oldest Judeo-Persian Torah translated and copied by Joseph ben Moses and dated to the 1390, now kept in British Library. Which is a unique manuscript. The beginning of each verse is marked by a Hebrew headword. The complete Judeo-Persian translation is followed by many lexical, grammatical, and homiletic commentaries and explanation, and shows a wealth of lexical materials. Similar to other texts, a critical edition of this manuscript is still desideratum. In this context, it is worth mentioning that the study of the Hebrew Tanakh by Persian-speaking Jews led also to the composition of lexicographical treatises for the understanding of the language of the Tanakh. In the already mentioned earliest Judeo-Persian Torah of 1339, references is made to a certain Abu Sa'id. He is said to have composed a treatise concerning difficult words in the Hebrew Tanakh and their meaning. Manuscripts such as Sefer Biur Milot HaTorah, which was compiled or transcribed in 1708, and Perush Hamilot, composed in 1183, and similar treaties indicates the interest of Iranian Jews, which always have taken in the lexicographical field. Two real Tanakh dictionaries composed by Iranian Jews have come down to us. which are of particular importance. The earlier of these, the vocabulary of the Tanakh, Talmud, Targum, and Midrash, the Judeo-Persian translations called Sefer HaMelizah, which was finished in 1339 by Solomon ben Samuel, who came from the city of Urgench in Transoxiana. It must have been quite popular since it was copied by a Jew of Merv and was there come into position of a Jew of Samarkand and so on. The other Hebrew-Persian dictionary, Agron, dated to 15th century, covering the vocabulary of the Tanakh in its Hebrew and Aramaic elements, originated probably in northern Iran. Its author was Moses ben Aaron of Shirvan. Both these dictionaries and also many other works attest to the spiritual interest of Jewish communities in the remote regions of Central Asia, as well as in the equally unknown settlements of northern Iran, and indicate that Jewish scholars, well acquainted with rabbinical literature, occupied themselves with Tanakh studies of that kind. Other important Judeo-Persian translations from the 14th and 15th century are the 4 Judeo-Persian Torah copies in Paris, Leningrad, the Vatican Library in New York. The latter one is identical with that in Vatican, found in Lar in 1606 by Giambattista Vecchietti, the Italian scholar. We have heard about him from Professor Piemontese. He searched systematically in all places. He visited in Iran different cities, Lar, Shiraz, Hamadan, and elsewhere to find manuscripts and further translations. He found also further translation of Yesaya, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Lamentations, and Baruch, and from Hamadan, Psalms from Shiraz, as well as Megillat, Proverbs, Canticles, Ruth, Esther from Lar, and from other places, some already mentioned by Professor Richard. Although starting chronologically, talking out of the mid of the Western scholarly community, at the beginning of the European interest in Persian language, one of the first texts none studied and expected for the earliest dictionaries was the Judeo-Persian translation of Torah by Jacob ben Yosef Tavus. It was published in 1546 in Constantinople as part of a Jewish polyglot Bible, printed by Eleazar ben Gerson Sonkino, and contained side by side with the Hebrew original, the Targum, the Arabic version of Sa'aduddin Gaon, and the Judeo-Persian translation of the Torah made by Tavus. Tavus was a Jewish scholar from Iran who came during the Turkish-Persian Wars in 1535 to Constantinople, and apparently functioned as a teacher at the Jewish Academy there, established by the Jewish physicians of the Ottoman Sultan Suleiman Moses Hamon. His translation was reprinted a century later in the famous London Polyglot Bible of Bishop Brian Bolton in 1654 to 57, already introduced by Professor Borbone, but transcribed into Perso-Arabic script by Thomas Hyde. At the same time, it was the first use of Arabic type in England. The corpus of the Judeo-Persian tell us very convincingly about the literary activities of the Persian Jews from the 14th to 16th century for the translation of the Hebrew Tanakh in Judeo-Persian. The next centuries shows, however, a different dynamic. The long tradition of literary and religious creativity among the Jews of Iran, which thrived mostly in the more established urban communities of Iran during 14th to 17th centuries, fell on a path of stagnation and gradual decline in the course of 18th and 19th centuries due to diverse historical and cultural causes and processes that had detrimental effects on the other areas of Jewish life in Iran as well. The tradition of translation and exegetic of the Hebrew Tanakh in Judeo-Persian has been continued mostly by the Bukhari Jews in Central Asia, centered mainly in Samarkand in present-day Uzbekistan. From the end of the 17th throughout the 19th century, in 1940, a Judeo-Persian Tanakh in Judeo-Persian Bukharian dialect was published by Shimon Hacham of Bukhara in Jerusalem. And finally, by the end of the 19th century, another set of biblical translation into Judeo-Persian script was accomplished by the British Hebrew Bible Society in London. Biblical Judeo-Persian Judeo-Persian represents a long-lasting living language through the centuries, whereas the Judeo-Persian Tanakh texts were clearly served not only as a help for understanding and memorizing the Hebrew text, but also played a certain still unexplored role as a quasi-liturgical language. The activities that centered around the study of the Hebrew Tanakh led in the course of the time to the translation of all the canonical books and even of some books of the apocrypha, copies of which are preserved in various libraries. Only a few number of main survived Judeo-Persian manuscripts and texts have received scholarly examinations, and even fewer have been edited and published, which remains an urgent task for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sherwin Farah Najat, for this presentation. Of course, we have certainly many questions. Maybe you would like to exchange between panelists, like to discuss certain points, and I will be also interested in asking a few questions myself to the speakers. So feel free to talk if you want to. But Professor Stuckenbrook, I was asking myself, where does the Sorry?
Sure.
Oh, sure. Okay,
oh, please go on. Please go on.
Sorry. Please.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. Okay. I have a question to Margarita, because you stopped actually in a very moment that was very interesting for me, and I was waiting for that. Maybe you can say some words about that, what you mentioned about the connection and relations of the Oriental languages that is appeared to the polyglots of the five, which is also a biblical subject. How they saw this combination, this relation, how they saw this combination of the languages with the European languages. How was it thematized? Because we know that the knowledge about the relation between the languages and so on then started, or the interest for that started much later. But as you mentioned, it would be very interesting to know how how our polyglots saw that.
Yeah, so they have different points of view on that. So and actually, it's not very easy to pinpoint the author of some of the documents that we have mentioning relation between these languages. So I can say Raimondi, I found two places where we have a grasp. One is a letter exchange with Mario Schepani, which I've published, so you can read it. It's even online, I think, where Schepani asks him whether, knowing Hebrew, he will be able to learn quicker Arabic. And actually there it's clear, Raimondi gives him an answer that is, again, very focused on lexicon. So actually what he says is, yeah, there are some similarities between the two languages, but there are very important differences. For him, major difference is the fact that Arabic has a declension. And this is also interesting because it has declension, but it doesn't mean that it's that knowing how prepositions work is useless, you know. So actually, it's very focused on Arabic. And then he says, but don't worry, because once you've learned Arabic, you will be through Persian and Turkish lexicon halfway. So it's very useful to learn Arabic so that you manage the three languages together. So this was his perspective. And
which
then
is true from a linguistical point of view.
Yeah, but it's also it's again lexically centered, right? So his perspective is always on vocabulary. And then there is another document which is from Biblioteca Vallicelliana and it has been published by Casari. I would have spoken about that, which on the contrary lists a number of lexical, but also morphological, syntactical, and phonological features that allow to compare Arabic and Hebrew, like even regular correspondences. He says, like when you have Arabic sin, then it's Hebrew shin. So this is, and he's someone who mentioned Patriarch Nimatullah in the document. So he's someone from the same milieu, we don't know who, it's not Raimondi. So it means that these ideas are circulating, but it again depends on who is writing, the perspective is different. And then Raimondi has also some notes where he is making the same word in several languages. And there you see that he looks for the same etymology for Syriac and Arabic, and he makes a mistake. So it means that he was trying to have them merged, but he doesn't notice that to Arabic ta corresponds Syriac zain and not ta, for example. So he was working on that. This was what I would have shown.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this question, and thank you, Margherita, for the answer. We have a question from someone on the Q&A from Melis Tanner. I would like, this is for Dr. Farid Nejad. I would like to direct a question to Dr. Farid Nejad. While it wasn't the focus of the topic, I'm curious about the illustrated copies. How widespread are such illustrated manuscripts during the Safavid period?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a fascinating question. There are some studies on the illuminated manuscript, Judeo-Persian manuscript. Indeed, it seems that it was widespread. So there are, we have in S of several Judeo-Persian manuscript having illustrations. There are some interesting point about some questions about the illustrators who have illustrated them. From the stylistic point of view, they are they represent the soul of the time. So they are going that represents the style of the contemporary style of painting. And in some cases, it seems that they come from another tradition, possibly from a non-Jewish tradition, because, for example, there is a very interesting case of one of the stories of which in which Moses is depicted. It is placed in a correct place in the manuscript, so where the story is told, but the depiction is actually not follow the Judeo-Persian translation, which is exactly the Hebrew narrative, but is according to the same narration based on the Islamic tradition. So it seems that here the painter, the illustrator, didn't really pay attention to the Judeo-Persian text, even wasn't possible to read that, but knew the story already from his from the circulated Islamic narratives, and illustrated the scene according to the same narrative represented in Islamic sources with some variation. With this variation is exactly shown in the illustration. So there are this kind of small points, but yes, back to the question itself, the verse, it seems to be that they have been widespread, and we have many of them.
Well, thank you.
I would like
Mahnaz would like to ask a question to Margherita, or?
No, I would like to ask it. Well, it's a question that I would like to ask Shervin, but also I can also address it to other panelists. And it really concerns, it's a kind of a meta, it reflects upon the space and theology, theories of language, and now our newfound or the recent interest somehow in the Judeo-Persian studies or literature, this history. And I am really addressing it generally, whether more specifically to Shervin now. Can you tell us a little bit about how do we explain the new interest in Judeo-Persian literature or history, Judeo-Persian studies? To what extent is it practiced outside Iran, or is it taught in Iran? Can you speak about that? Or where this new interest, because for some time it was considered not a great contribution to, it was considered a poor or not a very rich heritage to speak to a larger context of world literature, right? Or in some ways, yeah, I'll leave it at that if you want to speak about that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's actually very hard question, so it needs much time to answer to that. And Professor Pir Nazar is here. She will be the most accurate person to answer to this question. But I would say the interest for the Judeo-Persian literature was always somehow there. It was forgotten for a while in the academic milieu, and then came back again. I think there was different reasons for that. One of them could be the growth of the interest to the Judeo-Arabic literature, which also make it's very clear that also we need to look at the most close tradition to the Judeo-Arabic literature, which will be Judeo-Persian literature. The new findings from Afghanistan, and also which brought again new materials, new Judeo-Persian materials. For study, and also maybe a kind of need to recreate or re-explore the this already forgotten tradition among the newer generations of Iranian Israeli scholars, but also there are people. But that are some points that come to my mind very briefly. But I hope then other colleagues, maybe Professor Pir Nazar, can add some more that to it.
Do you want to ask any other questions? Oh, we don't have any questions in the Q&A.
Well, I have another meta question.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, Professor Zengler, please. I thought you wanted to address. We don't hear you. Can you? Yeah, we don't hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. I wanted to address two questions to Lawrence Struckenbuch, but he answered one in his conclusion. So the second question is, what do you think about the highlight of the holiness of Jerusalem? Because you told that, and we know that only once in the ancient texts the holiness of Jerusalem mentioned in 13:9, but in the Constantinople text, Jerusalem is holy in all the places where it is mentioned. So what is the reason for this accent? I understood that the accent of the name of God, because it is impossible to travel to Jerusalem. So to give honor to God, it's okay, it's in the heaven. So that's why the name is highlighted. But why the holiness of Jerusalem is so exposed?
Okay, what a wonderful question. Am I heard? Yes, I think I can be heard. A terrific question. I would say, and this is completely speculation because it's very difficult to draw lines of connection, is that there might be a relation between the addition of holy in chapter 1, verse 4, with the emphasis on the name Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That there might be at that point a link, not just with the name in general, which occurs in Phagius Constantinople 1519, but maybe even with this particular name. So on both sides of the narrative, we have framed Jerusalem presented this way, and largely in between, we then have this particular ineffable form of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a question in the Q&A from Nilufer Ban. She is asking, Persian Jewish texts like Shahin Torah should be considered more literary or religious?
I think that's for you.
Yes. Thank you for the question. So I would say both. because they are versified. They are really in accordance with the classical Persian poetry. They are very fine and beautiful and versification of the content. And but about Shahin we do not much. Probably he was also a very good scholar, even not a rabbi, a very good scholar of Jewish theology. He knew the text very well, carefully, and he wrote for the community. He wrote in the form of poetry to reach probably a wider group of the community, so in that sense, I would say the main point of Shahin was doing a religious pious act, but he used a very fine and excellent form of classical Persian poetry, which give him also a very good, not recognized position in the classical Persian poetry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just make one last comment question? I know we don't have time to discuss it, and it just occurs to me very workshop style as I listened to Margarita and Joseph. When I heard the theories of Raimondi's theories of language, and as you described the dispersion or diffusion, right? Dispersion, diffusion, these two models of language, and whether it would be possible or worthwhile to map this onto these spaces and theological spaces that Joseph was thinking about, the perceived and real, and these third spaces where there lived spaces that the tensions get resolved, or there are some sorts of resolutions, whether it would be useful to think about these two models together. It's just a suggestion that this is what I was thinking as I was listening to both your talks, to think about these models that are very interesting.
Can I just say something very quick about that?
Yes, please. Of course. Yes.
The element that is in between these two is diffusion and dispersion, is the fact that a people or a group is not in political control. That's what at some point Raimondi says it somewhere. So if you're not in political control, then you are going to speak the language of someone else. It's not that the others speak your language, but it is you who are going to move to another language, and your language is restricted. So the element that, according to him, makes a difference between going everywhere being dispersed and going everywhere being diffused is that you are not having political control, so you will speak another language.
So interesting. Yeah.
So interesting indeed. Manaz, I think we can conclude this webinar.
Yes, of course.
And thank again our speakers for joining us. And we really hope to be able to talk with you about those topics.
The conclusion,
and,
yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And I think there will be, the next webinar will start in 1 minute.
1 minute, yes.
We'll take a break.
Change, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I think we're going to get started with the last panel for today. My name is Justin Stearns. I teach here at NYU Abu Dhabi in the Arab Crossroads Studies program, and I'm very pleased to be able to moderate this panel on Tobit and the visual arts and to join you for this time. As I understand the format, I will introduce all 4 papers, and then we'll have one after another. I'd like to ask you or remind you to keep to maximum 20 minutes apiece. And then we will move to Q&A, and I'll send gentle reminders of when you're 5 minutes out to those presenting. So we are going to start with Scott Nethersole and Laura Llewellyn, who will be speaking on Botticelli's Trinity altarpiece, and Tobias and the Angel and the Women of the Augustinian Order. We'll then move to Elizabeth Olpott, the Old Testament Apocrypha and European Protestant and Catholic paintings, followed by Rebecca Tierfelt, who will speak on Tobit in medieval manuscript illustrations, and finally, Laura Parodi on Tobias iconography in Mughal art. So with no further ado, then I think I'll turn it over to Scott and Laura.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, particularly to Manaz and to Laurent for the invitation to speak, but to everyone who's been involved in organizing these 2 days. I'm now going to share my screen. For something completely different. It falls on I to be the first historians of the conference. The focus of our paper this morning is a representation of Tobias and the Archangel Raphael in the altarpiece that you see on your screen at the moment from the workshop of Sandro Botticelli, painted at some point in the final quarter of the 15th century for a church in Florence. In other words, a century before Vecchietti's time. It's now preserved in the Courtauld Gallery in London. So in the first half of this paper, I'm going to discuss the context in which the altarpiece was produced and how these two figures of Tobias and the angel evolved through the painting process. And in the second half, my colleague Laura Llewellyn will explore the possible motivations for their inclusion. A manuscript penned before 1537 and known after its owner as the Libro di Antonio Billi records that Botticelli painted, and I quote it, a panel in the Convertite, whose church you see on the screen. There's now widespread acceptance that the Courtauld panel was the high altarpiece of the Convertite, despite there being some dissenting voices in the past. The Convertite were an order of Augustinian nuns, most of whom had formerly been prostitutes and had subsequently repented of their sins and taken the veil. They were housed in premises at the Church of St. Elisabetta, which you see on screen, in the Old Trano, the district of the city that lies to the south of the river Arno. So you're looking here at a 16th century map, and I hope you can see my cursor. There's the river, and their house is the yellow dot down here. There they were surrounded by other female houses. So the Franciscan women, oh, where's my cursor gone? Here it is. The Franciscan women were just across from them over here, the Dominican women at the Anna Elena over here. There were further Augustinian women up here at Santa Monica, as you're going to hear about more. And the male house of was housed at Santo Spirito, close by up here, who acted as their governors. From 1458, the Guild of the Doctors and Apothecaries acted as operai, as a type of board of works, taking over from the captains of Orsa Michele previously. At the same time, the municipal government provided both direct funding through the Camera del Comune and indirect money. They essentially redirected fines towards these women that had come from two magistrates that oversaw vice and criminal matters in the city, the Ufficiale di Notte and the Otto di Guarda. Despite this money, these nuns were extremely poor, a lot poorer than many other nuns in the city. But despite this poverty, they nonetheless commenced a program of building works, which was certainly underway by the 1480s. On the basis of a libro di ricordi, on a book of accounts or records, it appears that the bricklayers Marco di Andrea and his son Andrea di Marco were working in the convent and the church between April 1483 and 1484, engaged in the production of a new choir. Further building works, this is a photograph inside the church taken from the choir. Further building works, including a new dormitory and the Cappella Maggiore, the main chapel, which you're looking at here, where Botticelli's altarpiece was to adorn the high altar, were underway by 1487, when the nun Sua Eufemia provided 221 lire towards the expenses. They were certainly completed these building works by February 1494, when the accounts were signed off by the prior of Santo Spirito, who you'll hear more about shortly. The altarpiece shows a vision of the Trinity, a mystery that has a particular importance within Augustinian devotion. St. Augustine had written an important book, De Trinitate, on the Trinity in the 5th century. It is flanked on the right by St. John the Baptist, the patron saint of Florence, and Mary Magdalene on the left, after whom the nuns were named, on the basis that the Magdalene was once believed to have been a prostitute herself. St. John engages with the viewer and guides him towards the Trinity. The Magdalene, by contrast, gazes in prayer and meditation of the Trinity, a model of pious behavior that was to be followed by her devotees. Tobias and the angel walk in the foreground, and I'm not going to show you a detail, towards the left, fabric billowing behind Raphael to suggest movement. They clasp hands. Tobias also holds the fish, and Raphael a money box. They occupy the same desert wilderness as the two Hermetic saints, yet they are on a radically divergent scale, a disparity that is at once arresting and alarming. Now, we've known since the painting was examined in the 1980s that the figures of Tobias and the angel were previously planned in a different position. Investigation with infrared reflectography allowed us to see that they were previously painted under this portion of sky. And this is the infrared on the right-hand side here, and I hope you can see over here these two figures of Tobias and the angel. That was under this part of the sky. A second campaign of infrared reflectography in the last decade has allowed us to see them far more clearly, and there they are. What is more, investigations undertaken with macro X-ray fluorescence scanning, MXRF, during recent restoration of the panel, has allowed us to determine that they were not just underdrawn, but were also probably underpainted in full in this position. In other words, they were painted far in the background on an even smaller scale than at present, before a decision was taken to enlarge them and move them into the foreground. It's difficult to determine at what point in the painting of the altarpiece this decision was taken, but the decision must have been taken at quite an advanced stage, since some of the repainted sky over here covers the red cloak of God the Father. In other words, the red cloak of God the Father has to have been fully painted by this point. Now, originally, Tobias walked hand in hand with Raphael, moving towards the left before a building and a bridge over here. The boy is closer to the viewer, being smaller than the archangel, and there's a certain logic to painting him in this position. Otherwise, the larger figure of the archangel would block him from our view. He looks up at Raphael, his hand is cupped to hold something, although it's not possible to see whether he's holding the fish or the money box, as we might expect. When we compare the original pair with the pair that we currently see on the surface, it's immediately apparent that the position of the two has been swapped. Raphael is now closer to the viewer, and his body partially obscures that of Tobias. Laura is going to come back and talk about the significance of this change shortly. There's also been a change in style. Now here I realize I'm on shakier ground, as I'm not comparing like with like, the one an image in visible light, the other in infrared. But I hope you'll agree that there are noticeable differences between these two pairs. The figures stand more upright in the visible pair on the right-hand side than the pronounced lean in the underpainting. The facial types are different, as are their clothing and accessories. In the underpainting, they have rounder faces with curly hair, which in the visible pair have grown to rest on the shoulders with a gentler wave. There's also a fussiness to the handling in the underdrawing, that in the visible pair has attained a simple elegance, although this is a rather more subjective reading, as it were. The configuration of the first two figures, the underpainted pair, is very similar to a small panel in Painting in Washington, which you're currently looking at on the right-hand screen, which is widely accepted as the work of Filippino Lippi from around 1480, who was then just emerging from Botticelli's workshop. There are noticeable formal similarities, both in the relationship between the two figures and in their facial types and hairstyles. Look too at Tobias's back leg and the way it pulls out, or in the highlighted thigh of the archangel in both cases. There's a further implication to the suggestion that I'm making that Filippino is involved in this part of the composition. Filippino is documented in the workshop of Botticelli from 1472. He appears to have remained in the workshop until Botticelli went to Rome to paint in the Sistine Chapel in the early 1480s, when Filippino starts to receive independent commissions. If, in other words, Filippino was involved in the painting, Botticelli and his workshop must have received this commission in the 1470s, which is about 20 years or so earlier than we have hitherto expected. Now, whether or not you accept my argument about the differences between these two configurations of Tobias and the angel as providing evidence for the involvement of Filipino Lippi in the altarpiece, it does not change the fact that there was a significant visual differences between these two pairs that need to be accounted for, nor does it change the fact that someone took the decision to enlarge them and move them into the foreground. In other words, someone took the decision to make Tobias and the angel far more prominent. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Laura, so I should stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott. Can you see that presentation on the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I'm going to move swiftly on, but I would like to express my own thanks to the organizers of today and tomorrow's wonderful conference. In the first half of the 15th century in Florence, images of the Archangel Raphael and Tobias were rare. From the 1460s onwards, there was a proliferation of their imagery, for which scholars have tended to identify two main reasons. The first, families commissioning ex voto type panels for their adolescent sons traveling abroad on business. And the second, the rising membership of confraternities dedicated to the Archangel Raphael among the city's population. And while these two categories are certainly valid, they are not the whole story. What has escaped acknowledgement is the early profusion of images of Tobias and the angel in works of art belonging to female religious groups, especially in the Oltrarno, the neighborhood where the Convertite was located. Moreover, as I will now briefly demonstrate, a single artist's workshop, so I'm showing you on screen here the distribution of female nunneries in the area of the Oltrarno, and the red spot here is a single artist's workshop in the neighborhood, which is that of the Bicci family, which contributed significantly to the provision of Tobias and Raphael imagery. I will start with this early example, a small image of Tobias and the Archangel found in the predella of an altarpiece which once stood on the high altar of the Church of Santa Monica, the convent of Augustinian women just along the road from the Convertite, which Scott has already indicated. The altarpiece was painted by Neri di Bicci and relates to the following entry dating to the 11th of October 1460 in his Ricordanze, a record book documenting the activity of his thriving workshop between 1453 and 1475. And I just want to draw your attention to the last sentence where Neri declares, I must make one St. Lawrence in the said panel into a St. Monica, one St. Nicholas into St. Augustine, and in the predella below, and in the predella of the said panel, a St. Dorothy to one side and an Angel Raphael to the other. The changes and also the price of 34 florins that paid for the work, which is about half the average sum of a new altarpiece, confirms that the Augustinian women of Santa Monica were purchasing an already extant work that Neri would then alter for its new destination. Neri's adaptation of the main panel to include the order's founder, St. Augustine, and his mother, the church's titular saint and the symbolic founder of the female branch of Augustinians, is entirely unsurprising. In the predella, Neri was instructed to add the Archangel Raphael and St. Dorothy. The selection of a female martyr saint was fitting for a community of nuns, and it is possible that Dorothy was chosen to honor a respected member of the community, a Sor Dorothea, who had recently died. But the decision to add the Archangel Raphael is less clear. And though clues might be found in the figure of Fra Francesco Antonio called Il Zoppo, who, as stated in Neri's record book, organized the purchase of the altarpiece on the nuns' behalf. This Francesco Mellini was a doctor of theology at the neighboring Augustinian friary of Santo Spirito and had been instrumental in helping the community of women establish themselves in Florence, later narrating the circumstances of their foundation and the early years of their community in a chronicle completed in 1460. Here, the importance of Raphael is made known in the dedicatory lines where he is described as avocato, meaning guardian or protector. Devotion to Raphael at Santa Monica seems to have become entrenched in the decade following the acquisition of the high altarpiece, with the women establishing an altar dedicated to him, for which Neri painted a panel depicting the three archangels, which does not survive. The little predella panel at Santa Monica represents a spark in a subsequent explosion of images of the Archangel Raphael by Neri di Bici, initially for Oltrarno institutions, but quickly spreading throughout the city and beyond. Close inspection of this trend reveals that the common denominator was the Augustinian order. Neri records 10 specific requests for the Archangel Raphael in his records, 7 by the Augustinians, and 6 of these by Fra Mellini personally, who seems to have adopted Raphael as a kind of promotional figure for the Augustinian order. 2 rare appearances of Raphael and Tobias at this early date in the oeuvre of other artists were produced, both of them for Augustinian contexts. Other works by Neri di Bici, which fall outside the chronology of his record book, were also clearly for Augustinian contexts. Neri's only known large-scale altarpiece with the Archangel Raphael as the central protagonist in the company of other saints is certainly of Augustinian origin, since it contains 3 of the order's saints. And Neri's first Raphael altarpiece for a private patron was to be placed inside a chapel inside Santo Spirito, the Augustinian house, the main Augustinian house in Florence. This growing devotion to the Archangel Raphael, which is traceable through imagery from at least the early 1460s, either explains or is explained by the presence at Santo Spirito of one of the city's 2 major confraternities dedicated to the Archangel. The so-called Compagnia del Raffa, an adult flagellant community, established its meeting rooms within the Santo Spirito complex sometime in the 1450s. In 1455, the group were granted permission to gather inside the Church of Santo Spirito, and from at least 1483, they had their own altar there. Both Neri di Bici and his one-time apprentice, Francesco Botticini, were members, and Botticini's famous 3 Archangels panel was produced to adorn the Compagna's altar in the 1480s, perhaps replacing one that Neri himself had painted but had been lost in the fire that destroyed much of the church in 1471. Only after 1472 did Neri start producing Archangel Raphael altarpieces well beyond the Augustinian context. And only from the mid-1470s did Tobias and Raphael panels become 10 to the dozen in Florence, and well diffused beyond the circle of Neri di Bici. It is clear from Neri's records that surviving documents that It is clear from Neri's records and other surviving documents that Mellini was procuring works of art and administering decorative projects on behalf of Augustinian nunneries in the area. In addition to his activity at Santa Monica, he acquired several works of art for the Augustinian women of San Gaggio outside the southern city gate at Galluzzo, often purchasing the same type of object for both Santa Monica and San Gaggio simultaneously. For example, I already mentioned that the panel depicting the 3 archangels that Neri painted for Santa Monica does not survive, but this panel depicting the same subject was produced for San Gaggio at a very similar date. The ever-increasing popularity of the Archangel Raphael, both in the Oltrarno and within the Augustinian order, provides an important context for understanding his appearance in Botticelli's Trinity altarpiece for the Augustinian convertite. We do not know the date of Francesco Mellini's death, but it was probably sometime in the 1460s. So he was unlikely to have been involved directly with the commission of the Convertite altarpiece. However, in the later part of the century, we find a comparable figure emerging at Santo Spirito, Niccolò di Lapo Bicchialini, prior of Santo Spirito and teacher of theology in its studium. Bicchialini appears to have succeeded Mellini where decorative projects for female religious communities were concerned. In February of 1494, it was this Maestro Niccolò who certified the accounts for the decoration of the chapel and the high altar of Santa Elisabetta delle Convertite. Finally, in the context of this symposium especially, I think it is important to point out that it is Raphael who matters here and not Tobias. And as this audience knows well, in the Book of Tobit, Raphael accompanies Tobias disguised as a handsome young man and introduces himself to Tobit as a kinsman. The popular Quattrocento image of Raphael with wings and halo is at a considerable distance from the actual account, one which foregrounds the role of Raphael as guardian and protector, rather than the themes of healing and familial devotion associated with the tale. In this respect, once again, we find the trail leading back to the Oltrarno district, where the early localization of devotion to Raphael might be explained by the miraculous apparition of the archangel to a nun at the convent of Santa Felicita in 1424, and the consequent growth of his cult there. An image of the archangel was frescoed above the grille in the parlatorium and over the convent entrance. These placements are telling, invoking Raphael's protection where the convent's enclosure was most permeable, and therefore leaving the community vulnerable to corrupting external influences. In fact, after his first apparition, Raphael subsequently appeared to the women of Santa Felicita specifically to help them, once to rouse them from sleep when the premises was on fire, and another time to ensure that their prior was not wrongly convicted of theft. By the end of the century, this image of Raphael as protector or defender had spread beyond the female monastic ambit and into the wider devotional currents of the city. This is evidenced by a poem written by Ugolino Verino entitled Epigramma in Honorem Arcangeli Raphaelis, which is on the screen before you now. And so to conclude, the decision to switch the figure's position in the second enlarged iteration of Tobias and the Archangel in Botticelli's altarpiece points to this specific devotion to the Archangel, where Tobias appears almost like an identifying attribute. Given the recent history of the iconography of the Archangel Raphael among female religious groups and the Augustinians in the Oltrarno in particular, the prominence of Raphael in Botticelli's altarpiece can surely be understood as a declaration of the Convertite's position within the Augustinian fold. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you, for that wonderful paper. I think we're going to transition on to Elizabeth.
Hello, I have just one small comment.
I think you're muted now. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, if you could unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I was going to say this is a very interesting paper indeed. And I have just one very small comment to make, that where it's referring to in the paragraph which begins originally the landscape, it says that in Raphael's hand, he is holding something, although it's not possible to see whether he's holding the fish or a money box. In really all these images of Tobit, he's not holding a money box. He's certainly holding a box, but the box is intended to hold the gall, the heart, and the liver. because of course Tobias went over to collect 10 talents, silver talents of money, and this is more likely that this would have been kept in a pouch. So I think whenever we do see a little box, this is intended, well, especially for the liver and the heart, because that is also, of course, one of the main parts of this particular story. And otherwise, it looks absolutely perfect to me. Thank you very much. Would you like to hear my paper now? Am I next, or are there more comments on this?
No, I think we're going to save the Q&A for after all of the papers have been given. So yes, if you could give your paper, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to start?
Please go
Yes,
ahead.
please. Absolutely. Whenever you're ready.
Right. Okay. This is the Old Testament apocryphal Book of Tobit, paintings in Protestant and Roman Catholic Europe. The main purpose of this paper is to consider and compare paintings inspired by the apocryphal Book of Tobit in Roman Catholic countries paralleled with those executed in Protestant ones. I shall consider whether artists in Roman Catholic countries treat the subject any differently from their contemporaries in Protestant countries. In this presentation, I shall only be looking at oil and wall paintings, as sadly time does not allow for a full examination and discussion of images from the decorative arts, such as those executed in stained glass, sculpture, prints, embroideries, tapestries, furniture, or metalwork. I shall not be including any illuminated manuscripts, as certain aspects of this will be covered by Rebecca Tierfeld in her presentation. I shall begin by giving a few details about the Book of Tobit, as this may have an effect on how the images were conceived. This book, comprising 14 chapters, is the first book of the Old Testament Apocrypha. It was originally written in Chaldean, an Aramaic language, probably between 250 and 175 BC, but this has not survived. However, like other books of the Apocrypha, it was later translated into Greek for those who could not read Semitic texts. Tobit exists in 3 different Greek translations, which form the basis of the versions we use until the discovery in 1952 of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Cave 4 at Qumran, when 5 fragments, 4 in Aramaic and 1 in Hebrew, were found. The word apocrypha comes from the Greek word meaning hidden or secret, because they were considered sacred. In the late 4th century AD, St. Jerome translated the Bible, including the Apocrypha with the Book of Tobit, from Chaldean into Latin. This became famous as the Biblia Vulgata, known in English as the Vulgate. This was adopted early on by the Roman Catholic Church, and the Vulgate therefore became the most influential biblical book in Western European culture from about 400 AD, and was used extensively by all artists, stained glass workers, sculptors, and print illustrators as an inspiration for religious art, architecture, and even mystery plays until the Reformation. An important landmark occurred in 1534 when Martin Luther, the Protestant reformer, published his translation of the Bible into vernacular German. He took all the books written in Greek and called them apocrypha, the Apocrypha, thereby differentiating them from those written in Hebrew. He dismissed these books as apocryphal, and although he could see no historical basis for many of the stories, he nevertheless merely put them aside and placed them in the Bible between the Old and the New Testaments. In the frontispiece to his Bible, Luther decreed that these books of the Apocrypha, quote, which are not held equal to the Holy Scriptures and yet are useful and good to read, unquote. He did not believe that these books were canonical and now denied the canonicity of the Vulgate. Luther differed from many of the other Protestant leaders who did not include the Apocrypha in their Bibles. Martin Luther encouraged Protestants to study the Apocrypha, and in his preface to the Book of Tobit, Luther said that the book should be regarded, quote, as a truly beautiful, wholesome, and profitable fiction, unquote. Luther's Bible was responsible for spreading Christianity to all parts of the German-speaking world. The Apocrypha was also published in the 1611 King James Bible and positioned between the Old and the New Testaments. As a reaction against Martin Luther, and in response to the propaganda of the Protestant Reformation, the Roman Catholic Church declared and affirmed at the Council of Trent on 8 April 1546 that the Old Testament Apocrypha was authentic and incorporated into their Holy Bible as part of the Christian canon. They named these stories deuterocanonical and denounced all those who did not include the Apocrypha in their Bibles. The Jews have never accepted the Book of Tobit as canonical. As the story of Tobias and Raphael are familiar and well known, I shall not repeat it here, but would refer the listener or reader either to the Bible or to the detailed summary of the story of Tobit as set out in my doctoral thesis of 2009. I shall now examine a selection of paintings from the Book of Tobit to see how the Roman Catholics and the Protestants dealt with the biblical text. Events from the Book of Tobit has resulted in a plethora of different images from the early Christian period to the 20th century in paintings, sculptures, stained glass, illuminated manuscripts, prints, and the decorative arts. Why was the book so popular? And what attracted artists to it? Although the story lacks suspense, it is nevertheless captivating, appealing, riveting, and entertaining. The book has been variously described as a tale, an edifying novel, a fairy tale, a pastiche, or a romance. But it can also be summarized in an idyllic story of country folk, perhaps engaged in everyday tasks such as threshing, harvesting, and weaving. However, throughout the narrative, and the underlying theme is the doctrine of retribution, as laid down in the book of Deuteronomy, which says, quote, God ultimately rewards the just and punishes the wicked, unquote. The six main characters are shining examples of how to live and conduct a godly and righteous life. They are ordinary, devout people who are strongly committed to God and to the law of Moses. It is a lesson demonstrating how God helps those who keep his laws. They are not only able to triumph over their enemies, but they also deal virtuously with their fellow beings. There is an emphasis on family life and responsibility, particularly honesty. It is also a very human story of love and reconciliation, including respect between parents and their children and help to those in trouble. Its main objective is to encourage piety and observance of the law, not to amuse, which it undoubtedly does in parts. In this presentation, I have singled out just 3 of the most frequently depicted symbols and events from the Tobit story. I shall be looking at the symbol of the fish and events relating to it, scenes of Raphael acting as a guardian as he and Tobias walk on their way to Rages in Medea, either with or without the fish, and the healing of Tobit in Italian, Roman Catholic, Dutch and Swedish art, Protestant. The most important and earliest symbol is that of the fish, and this is repeated by both Catholic and Protestant artists. The first images of Tobias and the fish can be seen in the catacombs of Rome, in the catacomb of Domitilla, in the catacomb of the Vigna Massimo in Rome, and in the catacombs of Santa Saturninus and Thrason in the Vigna Gangalani on the Via Salaria. These date from the 3rd and 4th century and depict Tobias catching a fish or presenting it to Raphael. The fish became an important symbol for baptism and was first observed early as the 2nd century AD in a Greek inscription at Autun in France. It came to symbolize Christ, from the Greek word for fish, ichthys, because the 3 names for Christ, Jesus Christus Theo Ios Soter, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. Later, it also represented the Annunciation of the Lord, followed by the light of the world. Representations with the fish include Tobias on the riverbank being frightened by the fish, having his toes swallowed by the fish, catching the fish and landing it on the riverbank, removing the heart, liver, and gall, which will be used to repel the demon Asmodeus and to heal Tobit's blindness. The two are shown walking along the road on their way to Rages when Tobias carrying the fish. He is now rarely seen without it. Sometimes the archangel also holds a fish, so that it becomes an attribute of both Tobias and Raphael. All the various scenes with the fish described above have become favorite themes among painters and printmakers, especially from the Low Countries. The Dutch painter Peter Lasman gives us an example of Tobias struggling to land a huge fish on the bank of the river Tigris, while the little fluffy dog watches and the archangel Raphael issues instructions to remove the heart, liver, and gall from the fish. Although well known in graphic art, this painting, dated 1613 in the museum in Louvre is the earliest example of this theme in Netherlandish painting. By the 15th century, images of Raphael and Tobias on their way to Rages in Medea increased, and their representation where Raphael with wings and holding Tobias's hand acts as Tobias's protector and guardian. These images soon become popular, especially in Italian Renaissance art in Florence and Venice, where vast numbers were produced in the workshops of these cities. Numerous reasons for this popularity of this subject have been suggested. H. Makowski puts forward the theory that the story recounts a business journey, and it therefore appealed to such rich Florentine and Venetian merchants and their families who sent their sons abroad on trade missions. Parents would then commission paintings to act as dedications, ensuring a safe journey, or as a kind of ex voto in thanksgiving for the safe return of their offspring. So that by the 15th century, the archangel Raphael had become well established as a guide and guardian of young travelers. Tobias would often be shown with the facial features of a child or young man, dressed in contemporary clothes. There is no documentary evidence to support this idea, but it could be a reason for the huge output of such paintings in Florence and Venice at this time. The story combines themes of healing the blind, recovery of a debt, and obedience of a youth. Examples are too numerous to cite, but a well-known and much admired devotional painting is the one by the workshop of Andrea Verrocchio of Tobias and the Angel in the National Gallery, London, painted between 1470 and 1475, where a small dog accompanies on their way to Rages, as recounted in Tobit, chapter 6, verse 2. Tobias carries a very small fish tied with string, hardly large enough to swallow the young man's foot, as described in the text, and a scroll with the words ricordo, meaning memorandum and referring to the 10 silver talents which Tobit had left with Cabal in Medea. Raphael holds a box for the gall, the heart and liver of the fish, which will be used in healing purposes on their return to Nineveh. This work is reminiscent of other works by Andrea da Poliaiuolo in Turin and Filippino Lippi's in the National Gallery of Art in Washington. These versions do not depict one event, but are an amalgamation of verses 1 to 9 of chapter 6. Sometimes another saint, the patron saint of the traveler, would also accompany the young Tobias on his journey to make doubly sure of his protection. I shall now move on to the Lutheran Protestant itinerant artist from Dalecarlia, from Dalarna in Sweden, as a comparison between the Roman Catholic artists of Italy. These painters, who adorned the houses of their patrons in the province with biblical scenes during the years 1750 to 1870, were particularly attracted to stories from the Apocrypha. A favorite subject was to portray events from the Book of Tobit. Not only did patrons and artists feel a close relationship to these country folks, but scenes where the archangel Raphael is called upon in his role as protector, guardian, angel, and healer had a special appeal. Many of the wall paintings had an inscription, quote, "God be with you on your way," unquote. They felt safe under the guidance of Raphael as they set out on the highways and byways. Travelers needed the protection because the roads were rough, often going through dark and inhospitable forests. The winter nights were long and gloomy. frequently with robbers and bandits ready to pounce on the innocent traveler. We can see the archangel bidding farewell to Tobit in the painting by All-Hans Olof Jonsson of Tobias and the archangel Raphael, bidding farewell to Tobit, from Delsgård in Hälsingland, and now exhibited in Skansen in Stockholm, and dated 1829 to 1835. Unlike most Italian, Dutch, and Flemish artists who followed the biblical account and used their imaginations for their works, the Swedish painters from Dalecarlia would copy printed religious illustrations from the Figur Bible, the Picture Bible, and illustrations from the Gustavus Adolphus Bible of 1618. Occasionally, they would also be inspired by the illustration in prayer books for travelers, Bönbok för resande. The Book of Tobit was the most popular with the artists from Rättvik and Leksand. The passion for depicting events from the Book of Tobit continued throughout the 17th century in the Netherlands. Did the conclusions of the Counter-Remonstrant Synod of Dordrecht of 1618 make any difference to the Dutch artists? This synod declared that the Apocrypha was no longer to be regarded as part of Holy Scripture. Dutch artists chose to ignore this and carried on regardless and enthusiastically portraying scenes from the Apocrypha, especially from the stories of Tobit and Susanna. The result was that there were just as many representations from these narratives in Protestant Holland as there were in Catholic Flanders. As Simon Schama points out, these books were too full of strange and stirring stories for Dutch artists or their patrons to turn their backs on. The fact that the new official Dutch Bible did not contain the Apocrypha made no difference to these northern artists. Several of Rembrandt's contemporaries, pupils and followers, Jan Lievens and Ferdinand Bol, would also paint scenes from the Tobit story. Jan Baptist Wienigs, who is better known for his landscapes painted in a Rembrandtesque style prior to his journey to Italy, and gives us a canvas entitled Tobit Asleep Under a Vine is Blinded of 1642, now in the Museum Boijmans van Beuningen in Rotterdam. Others closely followed Rembrandt's lead and would be inspired by his works. Jan Victors based his painting of 1649 on the angel taking leave of Tobit and his family on the Rembrandt engraving of 1637. One of the most popular events, which were painted on several occasions by many artists, both in Italy and the Netherlands, was the healing of Tobit's blindness. Most depictions of the healing of Tobit are shown as taking place inside Tobit's house, although it would appear from the apocryphal text that the event must have happened outdoors, because Tobit came out of the house to greet Tobias and Raphael, and immediately on their return from Rages, Tobias losing no time in dispensing the gall. Artists would either depict this as an anointing by placing the fish's gall on the eyelids, or they would demonstrate the surgical removal of the films covering Tobit's eyes. A more unusual image is where Tobias uses the end of a white handkerchief wrapped around his index finger, as if he is trying to dislodge a foreign body from the eye. Gerrit van Honthorst, Tobias heals his father of his blindness, circa 1650, on loan to the Museum Boijmans van Beuningen, Rotterdam, from the Netherlands Institute of Cultural Heritage in the Netherlands. Surgical removals were particularly popular among the Dutch artists, including Rembrandt van Rijn, who was the first artist to depict the scene using a stylus known as a scalonyrix, or couching needle. He was following the Dutch translation of the Bible, which says that the white films covering the eyes were cataracts. In Rembrandt's painting of 1636, entitled The Healing of Tobit in the Staatsgalerie Stuttgart, Tobias leans over Tobit from the back and operates on Tobit's eyes with a stylus. The correct medical way at this time to treat cataracts, where the lens will be pushed aside to let light enter the eye. Dr. Richard Grief was the first to point this out. Rembrandt may even have been a witness to such an operation, because Dr. Job Janszoon van Meekeren, who appears in Rembrandt's painting The Anatomy Lesson, was also an expert on eye operations. This interpretation is uniquely his, but nevertheless, this is an incident painted with great realism and concentrated drama. I would just like to emphasize that of all the painters of the Low Countries, Rembrandt was the greatest exponent of representations from the Book of Tobit. His huge production in paintings, etchings, and drawings outshines all other painters and is unique in the 17th century. He was deeply inspired by this story and included almost every episode from the Book of Tobit. He returned to these throughout his life, reworking an old traditional motifs into new and innovative ones and perfecting his ideas. Some 40 to 50 images have been assigned to him, his studio, and his followers. How do we explain his obsession with events described in the apocryphal book? One reason must be his profound interest in humanity and the human character. He was mostly attracted to events containing interesting psychological moments. The Tobit story is therefore ideally suited to his needs. He goes to the very kernel of the apocryphal narrative, and yet he keeps the depiction simple. He chooses episodes from the entire story, beginning with his painting from 1626 of Tobit and Anna in the Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam, and finishing with works from the 1650s. Italian Catholic artists would show this as an anointing. This is clearly visible in the painting by Annibale Carracci in his work Tobias Healing the Blind Father, now in the Gemälde-Galerie in Kassel, Germany, and in the Bernardo Strozzi painting entitled Tobias Healing His Father, from about 1625 in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. This also shows Tobias carefully putting the gall on the eyelid. The figures who are gathered round Tobit are placed close to the picture plane so that we too become keen spectators and active participants of this genre scene. The theme is very clearly an image of devotion and trust. Strozzi moves away from the biblical text, adding a large fish displaying a red gash down the center of the bottom right-hand corner for symbolic and compositional reasons as a counterpoint to the curly-haired dog. The fish, as we know, had already been roasted, eaten and salted, and the remains, including the intestines, thrown away on the journey. Having examined a selection of images painted by both Roman Catholic and Protestant artists to see if they treated these subjects differently, I think it will be clear on examination that on the whole, these artists do not show any obvious differences in their interpretation of the biblical text. It is only the painters from Dallacaglia, who are known to have copied the illustrations in various Bibles, who can be said to have shown the greatest originality in their works, because they also include a kurbitz or two. This was a gourd with flowers and leaves as a reference to Jonah sheltering from the sun under the gourd. All artists select the event they are keen to depict and imbue it with feeling and imagination, therefore rendering the narrative into a finished work of art. They try to conceive the scenes as they might have occurred in real life. They tended to humanize these scenes as much as possible and concentrated on the moralizing aspect of the story. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you. And we are going to transition onwards to Rebecca Tierfeld, to speak to us on Tobit in medieval manuscript illustrations. Sorry, Rebecca, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, super. Then I will start. So first of all, I would like to thank Manas Yousefzadeh and Laurent Hericher for this wonderful initiative and opportunity. And I would also like to thank all the other speakers for their interesting presentations today. My name is Rebecca Tierfeld, and today I will present my research about the iconography of Tobit in Western miniatures between 1400 and 1600. I will start telling you about the first time I saw a depiction of the story of Tobit, which was in 2017 when I visited the Pergamon Museum in Berlin to see the exhibition Testimonies of Faith, Biblical Traditions in the Islamic World. The exhibition showed one Mughal miniature that caught my eyes, depicting an angel holding a fish, which you can see right here on the PowerPoint. The museum stated it was derived from the Tobias legend, and since I had never heard about the story before, I immediately started reading when I came home, and the story inspired me so much that in 2018, I finished my art history master thesis about the iconography of Tobit in Western and Indian miniatures. And today I will be presenting the part about the Western miniatures to you. It is important to note that only manuscripts accessible digitally in digital libraries that are iconographically researchable were used for this thesis, making my research actually a first stop in covering the fields, rather than a complete description and overview of all the book types and manuscripts depicting the story of Tobit. Depictions of the story do not only decorate Bibles, but also a range of secular books, not to mention the story's widespread place in religious and typological books. The story was popular to depict in the Middle Ages and the early 16th century, but the origin of the story actually started way earlier in the catacombs of Rome, like Elizabeth Philpott already pointed out in her paper. Since the first signs of typology are found in depictions of biblical figures in the early Christian catacombs or on sarcophagi from this time, it is actually little wonder that iconography of Tobit was incorporated in this typological tradition. Typology is a way of thinking and interpreting the Bible, in which allegorical connections between the Old and the New Testaments were represented and systemized. The system is based on the idea that events from the New Testament were prefigured by events from the Old Testament in order to connect them with the life of Christ. Several episodes of the story of Tobit had a fixed place in several typological works, of which I will discuss 3 examples. The first of them is the Biblia Pauperum, which was one of the most popular typological books in the Middle Ages. The book uses several events of the Book of Tobit as prefigurations for events from the life of Christ. On the miniature on the left, on the top image there, you can see Christ reveals himself to his followers on the road to Emmaus, which is prefigured by, on the right bottom, Tobias that meets Sarah's father, Rachel. On the miniature on the right, you can see that the homecoming of Tobias prefigures Christ who appears to his followers. But even though these 2 events of Tobit were usually depicted in the Biblia Pauperum, characters from the story of Tobit were not solely applied as prefigurations in the Biblia Pauperum. In this the Hague Biblia Pauperum, for example, none of the episodes of the story of Tobit serve as prefigurations. Instead, Tobit is depicted as one of the 4 prophets surrounding New Testament scenes and their prefigurations on 2 different folios. This example shows that the story of Tobit was used in more than one way to decorate the Biblia Pauperum. The Speculum Humanae Salvationis is a book type that borrowed the typology system from the Biblia Pauperum. It usually depicts 2 scenes from the legend of Tobit. First of all, the marriage of Tobias and Sarah, of which you can see an example on the left of the PowerPoint. And secondly, another mourns for his son Tobias, which you can see on the right. The marriage of Tobias and Sarah can usually be found in the 6th chapter and was used as a prefiguration for the marriage of Mary and Joseph. Because Sarah's 7 previous marriages were unconsummated, she was likened to Mary, who was also just a virgin when she married Joseph. In the 35th chapter of the Speculum Humanae Salvationis, Mary with the instruments of the Passion is usually prefigured by Anna that mourns for her son Tobias, Christ's parable of the lost coin, and the story of Saul and Michal. The last typological book I'll discuss is the Bible Moralisée. Although Tobit did not have such a fixed place in the Bible Moralisée as in the Biblia Pauperum and the Speculum Humanae Salvationis, the iconography of the Book of Tobit nevertheless belonged to the illustrative repertoire of this Bible. With its 37 miniatures illustrating the story of Tobit, Manuscrit Français 166 from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France is possibly the most extensive image sequence in a manuscript to illustrate the Book of Tobit. Although the Book of Tobit merely prefigured New Testament stories in the typological books I just discussed, the typology used in this manuscript goes beyond that. The good deeds of Tobit are not only brought into connection with the life of Christ, but characters from the story were also aligned to Bible figures such as Mary Magdalene and David, but also to, for example, contemporary Christians, martyrs, apostles, and even the King and Queen of France. As you know, the story of Tobit is of course a biblical one and is therefore also depicted in illustrated Bibles. Miniatures depicting events from the story of Tobit are normally incorporated in the text of the Bible book Tobit. Even though many events from the story were used to decorate historiated initials, the theme that seems to have been most depicted within historiated initials is Tobit sleeping while swallow droppings fall into his eyes, of which you can see a few examples here. When we look at single miniatures and Bibles depicting the story of Tobit, there is not one iconography in particular that was depicted more than others, but there is a tendency to combine more than one episodes of the story of Tobit into one single miniature, of which you can see 2 examples here. Then when looking at Bibles with image sequences depicting Tobit, of which you can see 1 example here, the 2 episodes that seem to have been most depicted are Tobit's blinding and Tobias and the angel at the riverbank. The iconography of Tobit was also applied in several types of office books. In breviaries, for example, different episodes of Tobit decorate various chapters. The story could be used to decorate the lessons of the Book of Tobit, but also for the Psalms or other parts. Although various and divergent episodes of the story of Tobit were illustrated in breviaries and other office books, the theme of Tobias and the angel on their way proved itself to be a popular theme for clerical devotion. The theme of Tobias and the angel on their way was also popular to depict in the case of the Books of Hours, which could be described as a medieval bestseller that was meant for personal devotion. Since the implementation of the Book of Hours was rather a consequence of personal choice, it is no surprise that iconographical themes were used freely and did not necessarily belong to a certain text in the book. The fact that artists and clients could choose images freely can be deduced from an early 16th century Book of Hours called Almogavar Hours, of which you can see a miniature here. It depicts the iconography of Tobias and the angel and combines it with the depiction of Saint Michael slaying the devil, resulting in a unique iconography. The iconography of the Book of Tobit was also applied in less common religious book types. In a manuscript containing the Chemin de Paradis, the figure of Tobit is chosen to represent the law of Moses. The work was written in 1475 by the bishop Georges Hermain, and he explains a way to paradise that militant Christians should follow to reach salvation. The text is structured as a description of a triumphal procession, and the scripture and the interpretation of the divine word are depicted as a wagon, which is pulled by biblical figures. Moses, which you can see on the left, is seated on a hybrid creature and points to the tablets that contain the commandments. He is accompanied by 8 Old Testament figures, among which Tobit, which is the 4th character you can see from the left. His banderole says, "We look forward to the life which God will give to those who have faith in him." Tobit is here part of the group of figures that were believed out to carry out the commandments in deed or in prophecy. The story of Tobit has also been depicted in La Cité de Dieu, the Middle French translation of the Civitate Dei of Church Father Augustine. The Hague manuscript 10A11 depicts Tobit while praying on the same folio as 2 other miniatures depicting the old Jacob in bed surrounded by 9 young men, which you can see on the left, and in the middle, the supper at Bethany with Mary Magdalene anointing Christ's head. Tobit is depicted praying after he buried a dead man. The banderole above him says, "When you held supplications and buried the dead, I held your speech in the presence of the Lord." Augustine did indeed use Tobit as an example to show that the burial of the dead should not be neglected. Then furthermore, the story of Tobit was also depicted in secular works, of which I will discuss 3 examples too. The first one is the Confessio Amantis, a late 14th century poem that exists of a collection of exemplary tales of love. They are placed within the framework of a lover's confession to a priest of Venus. The story of Tobias and Sarah's wedding night is one of the stories that illustrates the virtue chastity, and it is the last tale of chapter 7 in this book. The apocryphal story is placed in opposition with the tales of Lucrece and Virginia because it is not concerned with the desire that threatens marriage, but with the conflict between lust and law within marriage itself. The beautiful Sarah is popular amongst men, but every time she gets married, her husband got killed during the wedding nights. According to the Confessio Amantis, the reason for this is that Sarah's first 7 husbands sought pleasure rather than a sacramental union in their marriage, and this went beyond the law of marriage. Tobias, however, was taught how to control his lusts by the angel Raphael, and therefore rewarded by a successful consummation of his marriage. In this secular context, Tobias became an example of wisdom and self-control. A depiction of the story of Tobit can also be found in Il Tesoro. This text is a translation of Le Livre du Trésor, which was written by Brunetto Latini. The text can be read as an encyclopedia and is a compendium of essentially classical material originating from the late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. Tobit is part of this encyclopedia because he was one of the Old Testament figures to which a short introduction text was allocated in Il Tesoro. So the following text, which you can see on the screen, can be found in the Yates Thompson manuscript from the British Library, which contains the work. On the right, you can see a miniature accompanying it, and there you can see in the middle Tobit burying a body, which is one of his characteristic deeds. The last secular book I'll discuss, and also immediately the last book I'll discuss at all, is the Trésor de Sapience, a French adaptation of Henri Suzo's Horlogium Sapientiae. The Walters manuscript 307 contains this book, which chronicles an account from the creation of the world until 138 BC. Secular and biblical themes are brought together in one work. The iconography of Tobit is used to decorate the parts about the history of Rome. The book has a miniature on which you can see on the PowerPoint, and on the left you see the blind Tobit with a sparrow flying above his head, and on the right the angel Raphael with Tobias who just caught the fish. An iconographical theme of the story of Tobit is here again, just like in the Il Tesoro, like I just discussed, part of an encyclopedia that combines biblical as well as historical and secular stories. From all these examples, we can conclude that the iconography of the Book of Tobit was applied in very various book types. It had a fixed place in the Bible and some typological works, but it was often adapted freely in other works. The blinding of Tobit, Tobias and the angel on their way, and the wedding of Tobias and Sarah prove itself to be visual, recognizable themes. Although the iconography of the Book of Tobit was depicted in manuscripts containing secular texts, it always stayed within the bounds of a Christian exemplary function. He was depicted as a worthy example and a symbol of Christian life, and his family members were admired for their virtues. Tobit himself was perceived as a wise man, going even so far that he was even sometimes depicted as a prophet in some literary context. Further research, which can be done by looking at a larger number of manuscript collections, has to clarify if Tobit was even depicted in a wider variety of book types. Still, the amount of book types mentioned shows that the iconography of this fascinating story was very widespread and extensively interpreted by medieval artists and writers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. That was a wonderful presentation, and it paired very nicely with the other ones so far. Thank you. We're going to move to our final panelist on this panel, to Rebecca. I'm sorry, to Laura Parodi. My apologies, Laura. And after which we will have time for questions. So, Laura, over to you.
Okay, so let me share my screen first of all. My screen now. Can you see the presentation? Hopefully.
Not, yes, now we can.
Okay, good. So, thanks first of all to the organizers for organizing this wonderful symposium. I'm not only learning so much, but I've had an opportunity to re-examine materials that are rarely considered these days. So, let me begin by some contextualization. A fairly large number of figural works inspired by European themes were executed at the Mughal court between the late 16th and the early 17th century during the reigns of Emperors Akbar and Jahangir. In between these reigns is a period, 1599 to 1605, when Akbar was still on the throne, but Prince Salim, the future Emperor Jahangir, rose in rebellion and set up an independent court in Allahabad in northeastern India. Relevant to our purposes, numerous artists followed the prince. And then we're also going to talk about another patron, Akbar's mother, Mariam Makani, aka Hamida Banu. Oh, sorry. Sorry, what's going on? There's some problem. Don't worry, I'll find something strange happened here. Let me just come up with a B plan, and I apologize so much for this. I should have a PDF of this as well, because we were seeing something different. I apologize so much. So may I request the organizers to just have a couple of, maybe a question or two while I look for the context. I must apologize, we had a snow emergency and I really apologize. Just a second.
Sure.
I want to keep you there, please. So let's go ahead with a couple of questions. I'll just unshare this. Okay, and mute and look up something. My apologies.
No worries, Laura. And in that case, I think that as Laura prepares her presentation, maybe we can take a few questions that relate to the previous presentations. And if you can just raise your hand or write it in the Q&A.
Perhaps I can start with a question for Rebecca.
Please, Scott.
Hi, it's a very simple point. It's about your typological pairings, and the question is whether or not Tobias and the angel on their way, the iconography we see so often, is that ever paired typologically with anything visually?
In my research, I haven't seen it been used in the typological context. There is though, for example, the two examples that I've shown, the second one, which are actually wherein like Tobias' homecoming, for example, is prefigurating Christ that appears to his followers. There are some depictions like which are like, it's often, for example, Tobit, Tobias and the angel in the meadow, but sometimes, for example, also Anna, so Tobias' mother is added, for example. So there are some slight variations, and I can imagine there would be examples where you could read it as Tobias and the angel on their way, but often Tobit is part of it. So no, I haven't seen it like in the typological tradition, but I can imagine, like, for example, there are works like the Chemin de Paradis that I talked about. It's, for example, also a little bit based on the typological tradition. So it was just a system very widespread in the Middle Ages. So it wouldn't surprise me if there are examples of what you asked.
Thank you. That's really helpful, because the pairing with Christ on the way to Emmaus, that's with a different moment. It's not normally with them journeying, as it were.
No, that one is so it's about the recognition of like a divine, the non-recognition actually about the divine presence. So it is then depicted, is prefigurated by Tobias and
Sarah.
Tobias and Dagel and the angel Raphael. So when they actually come knocking at his door.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other or further? Yes, Laurent.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. No, I'm not.
Yes, I think you're okay.
I'm okay?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to bring to your attention the fact that we brought to the Louvre Abu Dhabi a manuscript, français, the call mark is français 1-5, let me see. I forgot the 1753. It's stories from the Old Testament. It's only representations and of the story of Tobit with small commentaries. It was copied in Saint-Quentin in 1350, and it has about 20 illuminations telling the stories, different episodes of the story of Tobit. And I can send the link to you if you want, and to the attendees.
Is it an example of moralisé? What kind of?
No, I think it's not an example of moralisé. It's stories from the Old Testament.
It's a manuscript. Well, I would like to just simply ask a question from Laura and Scott, because what you're presenting is really new way of understanding or explaining why these iconography was so popular and in Renaissance Florence, and specifically the role of women and Augustinian religious groups. And this I have not read that before. This is completely new. I just want to ask whether you want to speak something. I mean, talk about its significance, because it is something new. I mean, we have read about the typological or as ex votos, or explaining why there was such a prevalence or this explosion of popularity. So I just want to invite you to speak about it outside of the time while we wait for Laura.
I think it is new. I mean, it is new. I'm presenting it as new. We are presenting it as new research, or sort of another strand to the story of Raphael and Tobias iconography in Florence, rather than the kind of very, as you say, very kind of accepted narrative around that profusion of iconography. It is something that is noted by Annabel Thomas, who's a scholar of Florentine nunneries. She does kind of notice it. It's not something that she goes into, but her sort of suggestion is that it is to do with the story of Tobit's associations with chastity that have already been talked about on this panel as well. And so the idea that the story kind of was important for the women for that reason, women who had taken the veil and adopted a chaste life. But I hope that you found the imagery convincing, at least. That to me it really seems to be about the archangel and the idea of protection and the idea of guardianship and being kind of protected from corrupting influences and being kind of shepherded or guided through the kind of religious life that these women have embarked upon or are kind of living. But no, it is new, and it's something that we want to develop and eventually publish. So all comments welcome.
Scott, do you want to say something, or should I ask?
I want to point out, I take absolutely no credit for this. This is Laura's research, much of which comes out of her PhD, so she really must take credit for it rather than myself. I do want to also draw attention to where she says about where some of these frescoes were located in terms of, specifically Santa Felicita, in terms of that question of protection, the points at which these women might have had contact with the outside world.
So the reason I find it interesting is that one of the ways that at least I've situated this iconography in Renaissance Florence is in the context of historiography of the emerging mercantilist, speculative thinking that some of these historians of Renaissance are writing about. And that's very interesting because there is a lot of imagery of speculation and risk-taking in, the iconography lends itself to that. So, but it still remains within the same context of historiography of mercantilist thinking, one way or another. So I just wanted to say that your thinking really now complicates, or at least adds another way of thinking about it. So I think Laura might be back.
Yes. I think so, and I think we have time now. I'm sorry, Federico, I think we're going to hold off on further questions until the end of the panel and let Laura go ahead with her presentation now. I'm afraid not. Could perhaps
hear me now? Can
yes,
you hear me now?
There we go. Yes, absolutely. Got you now.
Okay, so I'm precedented and I'm okay. So embarrassing. Anyway, Mughal, thanks for your patience, guys. Mughal artworks engaging with European idioms and subjects during this period, late 16th, early 17th century, were executed in different media. The majority are opaque watercolors and paper, but others range from ink drawings and tinted drawings to paintings on cotton, the figural illumination of margins, and even colorings of actual European prints, and even mural paintings, of course, of which few survive, but some are seen in depictions of palatial contexts, as in this painting showing the coronation of Emperor Jahangir. Of these works, as in this last example, a few survive that derive inspiration from the Tobias story. Two elements in particular recur in most of the artworks that can be connected with the episode, the angel and the fish. So it's a specific episode that features Tobias, the angel and the fish, that seems to have inspired Mughal artists. Sometimes these elements these protagonists are combined together and sometimes not. And this was quite characteristic of the Mughal approach to European artworks, which were often reinterpreted with their elements recombined or reconfigured. Early scholarship had a tendency to view these works as pastiches without much interest, but the more we research Mughal art and patronage, the clearer it becomes that many of these images are in fact allegories in which messages were inscribed that would have made sense in their time, even though they're not always readily deciphered today, or they require a bit of work from us. The pictures inspired by the Tobias story have not, to the best of my knowledge, been examined in their full potential from this angle and have not been considered together since Amina Okada's article in 1988. And unlike a lot of these images, the sources, the visual sources of inspiration for these images have not been traced. Okay, so in this presentation, I will try and address, first of all, the what and the when, so what images we have and the proposed dating, then the who, by and whom and for whom these images were created, and in passing, I will mention the how, so the potential sources of inspiration, and finally, I'll try and come to the hardest question of all, the why, so with a few suggestions on the meaning or meanings potentially attached to these images in a Mughal milieu. So first of all, the when. There's evidence that European prints reached the Mughal court as early as, and paintings, and even artists. So the prints first as early as the 1550s under Humayun's father in Kabul, but the earliest surviving Mughal works inspired by European art only appear around 1580. With the establishment of the first Jesuit mission at Akbar's courts, and there seems to be an increasing popularity culminating in the 1590s. Similarly, there's wide consensus that from around 1580 to 1614, when the third and last Jesuit mission was dismantled, the Jesuits were the main source of inspiration for European themes and motifs. And then after 1614, the preference for Emperor Jahangir shifted to English portraiture. To put my discussion in context, I would like to quote from Govin Bailey's 1996 PhD dissertation, which remains a fundamental reading. And I quote, "Mughal understanding of Catholicism was profound and erudite. Not only were Mughal courtiers able to learn in great detail the stories and doctrines surrounding Christian saints, but they gained a thorough understanding of current counter-Reformation art theory as it was being formulated in Italy following the Council of Trent. Concepts such as the educational and mnemonic power of images, their potential as an emotional stimulus to devotion and meditation, and the ability of an image to show the invisible or spiritual by means of the visible, were all internalized and put to work. And although many of these ideas were native to Indo-Islamic thought because Islam and Christianity share the same Neoplatonic philosophical heritage, they were reinforced through contact with European culture," end of quote. And then he goes on to say the Mughal exposure to the late Renaissance, both Italian and Northern, was equally thorough. So this is just to say they were not just curiosities, the stories were actually well known and understood. So it's often been possible to trace the sources of European-inspired Mughal artworks, and in numerous instances, the inspiration came from prints that were circulated by the Jesuits. But the artworks inspired by the story of Tobias in particular remain elusive. Perhaps the only exception that I could sort of trace is the mural that I previously showed, but it falls right at the end of the period under consideration. So we're already in the 17th century here, which means that the problem of how the story or the iconography first traveled to India remains to be traced, remains to be clarified. It would obviously be tempting to associate the appearance of the angel and fish with the Vecchietti mission, but as we shall see, circumstantial evidence is a bit more complex. Now, perhaps the most famous and certainly the most lavish version of the iconography, versions of the iconography bear inscriptions, assigning them to an artist named Hussein, sometimes referred to in the inscriptions as Hussein Naqash, meaning the illuminator. The more famous of the two works, tentatively dated around 1590 to 95, as most of these works are, is this angel and fish, which bears two inscriptions mentioning Hussein. And the same name, Hussein or Hussein Naqash, then appears in scribal inscriptions of historical manuscripts from Akbar's reign, from about 1584 to 1598. Then recent research by John Seiler has established some further facts about Hussein. On the one hand, his formation as an illuminator rather than as an illustrator explains why his reception of European elements, such as the illusionistic drapery that you see here, why these elements are combined with an interest in intricate two-dimensional patterns, creating a unique and peculiar and sometimes disconcerting mix of flat, richly decorated surfaces and illusionistic surfaces. Secondly, Seiler has shown that around 1594, Hussein was working not for Akbar, but for his mother, Hamida Banu, for whom he illustrated a copy of the Ramayana, the story of Rama, and a mystical treatise known as the Dvadashapava, or the 12 Existences. Relevant to our purposes, then, his work could potentially have been executed both for Akbar or for his mother, or either way. Another work signed by Hussein further exemplifies how freely Mughal artists recombined elements from European sources to suit their own creative intent. And here we see a man in contemporary Portuguese costume offering a fish to a woman. And the woman in turn may well be inspired by a Madonna, but she has a vivid quality that somewhat suggests a real person. And I'll come back to this one when discussing the why or content. Another angel, possibly a fairy or a peri in Persian, a benevolent creature comparable to an angel in some respects, is seen carrying a fish in this other painting. Note that the figure in his case is explicitly female. Okada in 1988 tentatively suggested an attribution to Keshav Das, an artist who engaged closely with European art. A partly effaced inscription on the folio still preserves letters that could be read as Das. So Keshav Das was one of the leading artists in Akbar's atelier and later moved to Allahabad with Prince Salim. This painting is usually dated, however, to the usual period 1590 to 95 for want of better explanations, like the previous ones. And I would like to note that the angle from which the fish is shown is really unusual for Mughal artists. They would have depicted a fish in profile normally, particularly the gills, this part here. So this suggests a European source. So the closest I've been able to find is this ink drawing, and I don't know if copies of this work circulated in India, because I don't know, maybe my colleagues can clarify that. Another painting, this time on cotton, was recently attributed to Keshav Das, but I dare dissent. You can actually see what I mean when you look at the drapery. Now, Keshav Das on the right likes to create complex folding with some smooth surfaces, some wrinkles along the rim, and varying degrees of shading. Whereas these parallel lines and deep grooves are typical of, again, Hussein Naqash. So not to mention that the background features conventions, such as the combination of triangular hills and a rocky outcrop, which appear in manuscripts produced for Akbar's mother, Hamida. They're not exclusive to manuscripts produced for Hamida. They also appear in Akbari manuscripts executed before and after Hussein worked for Hamida, but that's again an indication. Okay, but let's turn to the iconography. We again see a distinguished lady who is being offered a fish, and here it almost seems as though the rock itself is a kind of throne. The woman's clothing combines elements of European costume with perhaps those of a Madonna, And presenting the fish this time is a small child who is blonde. So that's a connotation that this child is a European. And I think there might be echoes of Venus and Cupid as well. And it would seem to be, it seems that the fish in this case was woven into an iconography primarily derived from an image of Venus and Cupid, if my guess is right. So again, we see this kind of process through which Mughal artists reinterpreted and recreated these images. Similar, yet also different, is this other work inscribed to another great artist at the Mughal court, Manohar, the son of Akbar's chief painter and the director of his atelier, Basavan. Unlike Basavan, who together with Keshav Das was one of the most successful interpreters of European conventions, Manohar preferred smooth surfaces. And this time both creatures are winged, as you can see, and their whole bodies are actually covered in feathers. Both figures also wear leafy skirts. And these are all elements, visual elements that are associated with tribal people in Mughal painting, but also to Adam and Eve, and generally with creatures of liminal realms, so to say. Now, the same motif of a female figure enthroned, this time explicitly on a European style chair, and being offered a fish, is seen here. But in this case, all three figures are winged, and all are explicitly females, which suggests they are peris or fairies, not angels in the biblical tradition. And again, the inspiration probably derives from multiple sources. There may be an echo of frontispieces from Shirazi commercial manuscripts, which circulated in India, and which often include a depiction of the Queen of Sheba attended by angels. But here, again, the main figure is also winged. So, and as regards dating and attribution, the landscape here again contains conventions found in manuscripts executed for Hamida Banu, like the one you see on the right. And again, they're not exclusive to these manuscripts. We find them again, for example, in works executed for Salim in Allahabad. But I would be inclined to an earlier dating because of the style. Now, from here, things become even more intricate, and there's a increased distancing, if you want, from a potential prototype or European source or sources. This drawing, for example, by Basavan, my earlier cited, probably dates again from the 1590s, but it's part of a broader pool of drawings by the artist, where a woman appears, often holding a musical instrument and or accompanied by devotees, male as well as female. And the drawing should consequently be seen in the context of a wider series created by Basavan, and showing his interest in this female figure, who may, I would dare suggest, possibly represented the goddess Sarasvati, the patroness of intellectual endeavor. Basavan was, after all, a Hindu. Regardless, just note how this specimen, in the specimen, the wings are swapped between the angel and the human. This may well be because, again, this is the result of a combination of different sources, and the main source for this one might well be an annunciation rather than the story of Tobias. But the reason I am including it here is because Okada suggested that the posture of the angel was somewhat inspired by figures of figures reaching out their hands towards a kind of fish or something. And this could be one of the sources of inspiration. Again, I showed this print before, but if you have better suggestions, they're welcome. Okay, so here we see three drawings executed at a later period. As I said, if our dating to an early period is correct, so supposing that this proposed dating is correct, there would not seem to be a continued interest in the story of Tobias, but it suddenly reappears after Salim's rebellion and his accession to the throne. So sometime after 1605, then we start seeing these images again, where a fish is offered or captured or something like that. So varying degrees of relation with the potential story of Tobias. And these are all interestingly attributed to Manohar, again, so an artist that was active between these two reigns, bridging these two periods. And this brings me to the final two interconnected questions, namely the how and the why. Now, Mughal artists took these visual liberties all the time because they were expected to introduce variations on existing compositions. Their approach was grounded in literary practices, literary practice with gatherings or majlis, where verses were recited and variations upon them were improvised. But when it comes to the visual realm, was there anything to this process besides mere divertissement? Mindful of their erudition and their familiarity with Christian iconography and doctrine, the Jesuits lived at court for quite a few years, and they were constantly interviewed and they interacted with the elite. And I would argue that members of the Mughal elite did ascribe a meaning to both the angels and the fish. The angels were probably interpreted as benevolent creatures, and the fish is rather more interesting because we see it appearing more often than the angel in these pictures. A fish stands for renewal, prosperity, and long life. And that's why, for example, it is commonly served on the table on the occasion of the Nowruz, of the Persian New Year. And the story of Tobias may have been of interest because it is a story that combines physical healing with spiritual salvation. This would have resonated with the interests of the Mughal elite, because these were themes that were suitably neutral and transcended the sectarian differences that created problems and friction in Mughal society. This was the reason that the Mughals were interested in this type of stories, I think, because they allowed for a more general language that could bridge the gap between Muslims and Hindus or whatever religions were present in the empire. Now, while Tobias-inspired iconography, to the best of my knowledge, does not appear in the reign of Jahangir's successor, Shah Jahan, the fish does, and providing, again, bridging the gap between Jahangir and Shah Jahan's reigns. It may be no coincidence if the fish recurs in association with Khizr, and this partly responds to one of the questions, but I'm happy to elaborate further. Khizr is a saint occasionally associated with Elijah, and a mythical figure that was possibly adapted from a fertility deity. The name Khizr itself is from the same Arabic root as the word for green, as in Akhdar or Khadra. Khizr is portrayed as a Sufi saint in Mughal art and invariably dressed in green. And he either walks on water or stands on a fish, or both. He's usually portrayed presenting gifts, symbols of rule or blessing, both Jahangir and Shah Jahan. And again, the implication seems to be prosperity, a long life, and a prosperous reign. So to conclude, it would seem that only a handful of artists engaged with the Tobias iconography, Keshav Das, Basavan, Manohar, but Manohar probably somewhat later, at a somewhat later date. Most of all, Hussein Naqash, who is a little known artist, to be honest. And as I hope to have shown, the majority of these works is stylistically datable to the early 1590s, and Hussein's connection with Hamida Banu, if for a brief period and specific commissions, makes one wonder whether this picture in particular might be associated with her as the recipient of homage in the form of fish standing for health and long life. The Catholic associations between the story of Tobit and the Catholic ideal of marriage make all this even more tempting, not forgetting, however, that Hamida was known as Maryam Zamani, or Mary of the Age, implying a parallel with the mother of Jesus. We should, however, remember that Hamida was reportedly hostile to the Jesuits, And Hussein was in a sense only sent on loan to her, not permanently working for her. Okay, so just a very last remark. Two different phases may be identified. So one seems to be in the early 1590s, another one at the onset of Akbar's reign around 1605 to 7. In the second phase, we see more male figures associated with the fish and more androgynous figures. In the first phase, we tend to see mostly female figures. What this means, we don't know. It is difficult to reconcile either phase with the Keti's mission because the first period was simply too early. And when the Keti visited the court, Selim was either a rebellious prince living in Allahabad or a ruler, but never quite in the same place as the Keti, who, as we heard earlier today, was at some point in Lahore, but at that time, Jahangir was in Ajmer or Agra, not in Lahore. So it's possible that we will have to look elsewhere for sources of inspiration. Apologizing once more for all the technical issues, I'm looking forward to your questions and comments, and thanks again to all of you.
Thank you very much, Laura. That was fascinating, and I was especially drawn in with the depiction of Khidr that you showed us there, and has lots of other questions in my mind about other iconographic representations of Khidr and Alexander and so on. But I'll open the floor for questions for any of the presentations. I believe we still have about 20, 25 minutes. Scott, and then Shervin.
Am I muted? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, now we can. Yes.
Question for Laura Parodi. That was wonderfully stimulating, both methodologically and in terms of the images you were showing us. I just want to check that I've understood what you're suggesting about those images that do explicitly show Tobias and the angel, like the Manohar one. Is it your contention that these don't have European printed sources that we just haven't found, but rather that the story can be assembled from pre-existing traditions that include figures of angels and fishes, and therefore that what we see is someone responding to the text from visual traditions that are already present at the court, as it were. Is that right? Is that how I understood what you?
So these images have not been studied much, and there are a few colleagues that work, few Mughal art specialists that work on the connections with European art and who are competent to assess both sides. I can think of two of them from a younger generation who are doing work at the moment on these transmissions. I don't think they've worked on the Tobias iconography specifically. My contention is that the way that the Mughals potentially familiarized with the story are equally important, because the Jesuits were actually preaching at the court. They were taking part in religious debates with members of other religions. And so, I mean, the Mughals were acquainted with the story, not just necessarily existing images. I'm just wondering if we haven't looked close enough, and it's for European art specialists to suggest potential other potential prints or paintings, because some paintings did make their way to India, and there were sometimes copies of more famous paintings. Or if simply the kind of approach that the Mughals had, which was to recombine these images and reimagine them each time. And mind you, what they did in poetry, and what I've elsewhere argued for an earlier date for the reign of Humayun, is that they treated visual artworks as riddles. So the fun for a Mughal patron was to look at an image and recognize some familiar elements, and then perhaps look again a few more times until they finally said, okay, also this is from here and this is from here. And so the overall story is new and different. And that was the fun. It was the fun in literature to have these recognizable quotes, but to recombine them to create something new. And it was certainly the fun in art, at least up to the, let's say, Shah Jahan's reign. I think it becomes more codified afterwards, like repeating certain concepts. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much. It's very compelling.
I would maybe like to add an interesting work on this topic. So I read once the work of like Gregory Minisali from 2007. And he, for example, suggests that also these depictions in Mughal art of Tobit, where, for example, probably perhaps also actually depictions of Qisas al-Anbiya, which is the stories of the prophets. So he also just suggests that, for example, because in the Western tradition, the angel never holds a fish, and in this Mughal depiction it often does, he gives this suggestion, but there's also not like a lot of evidence. So, but it is interesting to read.
I would also add that the Mughals were familiar, of course, they were immersed in an environment where the concept of avatar is prevalent. And nowadays with the internet, we all know what an avatar is. It's a persona that, it's a manifestation of something, of a deity. So you could have different avatars potentially with different attributes of a single whatever. And that's also possibly part of the way we should look at these images.
I think we'll move to Federico, who had his hand up earlier, and then I'll get to Shervin.
Hello, everybody. Very wonderful to be with everybody in different places of the world. I have two questions for both Laura and Laura. First with Laura, because you mentioned Avatar. The introduction of the cult of the archangels by the Jesuits, that's something that happened in Latin America too.
Yeah,
they seem to have preached quite a lot on the angelic cult, and that seems to, I don't know, I'm not familiar with the literature in the subject, but that's what seemed to have propel all the images of Tobias and the angel that become a very, very common subject in colonial art from the 17th century onwards. And I don't know I don't know much about it, but I don't know what was the agenda of the Jesuits to promote that cult, which perhaps it was that they found that it was a good way to promote Christianity in places with other religions. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm not a specialist of the Jesuits, but I think it's spot on, because in India, from the 15th century onwards, you see this transition from what wasn't even called Hinduism in the first place, but anyway, towards an increasing quote unquote monotheism, and increasingly the focus is on devotion. So devotion to a particular entity of whatever kind will yield some results. So devotion and intercession. I don't know why that happens in other parts of the world at roughly the same time, but maybe it was a more globalized world than we like to think. Some world historians claim that there are ages when certain ideas prevail. So that's another point that would have served, let's put it this way, would have served the cause, the kind of policy that the Mughal emperors were promoting very well. It would have suited them, because again, devotion could transcend the difference between monotheism and not quite such monotheism. You could find these incarnations, and in fact, you find Emperor Jahangir defending the cult of images, saying, obviously we're not idolaters. Come on, these are just images. These are just means to access. The visible is a means to access a higher a higher reality. And of course, the Neoplatonic basis that was common between a lot of the formation of the Jesuit fathers and the kind of Islam, the Hanafi school, that the Mughals were practicing. So there was a shared language in the Neoplatonic ideas that were common to both. So this was, and that's why allegory was so important again, because it's.
Thank you. That's fascinating question, in particular at that time when all those cultures were sort of getting to know each other better, that there could be some things that they had in common. Can I continue with the question for Laura?
Yes, quickly, yes.
Fascinating the thing about the nonce and Tobias always fascinate me. Great interpretation, thank you. But I think with Tobit is that you get to a point, and if you look at the Vulgata cum glossa or the Postilla, there are so many interpretations for everything, every bit of the text. But then something that is sort of came to my head is, I remember sort of these, there was this book by Henk van Os with these dolls and things that nuns used to have in images of children or babies, that nuns and baby Jesus, that nuns used to have in their cells. And I wonder in a psychological level, if attraction for Tobias as a child could have been some form of link to that sort of affective pity towards the baby Jesus and all this sort of surrogate motherhood that one can imagine. Have you thought about that possibility, or is it too far-fetched?
No, I haven't thought about it. I don't think it is too far-fetched, given what we know about, as you rightly say, about the fact that there, women were encouraged to kind of have these dolls that kind of simulated the baby Jesus. I guess my only concern there is what we tried to show, at least in this presentation, that it seems to be really the Raphael agenda that is being pushed, and Tobias sort of appears rather like Christ is St. Christopher's attribute. I feel that Tobias is kind of Raphael's attribute. It's a way of identifying him. But it's true that also the women that we're talking about here, we're not necessarily talking about women who at the age of 18, 19 took the veil and went straight from kind of virginhood to, a lot of the women in the nunneries in Florence are widows, and they have their own children, and or malmaritati, so malmariati. So yes, I think it's definitely worth thinking about. Although I do feel that there seems to be a specific devotion to Raphael that we can also find in the texts as well.
Okay, but the thing that sort of triggered my mind was the image of St. Dorothy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Shervin, you've been waiting patiently.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question for Laura Paodi. Thank you very much for your fascinating talk. I was just wondering if you can say anything about the consciousness about using the iconography of these two very special biblical figures, both Raphael and Tobit, as we know that the importance of Raphael in the Judeo-Christian tradition, particularly in Tobit, has never transmitted into the Islamic angelology. The figure of Raphael is a very marginal angel in the Islamic tradition, is already absent, is never mentioned, and the story of Tobit is also never mentioned in the Islamic sources. I just make a very quick search in one of the online databases of Persian, classical Persian poetry. None of the names have never mentioned. So how do you see the place of these both very iconographic figures within the Mughal court, or within the Mughal iconography, or the Indo-Persian iconography, classical iconography?
Very, very interesting question. Well, yeah, in Islam, I mean, Gabriel steals the scene from all other archangels, basically. Even Michael isn't, he weighs the souls of people at the end of time in place of Michael and whatnot. So It's a completely different conception. I think that's one of the reasons why this angel then morphs into a peri, or into a female figure, or into a figure without wings, because it's not Raphael, probably. It's just a benevolent creature of some kind. That's what I think. I mean, the Mughals certainly knew about the story of Tobias, because if it was important to the Jesuits at all, and that I don't know, but I assume it was part of their set of stories that were important at the time. And if it was, then they had heard it, and probably repeatedly. So what attracted them to the story, I think, was the idea of healing, and the fish is something they could readily recognize as a giver of life, or a symbol of long life and prosperity. The angel is not. I don't think they were particularly interested, or they saw it in overlap with familiar figures, such as the Peris, for example, not necessarily Raphael per se.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I think so. Very pertinent comment.
Anyhow interesting that has never taken any reflection on any textual sources, that there is no remain of his mentioning in the Mughal literature as well. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Mahnaz, I believe you have a question.
Well, it's not a question, it's just a follow-up to this discussion of what are the really possible sources of these Mughal images, which in fact is very interesting. I mean, there's no good explanation, there's no good explanation, because in the Beau-Savin in 1590 image, for example, that Laura showed, there is a dog. I mean, it's not only about, there's actually a dog there. So it's such an iconic creature of this Tobias. It's not only the posture of the boy, trying to catch the fish. And then, I'm just saying it's a really good and possibly fruitful area of research, because we cannot yet figure out what is going on. And it's not my area of special. I've just done secondary research on this, so I just want to bring it up. But also the image of another really curious image is the 1607 Darbar of Jahangir, which is so. I mean, the first time I saw it, I thought it was a photoshopped image. It just doesn't belong. I mean, there is that, with the black border. It looks like a modern frame, and it was real, and it was really interesting to find it. So I don't know whether you want to, whether you could say something about the context of how do we understand even that particular image, right, from Darbar of Jahangir, which is post-Vekiati, actually.
Yeah, that one is. So I mean, yeah. So we cannot be sure whether that particular image was actually in the palace. We know the Christian images were, and if you look, I don't know if the image is a bit fuzzy, admittedly, but there's another panel showing a man and a woman in Portuguese garb, or something. So we do know from iterated depictions in, for example, in Shah Jahan's Padshahnameh, so the history of his reign, and from textual descriptions that Jahangir had images of the Virgin Mary and Christ in one of his audience halls. So, but his accession was not at Agra, it was in Ajmer. So we don't know, the palace is not preserved, and we don't know exactly what kinds of images. Now, the problem with images within images, and that's another thing that Gregory Minisal has written about, so you would be the person to go to, is that we don't know exactly if they are the exact images or if it's just a principle. And artists were just trying to recreate an atmosphere with these European images, but whether those exact images were there, or some other similar image was there. What do you make of that? I mean, people who work on the Western iconography, why would they have picked that image, which is just basically the scene when the fish is drawn out of the river, and it's more similar perhaps, but it seems to be two angels, right? I don't have it before my eyes now, so both figures are winged.
Both figures
yeah, are they? Yeah, I think so. So what would they have made of that? Drawing the fish out of the water? Because the other image is simply two people in European garb. So it looks like it's just there for, without any particular meaning. I mean, the other one doesn't seem to have any protective meaning, like we know that these images of Mary and Christ would have had for Jahangir, because they were sort of, I mean, a source of reverence for him. So.
Yeah, well, I am absolutely not qualified to speak about it in the context of in the Jahangir's court. I really just don't know that, but I think it's I would be very interested, you know, in learning more about that, or at least I've just through secondary research, and yeah, I'll stop there. But
yeah, we could try and just ask poll a few of the people who are more competent on this European Mughal connection to see what they think of this painting specifically.
Thank you, Laura.
I think we have come close to the end of our panel for time, but if there is one last question, I think we can take it. In that case, I would like to thank all of you for your patience and for sharing such a wonderful discussion with us, and for such a wonderful day of presentations. And I know you have another one, a rich day ahead of you tomorrow. So
thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Apologies for the accident.
Thank you so much. Not at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you all tomorrow.
Well, maybe we can just say that tomorrow, it's now 8 o'clock here in Abu Dhabi. Tomorrow we start at 1:30 in the Abu Dhabi time. Thank you very much for joining us all day today. We look forward to continuing tomorrow.